Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, 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 yo, go, go, go.
Hello. How's everyone doing tonight? Just got done playing bingo over at KK's channel. Thought I'd come on for a few minutes, see if anybody wanted to talk. I know it's only Tuesday, but it's already been a long week. I hope everybody had a good day today. Hi, Norma. Hi, Roxanne. Oh, hi, Natalie. How are you? Okay, I pinned the link at the top there. Anybody wants to come up, they can grab the link. What are you doing tonight, Natalie? Hello, welcome in. It's just been a long week already. It's only Tuesday. Tomorrow I go at 9:30 to the dentist. I'm so excited. My teeth actually fit really good. They're just a little bigger than I need them to be, and so I need them to shave them down a little bit. So I'm excited about going and doing that. I did find out how to do the background. Oh, I sure do. Let me see if I can change that. I think I have to. I will be living my next best life. Oh, that's so funny. My next life. I guess I'm going to be a bird in my next life. That's funny. Oh, you're getting ready for bed? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me. It made a typo. That's the thing. You can proofread stuff all day long, and then you'll see that it's thank you, Norma. And Natalie. It's funny how sometimes things look like they're correct and they're not. That's why I'm not ashamed to say I make mistakes. I do make mistakes. Most definitely. I am a human being and I make a lot of mistakes. I tell you what, if that's the worst mistake I make in life, I think I'll be doing pretty good. Yeah, well, I had it on there the other night and I didn't notice it either. And nobody said anything all night long about it either. That's why we need young people around. They see things we don't see. Hi, PJ's Wish. How are you doing? Just saying how I know I'm human because I make silly mistakes. But like they say, God's not done with me yet. He is definitely not done with me. I had a really weird day. Not weird in things that happened, but just weird in how I felt today. I've been kind of emotional, kind of teary eyed most of the day, and I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm usually Miss Positivity. And for some reason, today has not been my positivity day. And I don't like it when I have feelings like that because, for one thing, I don't know where it came from. It came from out of the blue. And I like being positive and upbeat, and I like helping other people, and I like being able to keep them positive and upbeat. So it's kind of strange for me today. And I've tried to shake it, and so far I haven't. It hasn't gone away. It's hanging on today for some reason. I don't know if it's because I'm missing people I've lost, or I was on another channel last night and they were talking to a lady who had just lost her mother, and she had taken care of her for over 10 years. Well, no, not over 10 years. About 7 years, I guess, 7 or 8 years before she passed away, and she ended up having dementia and she didn't know who anybody was. And ever since then, I went up on their panel just to offer my condolences and, you know, give her some support and let her know, you know, there were a lot of caring people on YouTube and she could always reach out to someone if, you know, she needed to talk or whatever. And I told her, you know, that I do the grief support groups on my channel, and things like that. And then I got offline. I went to bed and slept pretty good. Got up this morning and went and got my daughter. And my daughter, listen to me, my granddaughter, went to my daughter's house, got my granddaughter. Hi, Checking Convictions. How you doing? Anyway, and then the rest of the day, I've pretty much been feeling kind of blue and feeling kind of teary eyed, and I'm not sure why. Probably sparked a lot of memories about my dad and losing my dad when I was 18. And I guess that may be what it is. I don't know. Anyway, enough about me. How is everybody else doing tonight? You're breathing, so you're blessed. Yes. Well, I'm still breathing too, and I am definitely blessed. And they say that the only reason why grief hits us hard is because we love hard. If we didn't love someone, then we wouldn't grieve them when they were gone. And if that's true, then that's why still it hits me hard with my dad, because I loved my dad dearly. I had a rocking life with my mom, but my dad always seemed to come and make things better and easier. And I do miss him terribly. Appreciate y'all coming in. I don't usually just go live for no reason or without notice, but like I said, I was over at KK's playing bingo and got finished with that. And I said, you know what? I'll just go live for a little bit. It's early yet. Good evening, Past Master. Yeah, PJ Wish, that's true. And I'm a very tender, emotional person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm crying like a baby. And thank you, everyone, for listening. I do know. Love to love God. Thank you, Norma. I just don't know why it's hitting me today like this. It's just, it's really hit me today. It's been an odd day, all day. I should mute and then blow my nose. I'm sorry. Probably sounds really gross for those of you with earbuds in. Hi, Roxanne. Hey, Savannah. You guys are an awesome bunch of ladies and gentlemen, past master. Sorry. Oh, Roxanne, that was nice, I'm sure. Get to catch up with an old friend. Always nice. Iris, this is not a good one for you to catch. I'm glad you're here, though. You need a small dishwasher, Savannah? They make those portable dishwashers that you like go under the counter and you just pull it out, hook it up to the sink faucet. Oh, thank you for all that love, guys. And I know you're mostly all women, but I'm from up north and we say guys to everybody. Oh, okay, Savannah. I didn't know they made countertop ones. So you understand checking when I say that. Right. I didn't think about that, but for college dorms, that would be right. That's just it. Love to love God. I don't know why it's hit me like this today. That's the only thing I could think of is that it's me thinking about my dad, but I normally think about him every day and it doesn't hit me like this. So that's why I don't know what it is. With my diabetes, sometimes I'm coming down with something and I don't even know it for a few days, but I don't feel sick. I just feel sad. That's why I don't have the camera on. I don't want y'all to see me cry. Because I do the ugly cry. I don't know how to cry without it being really ugly. Hi, Carol. trying to see through my tears with my glasses and I can't hardly read the chat. Oh, gosh. Thank you, Nick. Well, it doesn't happen to me a lot. I don't know when's the last time I broke down and cried. I really don't. That's one thing about when you've lived a life like I have, you get used to being knocked down and having bad days. I've got so much to be happy about and thankful for. Oh. Whew. Yeah, I think I try not to show it too. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I can hear my mother saying, it's a weakness. Being emotional is a weakness. Thank you, Norma. I can hear my dad telling me, chin up, Buttercup. It's not that bad. Oh, I miss him so much. Yeah, my dad was kind of the counterbalance from my mom. my mom would say and do horrible things, and my dad would always make it better. Actually, I'm glad that y'all are here and let me talk about it. What's my favorite memory of my dad? Let's see. I have so many good memories. This is going to sound strange, but he was the one that always got up with us in the morning, got us, up for school and everything. And when we didn't want to get up, he would go in the kitchen and he'd let the water in the sink run for a long, long time. And he'd come into the room with a pot, like a saucepan, cooking pot. And you just knew that thing was full of water. And he would threaten, get up. I'm going to have to pour this water on you. You better get up. You better get up. And of course we would drag it out, and he'd put his hand in the water and he'd flick us with the water. And there never was water, just enough water for him to get his fingertips wet. But we always thought that pot was full of water. And so I think my favorite memory is him standing at that sink, letting that water run, giving us more time to get up. My dad lost his mom when he was 5. And then when his dad remarried, so he had a stepmom. And when my dad was 14, his stepdad or his dad killed his stepmom and himself in their car in the garage. His dad was a police officer, and he shot her and then shot himself. And they had went out the night before, and he didn't know, he went to bed. He didn't know. He was like 14. He didn't know if they had come home or what time they had come home. And so he was woke up by some other police officers that worked with his dad, pounding on the door because his dad hadn't come to work, which was very unusual. And so, they asked my dad, well, where's your dad? And he said, I don't know. They had went out the night before. I've been asleep. And so he said, is his car in the garage? And so my dad went out and looked in the garage and found him in the car. So that was a terrible memory for him. And so then my dad had to go and live with his older brother. And by the time my dad was 17, he enlisted into the Army. So my dad always wanted to have a family. He always wanted children. And you could just tell that, he took us on to the county fair every year. He took us on family vacations. He, made sure we did all the holidays. and made a big deal about birthdays. And, even like Halloween, he always had a big garden, and he would pull it all up by Halloween and have a big bonfire for all the kids in the neighborhood. And we'd, go trick or treating, and then we'd come back and he'd, cook hot dogs and do the bonfire of the garden. And just a really good dad. And he was a pipe fitter by trade, and he made me a set of pipes. How some kids have Tinker toys or Lincoln Logs or something like that, blocks to play with. I had metal pipes that screwed together and had different connectors, like different elbows and different pieces like that. And then one year he bought me a board game called Waterworks. And like the pipe would spring a leak, and you had to get the card that had the, right thing to patch it with, or a replacement pipe or whatever. And he worked in a lot of old buildings and churches and old schools, and they would tear everything out and, replace everything. And sometimes he would have to go and stay at a place where they were working on a boiler or something like that. And sometimes I got to go with him, and we'd spend the night in these crazy old buildings. That was always fun, and he'd let me go around and explore. But unfortunately, the asbestos in all the old buildings ended up giving him lung cancer. Now, this was 42 years ago, so they didn't know about the asbestos. They didn't know how deadly it could be. And those guys took it out with their bare hands and didn't wear face masks and didn't protect themselves because they didn't know any better. And so he got lung cancer, but he didn't know it was lung cancer. It was terrible pressure in his chest, which got worse after he would eat. So he thought it was his gallbladder. And he was a tough guy, real tough. He chopped his thumb off one time with cutting wood for the fireplace. I mean, literally chopped it off, except for a little thin piece of skin was still hanging there. And he just put his thumb back on top of his other, the other piece of his thumb, and came in and told my mom he needed a Band-Aid. He wrapped a couple Band-Aids around that thumb, and, it grew back perfectly fine. He had full use of it and everything. And if he got a bad tooth, he didn't wait to go to a dentist. He'd get out a pair of pliers and pull his own tooth. And so anyway, he refused to go to a doctor, but he was in terrible pain. So finally, he did go to a doctor. And at first, they diagnosed him with pneumonia because they saw all that fluid in his lung. But then they found out it was lung cancer. And he had to have major surgery and have that one lung removed. And within 3 months of his surgery, he got a blood clot in his chest cavity where they had taken the lung out, and it went straight to his heart. And it basically exploded his heart. And that's how he passed away. So I lived in Indiana, and he was in a hospital in Chicago because it was a bigger hospital, and it was about an hour away from us, maybe 45 minutes. And so when we went to the hospital, they didn't tell us he had already died. They told us he was having respiratory distress and that we needed to come to the hospital. So we all went to the hospital, and he was already gone. And when they took us into the room to see him, I swear it did not look like my dad at all. My dad was 6'1", 200 pounds. Not a bit of fat on him now, a very muscular man. And of course, with the radiation and the chemo, he'd lost all his hair, and he was a shriveled up little old man in the bed. And I had to look for his tattoo to prove to myself it was him. And he had 2 hearts and a banner on his arm that he had gotten when he was in the Army. But by the time he had us kids, it looked to me like a squirrel. Like one heart was the head and one was the body, and the banner looked like it was a tail. So I had to look for that tattoo on his arm. I didn't believe it was him. But it was. It was. And I had to get out of the room. I walked all around that hospital, and they were doing some remodeling. I walked out to where they were doing the new construction, and it reminded me so much of being in those old buildings with my dad. And I just sat there and cried and cried. And you know, they say everybody grieves different. And everybody in my family did. You know, it was different for all of us. My sister was 2 years older and already married. My little brother was only 12 at the time. So he was still a kid. Of course, my mom, that was, you know, her first and only boyfriend, the love of her life. She was devastated as well. And it was hard to do, hard to deal with, you know. So I sure didn't plan on telling you all this tonight. There's some pictures in the Who Am I video that of my dad. I'm gonna turn this on. I want y'all to see this little picture. I don't know if you can make it out. It's very tiny, but it's me and my dad on a motorcycle. I cherish that little picture. Oh. Huh. Okay. All right. I'm done. I gotta stop. Whew. Oh, goodness. Whew. I do. I have a lot of good memories. He's missed a lot in my life, but he's always been with me. I know that. you, Iris. You're such a sweet lady. Oh, gosh. Oh, I need to stop crying. That's why I think I don't like to cry, because I can't stop sometimes. I have to just keep crying, keep crying. Oh, I want to stop. Thank you for letting me get it out. I don't know why it bothered me so bad today. Oh, let me see if I can pull up this video and you can see some of the pictures of me and my dad when I was little. Hey, Mrs. T. Oh, I don't know why it's taking so long. Oh, because the page is not responsive. As I cleaned out a bunch of stuff that I had saved in this computer, so I was hoping it would make it so that I could do stuff easier, be able to pull stuff up better. Just a second. Let's see if I can get it to go. Go. Getting too many doggone videos and stuff. I need to get a jump drive so I can transfer some of them on that, so I don't have to save them all on this thing. Oh, well, I went too fast. Just a minute. Maybe I searched it up here and can find it faster. Who am I? Oh. All right. Let's see. Play on YouTube. Let's see now. Oh, I don't want it. Oh, I guess I hit edit first instead of, well, come on. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm calming down, though. I'm not crying as bad, and I can see a little better now. But why does it keep doing that? Okay, let me just try playing it from here. No, 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 that's not going to do it. Okay, let's see. Go back. That'll be right in here. Okay. Okay. Thank you for y'all being so patient with me. I know I'm going to find it here in just a minute. Why it wouldn't let me play it like I wanted to play it. Oh, because I didn't let it go back far enough. I'm sorry. Duh. There it is. Gosh. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Now let's see if it's going to do it. Finally. The long awaited for video. I hope y'all are still there. Okay. So the one picture of me in the little red dress with my dad, I didn't even realize you can't even see my dad in the picture. Uh, but anyway, that other one was me and my dad. Our faces, we were at an amusement park in that picture. Thank you. That was one of the first videos I did. They've changed a little bit. I hope I've gotten better at making them. Let me stop sharing the screen. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, my granddaughter. She is the love of my life. I'm going to try to do it without crying. Y'all can see I'm still teary-eyed, but I'm okay. Yeah, I don't think it was my absolute number one first, but it was very near the beginning. Very near in the beginning. Thank you. Whew. Okay, let me share this now. This is what my dog did yesterday. Y'all have met Chloe. You saw her in the one picture there. But look what she did to me last night. Hold on. This is going to be on Chloe's channel that I'm showing you. Okay. I hope y'all can see. Yeah. Did you take my clean laundry out of the basket? Huh? Did you do this? Yes? What are you doing? That's clean laundry, baby. That's clean laundry. You don't take it. No. No. You're not supposed to get my clean laundry. Oh, silly girl. Chloe. Did you take my clean laundry out of the basket? So that's Chloe, and those are kind of the comical things that Chloe does on her channel. Now, that same laundry basket of clothes, Anais had gotten out a pair of my underwear, and she has a few scarves that I sometimes tie on her head, like a headscarf. So she likes hats too. She took a pair of my underwear and she put her head through one of the leg holes, and she was trying to make the rest of it go up on her head so that she could have a hat on. And I was sitting here at the computer doing some work, and I turned around, and that's what I saw was my white panties over her face. Oh, my Lord. It was hilarious. So that same basket of clothes, both Anais and the dog messed with. So needless to say, I had to rewash those clothes today. And I dried them, and I folded them, and I put them away. So that one little basket of clothes had a big day, a big couple of days. Oh, my goodness. But guess what? I went yesterday to the Y, and I hadn't been swimming since sometime in January, I think it was. Anyway, before I sold my car and was carless, and before I was sharing a car with my daughter and all that, before I got my car. So I hadn't been going, and the weather was cold, and they had the dome over the pool, but it was still a bit chilly. So anyway, so I go yesterday. They've taken the dome down. The water was pretty warm, and so I go in the pool, I swim a little bit, I get out, I go in the jacuzzi and do my jacuzzi thing, and I get done, I get dried off and changed. And I said, before I had quit going, when I was going regular, I had lost 15 pounds, and I had got my A1C down from 7.2 down to 5.8, I believe it was. And so, it was really helping me. I was losing weight, I was getting my sugar under control. I was gaining some muscle tone and stuff. So I said, oh, okay, here's the scale. Let me go ahead and get weighed, thinking for sure that I had gained that weight back and probably some more, Do you know that I've still lost the 15 pounds? I have not gained it back. So I was like, woo, woo. So I will be going tomorrow after I take my granddaughter home. And I won't get to go Friday because I have to take the dog back to the vet Friday afternoon. But I will get to go Saturday and Sunday. So I will be back in the swing of it. And hopefully I don't know what my A1C is. My sugars have been up and down ever since I had pneumonia. So it'll get better once I get back regular swimming. But I'm hoping I can go ahead and lose some more weight. And I know I'm building up strength in my legs. My right leg that I had my surgery on is definitely smaller. The entire leg is smaller than my left leg. And that's because I was in the bed for so long with that injury and everything. And so I have to really work on building that leg up. And, I'm trying to get them both back the same. I have a little better upper body strength because of picking that 20-pound baby up all the time, but I still can work on that. And when I first started going to the Y, they have a hydraulic lift chair that you sit on it. You sit on it and it swings you out into the water and drops down. You get off of it and then it goes back up. And then when you're ready to get out, they swing it back down. You sit down on it and then it hydraulically pulls you back up. So I had to use that to get in and out of the pool because I didn't think I had the strength to actually climb up and down the ladder. But after I had been going about 3 months, I said, let me try and see if I could climb up and down that ladder. And I did. And so when I went yesterday, I climbed up and down that ladder. So I still got that. But it's almost like, thinking about brownies, somebody shared with me a healthier version using coconut sugar and almond flour. So I have that recipe if you ever want to try them. But anyway, so it's like when I get to that last step, up from the last step of the ladder onto the edge of the side of the pool, it's like I have a mental block and I'm like, I'm going to fall. And I have to be like, you're not going to fall. And then I be able to get myself up there. I've never heard of coconut sugar either, but the person that gave me the recipe is Always Loyal that comes in my chat. And she said that it's actually better for you than regular sugar. So I'm not sure how it's made or where you get it from. But she has celiac disease where you have to be gluten-free. And she does a lot of research on stuff to make stuff with it not being inflammatory to your body. And I think diabetes, even though it's a hormonal issue, I think it still would benefit from eating like that too. So I'm going to be checking into some of the things that she uses and um, try some of the recipes and just see. I don't think I'm gluten intolerant or anything like that. But hey, anything that helps. I am getting the arthritis now, and I don't like having to take a lot of ibuprofen either. So, it'll be good to check into it and see. So I'm going to do that. But yeah, I am 60 years old now, and I do need to exercise, and I do need to eat right. Hello, Alicia. Um, I do need to eat right for my diabetes, and that prevents the serious complications coming on. The only complication I really have from my diabetes now is my weight and my lack of feeling in my feet, which that's bad enough. I trip myself up, I fall easily, I lose my balance, things like that. So that's bad enough. But as far as like my eyes, my heart, my kidneys, all of that's still okay. 2 years ago, I had a complete health workup. They thought I was having heart failure because I was having a lot of swelling and a lot of pressure in my chest, trouble breathing, coughing, choking. I was sick, but it was allergies actually causing almost all of those symptoms were caused by the allergies and the drainage and all of that. So they put me on 3 different kinds of allergy medication, and I've only had the pneumonia. I hadn't even had a cold, and then I get pneumonia. But other than that, I've been pretty healthy. So that's good. I had a stomach bug like last week, I think it was. That wasn't too pleasant. But other than that, I've got a lot to be thankful for. I really do. And that's what makes me upset with myself when I get upset, because I do have a lot to live for. I've got a lot of love in my life and a lot of positive things going on. It's just that, that grief sometimes gets you. And I've been trying to help other people with their grief, and I guess I forgot sometimes I need to help myself with my own grief. So my grandmother, I only had one grandmother growing up, my mom's mom, and she died when I was 8. And then when I was 14, my best friend, since I was 2, our families became friends. We were both in the hospital with pneumonia when we were 2 years old, and they became friends, and so all of us kids became friends. And when we were 14, he was involved in a gun accident and was accidentally killed. And so that was when I was 14. And we had started, because we knew each other our whole lives basically, and we were not boyfriend and girlfriend, but we were headed that way. And his mom told me after he passed that he had told her that he was going to marry me. So that to me was always my first love. So he passed away. Then when I was 18, my dad passed away. So I had some pretty rough years there. With the 2 of them dying on me. And then my first actual boyfriend was somebody who abused drugs and alcohol. And I was so messed up in the head because of the low self-esteem I had because of things my mom did and said, that I just wanted anybody, And so he saw me coming, as they say, and took full advantage of my kindness. And stayed with him for 3 years and allowed myself to be physically, mentally, emotionally, sexually, every kind of abuse you can imagine. Um, then I got out of that situation. 2 weeks later, I met my husband. Of course, I thought he was a knight in shining armor because he was so different than this other guy. And hey, Linda Marie. So I got with my husband. We moved from Indiana to Georgia. We got married 6 months to the day we met. The day after we got married, we moved to Georgia. I didn't have any friends or family or anybody but him down here in Georgia. It's a very lonely existence. He didn't want me to work. He wanted me to stay home. I wanted to have babies, so I thought that was great. We suffered 10 years of infertility before we had my daughter. I eventually did go to work because I was bored out of my mind and I needed some people to talk to. And that was, of course, before the internet and YouTube and all of that was so easily accessible. And then I lived happily ever after for 29 years until my husband wasn't happy any longer and he left. And I've spent the last almost 8 years, matter of fact, end of March will be 8 years since he left, trying to figure out who the heck I am and what it is I want out of my life and learning how to love myself. So that's what I'm all about. And that's what this channel is about. I want people to learn from my mistakes and find comfort in the fact of knowing that I've survived and they can too. Alicia, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry about your mom, and I'm sorry that your grandparents are gone too. Yeah. Well, if your mom passed away at 12, then your grandparents definitely stepped into that role. But when you have an abusive parent, it changes you as a person. It does. And having loss in your life changes you as a person too. And then the good things that happen to you change you as well. Oh, your mom is still alive. Okay. My mom is still alive as well. She's 90 years old. She's in a nursing home. She doesn't want to see me. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to even talk about that, really. My mom is a sad, sad subject for me, even worse than my dad. So we'll leave it at that. But I can understand what you're saying. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have that going on. I want to thank y'all for staying in here, even though I broke down and cried and all of that. I'm glad that y'all stuck it out with me and gave me all the love and support. That's right. We all need somebody to care about us, and we all need to be heard. Thank you, Checking Convictions and Love to Love God. Yeah, and y'all are letting me know that you care about me as a person as well as caring about my channel. I'm glad you all were here too. Don't get started again, Echo. You're my tube family. Yep, you are all are my brothers and sisters in Christ. Alicia, I have two tonight. I tell you, I went through a whole box of tissue today. My tissue is empty. Hey, Trouble. Oh, gosh. It's so bad when my eyes tear up. I can't see through my glasses. Oh, I'm going to have a headache. But, you know, sometimes that release of crying does give you a headache. Ooh. Oh, Alicia. I hope you don't mind. I put your dogs in the Who Belongs to Who game for Friday night. I'm going to, anybody else that wants to have pictures of theirs, I think I have PJ's cat in there. And anybody else that sends me a picture of their pet, I'm going to do a video, and we're going to see if anybody can figure out whose pet belongs to which sub or which person. I'm not going to put anybody's names, and I'm just giving each pet a number, and we'll show the video, and then we'll see who guesses correctly or if anybody can guess. I know a lot of us have shown our dogs, so, you know, they may be more easier to pick out. Yes, love to love God. Please send me yours. Anybody who wants to do it. I want to have as many as we can so that, you know, it's fun to figure out whose is whose. I think I have 6 or 7, including Chloe. So really only like 5 or 6. Hey, Crystal G, how are you? I don't know if it's easier for y'all to email it or to just text it to me. My email's in my About section, but I'll put the phone number in here. And you can just text it if you want. Might be easier for some people to do it that way. It doesn't matter. I can get it off my phone or off my email and get it into Canva and do the put it into the video. Crystal, are you okay? Do you have any aftermath on all this sub buying nonsense? You know, somebody told me about, hold on one second. Okay, checking convictions. Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you. And I do still want to have you on as a guest on a Friday night show. Let me know when you're available. And that goes for anybody else that would like to be a special guest. I would love to get to know you better. And anybody who has any talent or crafts that they would like to show on a Saturday night show, those can be emailed to me as well, and I'll make a little video and we'll show it at the show. Um, yeah, Crystal, the only reason I say that is I don't even know whose it was on. I was listening to it, and um, comment had been made something about that you told somebody not to tell somebody, or so. I don't even know the details of it, and I don't care. Um, anyway, I'm sorry if you get hurt in that, and then also because you did help Susan out with her channel, so I figured you'd get some aftermath. Yeah, we're all here for you, Crystal. Don't ever feel like you don't have friends, because you do. You have a lot of friends here. But anyway, somebody was telling me about a channel, and they said they didn't say about buying subs or anything like that. They just said, "Oh, you need to look up this person's channel, and they'll help you grow your channel, and they'll help you get your name out there and things like that." And I was like, "Ooh, red flag, red flag." Sounds to me like that might be buying subs, and I don't want no part of that. I'm up to 210 right now, and um, I'm steadily growing, and I'm going to different channels, and I'm getting to know people, and I'm bringing in people from different channels to make a new group of people who like to hang out. And I think it's going to be fun, and it's going to work out real well. Okay, Alicia, if Crystal contacts me, it's okay to give it to her. Okay. I would never give out anybody's information unless you tell me it's okay. Okay. Yeah. And y'all, my email's in my about section, and I just put my phone, and that's my real phone number. I don't have a Google number or anything like that. So, um, like I said, I don't have anything to hide. So, and if you want to call me and talk on the phone, text me first, because I do screen my calls for the old telemarketers and, your extended car warranty people and all of that. So I only pick up for people I know. Gosh, I already feel better. I really do. Yes, and anybody who sends me any pictures of anything, um, I always will ask you if you want it shared or not before I share it. I would never share anything, any personal photos or any personal information of anybody. And most of the time, if it's something I don't really need, after I'm done with whatever I was doing, then I just delete it anyway. So I don't even keep stuff. I don't need it really, so I don't keep it. But you don't have to worry about that with me. I've seen so many people get doxed on here on different, things, and yeah, that's not who I am as a person. Yeah, Crystal, and you're always welcome, more than welcome to come hang out with us. And I was saying earlier, I'm doing a thing on Friday night, this Friday night, a little game about everybody's pets, to see if we can figure out whose pet belongs to which person. And I know you have 2 cats, and if you would like to have them in the game, just email me pictures of them, and I'll be glad to add them to it. I put it on my computer, my community post. I said computer post, but my community post, to let everybody know. And I have gotten a few people that have already sent in there. So I want to go ahead and get that, so we can do that Friday night. I don't have a special guest lined up yet, but it's early in the week. I might still get somebody. And then, but I do have a couple games we can do. So on Friday nights, if we don't have a special guest, we'll do game night type things. And if we, on Saturday night, we'll do the crafts, the talent and the crafts. And if we don't have anybody that wants to do that, then we can always, have open panel and we'll find something to do. But I can commit to coming live on Friday and Saturday. The rest of the week, it's kind of hard because I don't know when I'll have my granddaughter, when I don't have my granddaughter. So, I just mentioned to Norma, we were over there in KK's playing bingo, and I sent Norma a message. I don't think she's replied. Let me look. No, not yet. So I won't say what I was going to say because that's something that if we decide to do it, I'll announce it then. But it would be something on Sunday, on Sundays, I think. Well, I got a whole bunch of things here. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Hoo, 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 hoo. Okay. So anyway, some more people came. Hi. Now we're up to 22 people. Hi, hi, hi. The link is pinned at the top if anybody would like to come up and talk. I know I missed a couple messages there. Let me check back on the chat here. You guys are really great chatters. Hello, Heidi. You're right. Our experiences do make us who we are. And y'all hit the like button too for me, please. Love to love God. You're so right about that too. And I mean, I wouldn't go back and change anything that's happened in my life. I really wouldn't, because I have grown and changed as a person because of the different situations that I've been through. But it's just hard sometimes, I don't know what is going on with my phone. I was trying to pull up the chat on my phone and it's just going, I'm going to have to go out and come back in on that. My daughter's friend came over, one of the teachers she taught with for 3 years, and they've remained friends, which I tell my daughter that all the time, that, you have to make friends outside of your job, because if you lose your job, then those friends are gone. So anyway, she came over tonight and she brought the baby the cutest pajamas. She got her 2 pairs of pajamas. 2 pairs of pajamas, about 4 little dresses, a couple little toys. The baby had the best time. And for no reason, just because she wanted to. She wanted to come and visit, and brought my daughter and I some dinner, and brought the baby some stuff. It was really nice. Everybody say hi to Heidi. Heidi, you're like a YouTube celebrity. Glad to have you stop by, Heidi. You're always welcome. Everybody's always welcome. But y'all did. Y'all made me feel a lot better. And I'm so glad I decided to come on. I could have just sat here and cried by myself, but I didn't really want to cry, I guess. Ugh. I'm taking a break, Savannah. Okay. Yeah. Did you hear about that? I met somebody in another chat that has a channel, and it's called Yeah Best Life. So it's kind of got both of our names in the title. I thought that was so funny. She's a really nice lady, though. Thank you, always loyal. Enjoy that burger for me. I know you are, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess that's what they call her, Yaya, which I don't know. She just turned 65, so it might, that might be her grandma name. Have you, Linda? I'm so sorry. Yeah, always loyal is a really nice lady. I'm gonna drop her channel. I know she's got to run, but I'm gonna drop her channel, and y'all go sub up to her if you can. She's just getting started. Trouble, I'll put it in the chat in just a second. It's in my about section, but it's just as easy for me to type it in this chat. So hold on one second, I'll get it. You're right. It is bad when it's the anniversary, their birthday, their anniversary of when you lost them or anything like that. Always makes it worse. Oh, well, I guess I didn't even notice, Heidi, that you were naked. That's why they were saying you were naked. Okay. I'm sorry. There you go. Now you're blue. It wasn't intentional, Heidi. I'm having a rough night. Okay, what was I doing? I dropped loyals, always loyals, link. I put your email in there for you. Heidi, I'm having on Friday night, I'm doing a little game with Who Belongs to Who, doing our pets, pictures of our pets in a little video, and then everybody will try to guess whose pet is whose. And you can email me a picture of Gizmo if you like, although I think most people know who he is, but um, it'll be fun. Everybody pretty well knows my dog too, but it'll still be fun. So if you want to be a part of that, just email me a picture. Um, oh, you're welcome always. Thank you for subbing, PJ Wish. She's very sweet and she's a very godly woman. Her channel is going to be all about fighting this inflammation. Heidi, you would like it too. She had really bad inflammation and found out it was celiac disease, and she has had to change her entire diet around to be totally gluten-free. So she does a lot of recipes and a lot of cooking videos, and she takes care of her disabled daughter, and her daughter does drawings and paints. And matter of fact, I'm featuring her daughter on Saturday night show. She's already started a channel for her daughter's artwork, so that'll be another one we can sub to as well. Oh, and also, Always Loyal, can you drop the Eugene's link? Actually, I subbed, so I can probably find it. There's a young man. He's 18, and he's got a channel. I'm not sure what he talks about on there, but anyway, Miss Loyal was trying to support him and get the word out about his channel. So I'm going to be dropping that link too, but it's Eugene. Not sure why you're sad, but I'm always here to listen. Much love, much love. I was sad, Heidi, because of my dad's just grieving a little bit today. Sometimes it comes out of the blue. I gotta stop. I've cried enough. I've been trying to help other people with their grief and kind of stumbled with my own. Well, Yaya, she sent me a recipe of brownies made with coconut sugar and almond flour that she's able to have. So it's not all just, yucky stuff. She makes food healthy as well as good. Thank you, Crystal. So yeah, okay, this is Eugene's channel. Always Loyal. I don't know exactly what he does. He's just a very sweet boy who is challenged. Okay. And he loves getting comments on his videos. So if y'all do sub up to him, please leave comments on his videos for him. It's okay, Heidi. I hadn't let it out for a while. But my wonderful friends over here, they let me let it out and listen to me boo-hoo and listen to me reminisce about my dad. I think Corn Dog must have went live because everybody's dropping out, which is fine. Corn Dog's funny. Some of the people in there, I think, are not my cup of tea. Oh, in the Dominican Republic, when you were on vacation, everything was sweetened with coconut. Okay, we'll take a break, and then maybe later you'll want to have some. Yeah. Well, see, I suffer with a little depression because of my diabetes. And then, it's a very fine line of not kind of letting it get me because of, my dad and stuff. Okay, this is her daughter's channel. And she just dropped the link. Thank you, Always Loyal, for dropping it. I was going to try to find it, but I can't hardly see because I keep tearing up. But her daughter is also challenged, and she loves to get comments and things like that too. So um, yeah, PJ, I'm going to have PJ Wish artwork on Saturday night. I'm working on getting that together, and I'm also going to have always loyal Tay's artwork on as well. I appreciate y'all so much for letting me have the artwork to make the videos to show on the program. It's been a lot of fun. I really have enjoyed it, and y'all really are talented, super talented. I knew there were a lot of talented people out there. That's what gave me the idea to do the talent craft showcase, because I knew there was a lot of talent out there. I know it's okay to cry, yeah. I just like to be positive and uplifting for other people, and it's bad when I'm the one that needs somebody to uplift me. So, and I may private this live after I'm done, because I don't know. I might. I don't know. I'll think about it. It's kind of a private thing, but yeah, Heidi has a channel. Oh yes, Heidi, send me pictures of those. And I was just gonna say something, and it's like went over top of my head. Yes, we do. We all need to be lifted up, and just for people to know that they have a place to go where they can be heard. And sometimes that's all it takes, to have somebody you can tell your story to. That's what I try to tell people in my support group, that, sometimes your friends and family, which are the people who should be there for you, they've heard it so many times and they don't care anymore. And they feel like you should just get on and get over it. And, you can't do that. You're always going to have that loss. It's just you have to learn how to live with it. Oh, I'm human, all right, Heidi. I'm a flawed human being. And I make mistakes. And, God's not done with me yet. Hey, Kristen. Yes, ma'am. I know you did that, PJ Wish, and that's wonderful. I remember when people started doing all that painting rocks, but I'm not crafty like that. Mine wouldn't turn out nice. Heidi, I have a feeling our moms might be a lot alike. I don't know, but I agree with you, Linda, and I do think that's true. the greater you love, the harder the grief is. But that love that I got from my dad, I've given it to my daughter and I've given it to my granddaughter. So it's made me, I know how to love because of my dad. I missed something. I'm sorry. Yes, you do, Alicia. That Mary and baby Jesus is beautiful. Oh, embroidery. I have all the stuff to do embroidery. I just can't see well enough to do it right. That's so good, Linda. I know it makes you miss her even worse. That's like I was talking about the lady I was talking to last night. She has planned out the memorial service. They're having her mom cremated. They're going to sprinkle some of the ashes. They're burying some of the ashes. She's got a necklace that she can put the ashes in. She got already ordered the headstone. She's already got the music picked out for the memorial service. I mean, she's just, because she's known her mom was declining. And so, as she had time to keep herself occupied, she's, been getting all the stuff planned and everything. But I think with my dad, even though he was sick for 3 months, it still was sudden when he did pass. And so he was cremated and he was buried. But I wish now that I had saved some of the ashes or something, But my daughter's already going to have me cremated, and she's going to have jewelry made out of me for her and my granddaughter. So that's good. I'll always be with them, which I'll come back and visit them if it's at all possible. I will. I didn't say that haunt. I'm not going to haunt my daughter and granddaughter, but I will come back and see them. Yeah. But I think that's why it hurts so bad when you do love somebody so much, and then if they get mad at you or you have an argument or something like that, it just hurts so bad because you're like, why don't they love me like I love them? Because you think, I've taught them how to love, they should be able to love the same, but sometimes they don't. Yeah, well, I'm glad you did take pictures of them, PJ, or you wouldn't have been able to share them with me. Thank you, always loyal. Remember I told you earlier I was being really emotional. I didn't really know why. I know why now. It was just, I just needed to let it out. Linda Marie, that's lovely that you had. Well, I'm sorry that it only had 3 weeks instead of 8 months, but I'm glad that that
Hi,
you were able.
sweetheart. I'm coming up here to make you laugh.
You're gonna make me laugh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told my sons when I die to cremate me and make me into 2 diamonds so they can give them to their future wives.
Oh my gosh, that would be lovely though.
Okay, but can you imagine telling your fiance this was my mother?
Yeah, this is my dead mother. Please wear this on your hand as a sign of your love for me.
It's like, can you imagine? Hey, will you marry me? This is my mother.
Yeah. You don't mind having my mom live with us, do you? She'll be right here in this diamond at all times.
They're like, Mom, you're gross.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I don't know what kind of jewelry my daughter's going to have me made into, but she's going to have me made into something.
No, I am seriously. I'm gonna be made into diamond, but they can't use it as a engagement ring.
Yeah.
That's just scary.
Yeah. I don't know but she said that way because she's seen how it's bothered me that I can't go visit his grave because it's all the way in Indiana. Like I would, if he was buried here, I could go visit it more often. So I told her, I don't want you to have to, what if you move away and you've buried me here, So I'm good with cremation. And that way I'll always, she'll always know where I'm at. So
yeah. Yeah, when my sister-in-law passed away 6-7 years ago, she was 42. And my husband got like dog tags with her ashes in them, like a thumbprint on them or something like that. I don't remember. They're in, and I really wanted some of her ashes, like in a necklace, like you were talking about. And I didn't tell him in time, so because she was more of a sister to me than my sister.
Oh wow. Yeah, then it would have meant something to you. I have a friend who actually has her dead ex-husband and then her dead current husband. She has both their ashes, and she used to carry them around in her car.
Well, for the love of God.
Because she was going to go somewhere, I don't remember where, but to spread the ashes. And until then, she didn't know where to put them. And when she told people that she had them in her house, they were kind of creeped out by it. So she put them in the trunk of her car. I don't know where they are now, but when she told me that they were in the trunk of the car, I was like, really? You're driving around with your two dead husbands in the car? But yeah, I don't want to be drove around though.
I'll be right back. My husband's talking to me.
Okay, honey. When my stepbrother, we send him off in a little bottle every year in a little wooden boat and light it on fire. He wanted to go away like the Vikings. Oh, that's a good way to have a memory of doing the ashes. Oh, wow. Well, Linda, I'm 60 years old, and I wish I had a relationship with my mom so I could, go cry with her. We're talking about death. Unfortunately, I had a little meltdown missing my dad. And so I came on, and they kind of have helped me deal with it. Hey, Manda.
Okay, I'm back.
Everybody wish Manda a belated birthday. I like how she didn't tell anybody.
I wished her a happy birthday.
Well, I did too, but I mean, I didn't even know until I saw everybody else was saying happy birthday. Then I was like, oh, nobody told me.
We are going through the fridge to see what we need for tacos tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully, I'll be able to eat them. My lip is really
Oh,
bad.
wow. Wow, PJ Wish. Wow. Well, and this is going to sound kind of strange, but my ex's wife has an ex husband, and the four of us have already kind of made an agreement that any one of the four of us needs to be taken care of. The other three of us will do it. So, yeah, we're going to take care of our exes in our elder years.
My ex's wife can take care of him.
Well, my ex doesn't have, his parents are both gone, and most of his, close family. And her ex, his mother just passed away, and he was an only child, and his father had already passed away. So he doesn't even have like an aunt or an uncle so he doesn't really have anybody. So she feels like that'll be her, role. And which I would take care of her if something happened to my ex and then she needed somebody to help her. I would help her.
Oh, I'd help her. Yeah. I mean, he is my children's father, and
Right.
we are still good friends. So, but his parents are still alive, and he's got lots of siblings, and so he's got my kids. If it was up, just came down to my kids, I'd be there in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Well, and I only have the one child, and so that's her only father. So, and this is her stepmother now. So,
yeah.
It's just when you come from when you have a small family like that, it ends up that there may be nobody there to take care of you in the end, Yeah. So,
I've always said because I know my ex's father's not doing real well, something happens to either one of his parents, I'd be at their funeral in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Well, and I just feel like we're all family now, even though we're not, related, but by marriage and everything, we are related. So, I mean, we would look out for each other is basically what I'm saying, that we would make sure that we were, all taken care of. And my ex's wife she's a saint. I'm telling you. She even told me, because I made the comment one time that I would go in a nursing home before I was a burden to my daughter. And she said, I wouldn't let you go in a nursing home. You'll come and live here with us. And I'm thinking, oh, I don't know what my ex would think about that, but okay, sure, But yeah, so. Yeah, I didn't see that you said that, but I know it's going to definitely be difficult for you. And it's coming up fast, too.
Yeah.
Death is not easy, and
nope.
And it's like you think you've dealt with it. I mean, my dad died 42 years ago. Why is it hitting me today of all days? I don't know. It just
because sometimes it does, and I mean, there's no answer for that. There might be just something, that triggered it, or who knows. I mean, I have, fortunately, all my parents are still alive. My grandparents are gone, and I've lost a lot of friends. And there's some days I just start crying, and I'm thinking of them, and I'll just start crying. Like, why?
Yeah.
Like my friend Lori's husband, who passed away, he was 40 years old, dropped dead of a heart attack. He was one of our best friends, and it was like, I still get, choked on that. And the fact that my one friend who passed away from breast cancer, And then 5 years later, her husband dies of Lou Gehrig's disease and leaves behind 2 children.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I mean, I've been through a lot with friends and, passing people.
Yeah.
I don't talk about it a lot because I just don't.
Yeah. My dad died at the age of 51 when she was 25. I knew that about you. I had the same disease as him. I think about that all the time. It attacked his lungs. Well, see, Karen, you've already lived 3 years longer than he did, so maybe it won't be that soon for yours. I don't know. I don't know anything about that disease, but yeah, especially when you have a family history of something like that. We didn't have a family history, but there was like I don't know how to say it, like a hoax or not a hoax, but a curse on my dad's side of the family. Nobody lived past the age of 50. And they died of all kinds of things: heart attacks, train wreck, car wreck, murder. I mean, like all different things, not necessarily health issues. Okay. So all of us kids growing up, we were like, I'm going to beat that curse. I'm going to live past 50. Well, you know what? My dad died when he was 50. He died he turned 50 in May. He died in June.
Jeez.
So my brother is 6 years younger than me, and my sister's 2 years older. So when my sister turned 50, we were all like, let's pray she makes it to 51. And she did. And then a couple years later, I made it to 50, and it's like, let's see, how old is my brother now? If I'm 60 and he's 12 years younger, he's 48, 58, 60. Yeah. So, no, he's 6 years younger, not 12 years. He was 12 when my dad died, 6 years younger. So he's 54, but so he's made it. So all of us have lived past 50. So I hope that curse is broken now. I have lupus too. My aunt had lupus and my aunt died of lupus. She died at 60. Well, Karen, you did not hit the genetic lottery, did you? Yeah, I don't know. Genetically, I don't know that there's anything wrong with me genetically. Oh. What are you doing, Heidi?
I grabbed the popsicle out of the refrigerator.
Oh, because you know what it sounded like? I thought you were like unwrapping the cellophane on a piece of cheese.
No, actually,
it was cellophane.
I had it hang because I was coming back into my room, and I had shut the door because I had chocolate in here, and I don't want the dog to get at it.
I'm like, she's got some kind of cellophane. What is that?
It is. It's the wrapper from the pop.
Okay, see, I can hear pretty good. I knew it was some kind of cellophane, but I thought it sounded like the cheese. I have to. My granddaughter eats cheese like that, so I have to like peel it for her. Oh, you are so right about that. Love to love God. Well, that's good. That's good that you feel like you're in control of it. And I will say this, when your dad and your aunt had those diseases, medical technology had not caught up to where it is now and where it's going. So hopefully that will prolong your life as well, because they'll know more about it. Just like when I had the polycystic ovarian disease when I was a young teenager, they didn't know anything about it back then. Now it's like one of the most common fertility issues women face. And it's almost like, they know, everybody knows the symptoms, and you can pretty well look at a person and say, oh, look, this and this, that means they've got, this disease. So medical technology is coming a long way.
I hate to tell you, no.
For RA and lupus, it's not come a long way.
For any autoimmune disease, no. Basically, the only really couple of drugs that came out was, since my father's death, Humira. The rest have been on. No. Mm-mm. Unfortunately not. I'm on the oldest drug there is, and it's the malaria drug.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately not. The only things that with the drugs that they do is slow the process down from attacking the organs.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can live a whole life with the autoimmune diseases, but it just depends on your body. If it does attack the organs, it's usually the heart and lungs first. That's what it usually does. But, it just depends on how your body responds to it, not necessarily the drugs. It just depends on where it attacks first and stuff like that. I have one of the most complicated, and I'm not the only one. It's called connective tissue disease, and it's 7 different autoimmune diseases in one. So it's hard to control. So that's what makes it what they call complicated.
Yeah.
There's people out there like me, But like I said, I don't let the disease control me. I control the disease. And as long as I keep that in my mindset.
Right.
And,
yeah.
But yeah, I when I first was diagnosed, I was the same as my father. I had a stroke at the same age as my father had a heart attack. So I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die at 51 like he did,
Right. I mean, that would
be
the logical thing you would think.
I think that would be only normal.
Yeah.
And I just was like, I got it through my head. It was always in the back of my head, but I didn't show it. And then I realized, when it's my time, it's my time.
Right.
But it is what it is, and I just got to keep in my head that I can't let the disease control me. And I got to think positive.
Right.
If that makes
Definitely.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Because there's a mind-body connection.
Yes.
That a lot of people don't realize. And even like with my diabetes, that's why they have me on an antidepressant, because just the fact that I have a chronic disease means I can suffer from depression.
Yes, they put me on that immediately, and I didn't understand why. And they said,
because I'm like, I'm not depressed. I don't, but like the doctor said, he didn't.
It automatically goes hand in hand.
Depressed.
Yes. Yeah. When you have any type of
right.
Of
and it's easier to treat it before you get
it, because when it hits you, because I went into a depression years and years ago. But when I was diagnosed with it, they automatically, and I'm like, why do they do that? And he said, because it actually goes hand in hand. And once it hits you, you don't want to go into that downward spiral and in a deep, dark.
No, and not only that, but the emotional side of the illness.
Yeah, because
it makes your physical illness worse.
Yeah,
because so it's like they're trying to prevent you from
that downward spiral.
Yeah. Because it does go hand in hand. Yeah.
Probably Heidi can tell you, you're not the same person. You can't do the things you used to do. In your head, you say you can.
Yeah.
But your body can't.
Well, see, I was in denial for years.
Well, years you go through that denial stage.
Oh,
high level-headed.
Yeah. You want to do them things like you think you can get up and, and say, I'm going to paint that room. And
Right.
You go to do it and you're like, yeah, I can do it. You can't do the things you used to do.
No.
And you
stole
want to
my
do
life.
it.
I
And
say it stole my life. My
Yeah,
yes,
quality of
that's what
life.
it does.
My
Exactly.
quality of life.
exactly.
Your quality of life is stolen.
Right.
And there's certain things, and still do a lot of the things I'm not supposed to. You pay the price for it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you pay the price for it.
exactly.
I've learned. I remember the doctor, and I thought he was very harsh to me. Um, his exact words were, "I'm going to tell you something. You're not going to want to hear it." And I said, "What?" He says, "I'm better off telling you now." He says to me, "You, when people ask you how you feel, don't tell them. Your family doesn't want to hear about it. Your friends don't want to hear about it." And I was looking at him, I started to cry. He says, "I'm only telling you this to save you. There are groups that I can give you a pamphlet of where you can go. There's groups on Facebook that you can go to because your family's never going to understand. Um, to save yourself, don't complain to them because some will understand, but after a while, they don't want to hear it. Because, and he like looked like he pointed at his face. He goes, "You look fine, but they're never going to understand unless they walk in your shoes." So there are groups. He said some families will understand, but after a while, they hear you, they'll hug you, but they really don't want to hear it. And I just looked at him like, wow, this is a whole cloth. And he was 100% right when he said that. He says, and when people say, "How are you?" He says, they don't really want to know how are you or how you really feel. And in 98% of the time, he's right. He's really right.
Oh yeah.
He's right, but I think if it was
Hey
me,
Trey.
I would have throat punched him right there.
No, no,
Well,
no. He was being, I mean, he wasn't nasty. He was just
No, I know,
explaining
but
the
right,
reality.
right.
Yeah.
But
Adrian,
still,
It
you know,
wasn't on the,
you're
it
like,
wasn't on the first visit.
yeah,
We were talking and he was just explaining the reality of it. And he just wanted me to understand before I went down that downward spiral of going, why doesn't family? How do you
right,
explain it to them? And
right.
he was very, and he is a phenomenal doctor, and he just wanted me to understand how people don't understand, you know.
Well, and even my ex, he
Mhm.
said I needed to quit telling the doctor things when I went to the doctor because every time I went, they found something else wrong and gave me more medication, you know. And
Mhm.
he's like, that doctor is a drug pusher. All he's trying to do is get you hooked on all this medicine, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And
Mhm.
then now he's like, I'm
Mhm.
sorry I acted like that because, you know, I was struggling dealing with it. And then
Mhm.
I didn't even have his support,
Mhm.
you know. Now he knows, oh, there
Mhm.
really was something wrong with you, you know.
Yeah.
But it's just, and people don't mean to be like that. I mean,
No,
but it's just human
no, they don't
nature.
understand.
They're like, you look fine,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. I
Don't
mean,
eat,
like you're dealing
don't
with
eat that piece of cake. You'll be fine. You know, that has nothing to do with it.
it. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
grateful for him when I was so sick in and out of the hospital. It was ridiculous. I mean, I was in the hospital more than I was home. And then when uh, he wanted me up and around and I was in pain, I'm like, you don't understand. You don't understand. Ba, 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 ba. And then when I went to after the stroke and I went to Allied Rehab and I came out and I had to go to his office and he's very stern, but he's loving and caring. And we had a relationship, like, he was my doctor, but he also was like a counselor, I would say. And he said to me, he looked straight in my face and he said, "Karen, you go home and you lay in that bed." He said, "Everything you worked for 5 weeks." He said, "You're going to be back where you were." He says, "Your body's going to deteriorate and you're going to be in a wheelchair."
Mm.
He says, "So I'm telling you now, I don't care how much pain you're in. I don't want you in bed every day. I don't care what it takes. Get out." Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful I listened to him because he said, "You're just defeating the purpose." And I've listened to him. And I've seen people do the opposite. and because you'll wind up bedridden years later.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. I didn't like
Well,
it. You said it to
but
me.
but
And
it's
like
like they say, if you don't use it,
use it. Yeah, you're
lose
gonna
it.
lose it. You're gonna
You
lose
know,
it.
but like when the doctor told me, if I didn't go to physical therapy, I was going to be in trouble because I was losing my muscle mass,
Oh
and
yeah, you do.
I just I had no strength,
Mhm.
and I was like, I don't want to go to physical therapy. But when I found out I could go swim in the pool and have fun
Mhm.
and like it, now I'm like, hey, and she's like, you're actually doing way more than I wanted you to do at physical therapy.
Oh God, did they
You
push
know?
me? Oh, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for
Yeah, no.
5 weeks. And I'm still very weak. And I notice if I sit around for a couple of days, I get weak. And I remember calling him up the first week and saying, "Get me the hell out of here. I can't stand this place. It's a nursing home, blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "You want out? You can go out." He goes, "But you're going to be sorry." And
Hi, Dino.
I'm glad I stayed
Dino.
because I
Yeah,
could barely, I was literally sliding my feet to walk with a walker. And then I had to sit in a wheelchair. And I thought to myself, oh my God, I'm 47 years old. This is what I want to do.
no,
Nope.
no.
Going on 48. And I was like, this is not a good thing.
But even when they told me that I could
Mhm.
not go back to work and that I needed
That
to
was
file
the
for,
hardest for me.
when I needed to file for disability, I was not able to go back to work. Mentally, I could go back to work.
Yeah.
Physically, I could not, but I couldn't understand that.
That was the hardest for me.
Right. I had to because it was almost as if you're taking part of my identity away from me.
Mhm.
If you say I can no longer go and do that job, if I
Mhm.
don't have that job, then who am I?
Yeah.
It was just, it's such a mental thing.
Oh, and then they wanted to take the car away from me. I was just like, oh, you can, yeah, everything. Because especially
Yeah.
I loved my job. I loved my job. It was like all of a sudden you're taking everything from me.
And
Yeah.
I was like, no, 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 I'm going back to, and my daughter kept telling me, Mama, you can't, you
Mhm.
cannot do it,
Mhm.
And then when I got over my injury and I got to where I was as good as I was going to get,
Mhm.
and I was falling down and I
Mhm.
was hurting myself over and over, and then I had to admit, you know what, you can't go, you can't work.
I'm
There's
supposed
no
to.
way,
Yeah, I'm supposed to walk with a cane, and I refuse to.
Well, me too. I have my cane right by my front door, and every
I
time I've
refuse to.
fallen, they've said, "Did you have your
Mhm.
cane?"
Yeah.
No, of course not.
No. Mhm.
But I can't even, especially, and it's funny that it's my back, it's my feet and my legs that are really the problem. But because of that, then I have a bad back as well, which it's like the back that hurts me. My
Mhm.
feet and my legs, they don't hurt as badly when I'm up doing things, but my back will give out on me.
Yeah, I broke my
But
back twice. Yeah.
I can't even finish cleaning up my kitchen or cooking a meal without taking a break.
Mhm.
And this desk chair that I sit in, I wheel it all the way around my house. My apartment is a handicap accessible apartment.
Mhm.
So if I have to be in a wheelchair, I can still get around.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna jump down and listen because I'm gonna paint.
okay,
Well,
All right.
Heidi, why don't you share your story? Because Heidi's gone through a lot too.
don't
Yeah,
forget to send
I've
me the
already shared my
pictures.
story, and it's been used against me on
Oh,
here.
but
So
Heidi, no, you shouldn't, because you've gone through a lot. Like, they didn't know what was wrong with Heidi for the longest time. And I
Right.
kept telling Heidi, please go for this blood test. Please go. I think she's going soon. But,
yeah,
and I kept saying to
June or
Heidi,
July.
Heidi, I think you have a thyroid issue. And when she had her channel, she's helped a lot of people. And, which they did find out she has a thyroid, but I think she has a secondary issue. But she's
Oh,
going yeah.
I'm pretty
And
sure I know what it is myself, but I'm not going to
Yeah.
self-diagnose myself.
Exactly. And finally, I think what is it? Your sister or sister-in-law is getting you into one of them doctors
Yeah, an RA doctor.
Yeah, an RA doctor. And I told Heidi to have this one blood test, because the way it was explained to me, that the blood test that they do normally now, right? It's almost like amoxicillin type thing. I know it's apples to oranges. Your body gets immune to it, so it doesn't read it correctly. So there's this one blood test that I was telling Heidi about for the longest time. I said it's almost like a DNA; it shows everything. And finally, Heidi got a rheumatologist, and they'll do this blood work for her. And
Because
she'll finally-
around here, none of the rheumatologists will take anybody
yeah,
that has fibromyalgia. They don't deal with people with fibromyalgia.
yeah.
My sister has
Okay.
RA
I
and
mean-
lupus.
And fibromyalgia comes from, because I have that too. Fibromyalgia comes from an autoimmune disease that you have.
Right. My
Okay.
sister has RA and lupus also.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so I don't believe I have either one of those. They have tested me for them.
Yeah, but the lupus, mine was kept coming back negative too, Heidi, and I kept telling you that. For 6 years, they kept misdiagnosing me. So they did this advice test, it's called. And there's only one place out in California that does this test. It's like a $1,500 test. All insurance companies, most of them pick it up. If it's not picked up, they make you pay $49. Anyhow, and it breaks it down and it tells you exactly what diseases that you have, even if it didn't come out yet. And it picks it up, and it did show I had all the signs of lupus, everything, but it kept coming back, the ANA test, negative. Well, it came back positive. And all the doctors kept saying, I know you have it, but why is it coming back negative? And I had told Heidi about it, so finally she's going to go, because she definitely has something else.
Yeah.
You know? So finally, thank God. When do you have that?
Not till June or July. I'm
Yeah,
on the
you-
wait list too.
Yeah. So
Hey, Chaos Queen.
finally, hopefully, she'll find out what else it is that she has
Right.
or has. She can have many different. I mean, who knows? She can have connective tissue disease.
Mhm.
Which
pretty
I
much-
hope you don't. I mean, I pray you don't.
I'm not gonna say what
Yeah.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
You could put it in the back chat.
I mean,
so
you can
people
always say what
see.
you think. I mean, I said
No,
what
I
I
think it's Sojourn syndrome.
Yeah, it was very well possible.
Just because everything
Thing points to it. Yeah.
pinpoints to it, especially with like things I've gone through with my teeth and everything else.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, well, no
I
one
mean,
say
I
how-
can't say I have it, and I'm not gonna say I have it,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. That's
Well,
what the
for
doctor
that
said.
matter, Heidi, they don't care. Even if you have a doctor's thing
Yeah.
saying
Yeah, that's true.
they don't care. So it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
Exactly.
true.
I mean,
some
for
people are
years,
so stupid they don't believe anything. So
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah, I
just
mean, she
I'm
went-
done with all those kind of people. I'm sorry. I'm just it's whew.
no
No.
matter what Heidi says that the doctor say, they'll just turn around and say it. I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean they're still going around lying and saying that I diagnosed myself with Hashimoto's disease.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm like, just because I have books on it, because when I find out I
But-
have some, I
Okay,
research it.
how many of us, everybody in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever looked up what the doctor has told you
Everybody does. That's how
to
I
see
learned a
what
lot.
it's all about. I mean, all of us do
All
that.
I do.
And I don't know how many, you know what, matter of fact, this is a perfect example. When my daughter was fixing to have my granddaughter, I told the doctor my experience, and I said, and we didn't have Google back then, and he was like, I hate Google. He said, Google is the worst thing because people try to self-diagnose themselves, and there could be too many different things.
Yes.
And you start reading about one illness and you say, oh, well, that pretty well matches. But then here's another one that matches one thing better. So then you convince yourself, I don't have that. I have this,
Well, you're supposed to
whatever.
get books on it. You're supposed to get
Yeah.
books on
And
it. Yeah.
and he
And
said,
that's what I do.
Yeah.
that's what he said you need to do. If there's something that you need to educate yourself about, go back to the library.
Yes.
Go to reference material, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Don't just take everything that they say on the internet as the gospel truth,
Yes.
which a lot of people could learn that lesson, that just because it's on the internet does not make it true.
Exactly.
Well, and somebody in my chat when I had my channel told me to buy this particular book after I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's.
Mhm.
And I did, and it floored the hell out of me. It just freaked me out, all the things that it affects, what it does to you,
Or can do to you too.
or can do to
Mhm.
can do to you, how it can affect your body, everything. And it's just like,
Well,
wow.
this is one thing I don't think the average person who's never had anything really seriously medically wrong with them even realizes how your body functions. And you take one thing that's messed up or damaged, then it throws everything out of whack, basically.
Yep.
And so if
Hashimoto's affects your whole entire body.
yeah, that's
This
what
is
I'm
the
trying to say,
thyroid.
is
It
that
makes you
it,
cranky. It
it
makes
only
you
takes
emotional.
one little thing, that's
Mhm.
not right, and all these other symptoms, come from that. And people don't realize that. And so they think, oh, you're hypochondriac, it's all in your head, it's
Mhm.
because of this or because of that or whatever. And
Mhm.
educate yourself, people.
Mhm.
Educate yourself before you go around trying to condemn somebody else for what's wrong with them.
Mhm.
Go educate yourself and find out what it
Mhm.
really is all about.
Or talk to somebody that has had it. I know Heidi talked to somebody
Mm-hmm.
briefly, but gave her a little bit of information.
Yep.
And I know that person very well myself. And that's why sometimes Heidi gets as emotional as she does, because it does affect you emotionally.
Yep.
Oh
Big
yeah.
time. It's
So
almost
does
it's almost
diabetes.
like a PMS at times. It
They
gets
call they actually in the book they call it a form of roid rage.
mm-hmm. I've always said and believe it or not, Hashimoto's they're going to run with this. I hate to say it. Some people have been misdiagnosed with bipolar with
Oh
Hashimoto.
yeah.
Yes, and depression.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they go into rages like that.
And
Yeah.
I
They have been
also
misdiagnosed with it. Yes.
and I
Uh-huh.
also, it actually made me question the fibromyalgia for a brief moment,
Mm-hmm.
because there's a lot of the similarities to it also.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, the weakness, the pains and the aches and the pains and stuff. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
that's
Same.
what
mean,
I think. I said that on one of my lives because I have low functioning thyroid, I have high blood pressure, I
Mm-hmm.
have diabetes. All of those can make you fatigued.
mm-hmm,
It's like there's so many overlapping symptoms that for years I blamed everything on the diabetes that
Mm-hmm.
really was because of my thyroid
Mm-hmm.
or because of, blood pressure is a silent killer. You don't usually
Yes.
know you even have a blood pressure problem
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
until it kills you.
Yes.
So that's one of the things that there's a lot of symptoms that come with the blood pressure being too high or too low that a lot of people don't even know about. And
Correct.
so when you have multiple things going on, it's easy to say, I contribute everything to this. So
Mm-hmm.
let me treat this. And
Mm-hmm.
then we don't do the best we can for the other things as well.
and I can look at myself and look back to before I was before I was diagnosed with things and how I was acting.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say, now I understand. I don't say that's an excuse,
Well, you're right. You don't realize how
but
is it explained, Heidi?
I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, I forgot how it was explained to you, and I don't understand it. Is when you're going through that rage thing,
Yeah.
you don't even remember doing it.
Nope. Nope.
Probably not. Well,
It's
I know with
you get
my
You
diet.
know
so
it. You know it's coming
angry.
on. You know apparently it's coming on, but you have no. Am I correct in how that
Yeah,
person was explaining? You know it's coming on, but you have no control over it.
right. I would just go fly into this anger, and I'd be so mad and
Yeah,
want to protect myself,
yeah.
and I would just go. nuts,
Yeah.
and
Well, many years
And this
before I
time
found
still,
out
this time still,
that I
you
was
go into that.
diabetic, I would go absolutely berserk if
Mhm.
I went too long without eating.
Mm.
And say that we were with a group of people going to go out to dinner, and for some reason we changed restaurants, or there was a longer wait at the restaurant, or what,
Yeah.
whatever the case was, I would end up to where I needed to eat. And I didn't know I was diabetic. I didn't know my blood sugar was bottoming out. All I
Mm.
knew is I was very aggressive about the fact that I needed something to eat, please,
Yeah. Mhm.
And now I can look back at it, and I can see exactly why I behaved the way that I behaved.
Mhm.
But it was because I was not treated. I didn't know about the diabetes. Now I know when my sugar starts to drop now, I know how it makes me feel. And I don't have to get aggressive and ugly and you better give me something to eat type of thing, because I know, oh, you need to eat something,
Yeah.
take care of yourself, go get you a cracker or something.
Yeah.
Back then I didn't know. All
Yeah.
I knew is I would have these reactions to, things that other people saw it as being unbalanced or
Mhm.
off the chain, how I would react about some little thing as far as, dinner being delayed by an hour. Okay, but it wasn't about it being delayed for an hour. It was the fact that I didn't eat that afternoon because I was going to have a big meal,
Mhm.
and that made my blood sugar drop.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Like I see, like Heidi's the sensitive where she'll yell at somebody and then cry. Where I know somebody that will just yell and go into a rage.
yeah.
But that's the disease.
oh, I've done that.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, and I also used to be
But
the
I
kind
don't
of
see the other person I know doesn't go into the crying fit. I rather that.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, but
Yeah.
I cry. I've always been someone who cries very easy. So,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
that's how, when I'm angry, when I'm happy, when I'm excited, when
Yeah. Hmm. But that's part of the disease. And they say you have it for a while before you even know it.
right.
Yeah. Hmm.
But
So,
they're saying my doctor is saying that, I've probably had Hashimoto's for a long time
hmm.
and I didn't know it.
Hmm.
But when I had COVID last year,
Hmm.
it triggered it. It triggered it. So,
Yeah. And like Heidi was told, if you can, don't have it taken out. You don't have to.
yeah. Well, if this goiter doesn't start going down, I'm going to have a real big fucking blow up hissy fit.
Yeah, well,
but see, I think
remember to have that other phone call before you do. Because it's a
even
fucking
10 years
nightmare.
ago, that's what they did. Take it out.
Yep.
So see, that's what I'm talking about.
Well,
How
the person I know had to have it taken out because,
it can turn
she
into
didn't
cancer,
have to.
too.
She didn't have to.
It
She
can
did
turn into
found out
cancer.
Right.
But also,
It can.
it is there's no adjusting.
My son, he's
Oh.
texting me. What does he want?
But it is a nightmare
Money.
because it's never controlled.
Oh,
No.
he's
It's
gonna
never.
see me by
No,
Friday?
you have no idea. It is a nightmare.
He's coming over Friday. Oh,
Yay!
Yeah, because with medicine, when you have it with you, it's more controllable than when it's not. One day it's this, then the next day it's not. Oh, it's just a. Mm-mm.
Yeah, everything hormonal, and it's
Because your
just
thyroid controls your whole body.
right.
You
That's what I'm saying. Anything hormonal is controlled by your thyroid, but you also have other, even the insulin that comes out of your pancreas is
Everything.
a hormone.
Yeah, it controls
So it's
everything.
like all of those kind of diseases are
Mhm.
because you have a hormone imbalance.
Mhm.
And like with the polycystic made me insulin resistant, which then brought on the diabetes. But I did not know I had either one of them for so many years
Yeah.
that the damage was already done by the time that I was diagnosed.
Mm-hmm. It's just.
I mean,
It's
I
just
can
gonna
tell you,
fight to keep it from getting worse.
the thing with some people also is just because somebody has like fibromyalgia, doesn't mean they're dead and buried. We still have a life outside of YouTube.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot of comments being made about the fact that I went to the Dominican Republic. You know, the thing is, those people don't know what I did all day. They don't know that I went out to the pool early and went back up and slept for a couple hours before I went down and had dinner or whatever. You know, they don't know those things. It's not like I'm out drinking from the time I wake up till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning having
Well, and
fun.
it's just like Karen said, you
know,
want to do things and have quality of life, but then you pay for it because you've overdone, you know, or you might have been able to rest up to go on this vacation, but then by the time you get home, you're going to have to recover
you
from
push
having
yourself.
gone.
Yeah, you push yourself.
You know? Yeah.
And that's exactly what I've had to do.
Yeah. It's like you need a vacation from your vacation just to get your strength back. And a lot of people don't understand the thing. They think you stay in the bed all the time.
No, I don't.
It doesn't matter if you're sitting in a chair, on a couch, in a bed. It doesn't matter. It's the fact of the matter that when you're in pain, you try to get as comfortable as you possibly can. That may be laying in your bed. It may be sitting in a recliner. Yeah.
Well, and the thing of it is, my favorite room is my room. You know what I mean? I'm comfortable sitting here watching my TV. My husband uses the living room. He watches sports. I got a 55-inch TV in my room that I can watch what I want.
Yeah.
You know,
but people don't realize it.
It's not because I can't leave my room.
And it's not just that you're lazy. You're not a lazy person. People look at me and they're like, well, if she wasn't so lazy, she wouldn't be so fat. I'm not a lazy person.
No.
Okay. But I can't help the fact that I am fat, but I'm not lazy. I don't say, okay, I'm going to lay in the bed and I'm not going to do nothing forever. No, I want to live my life. I want to be an active person. I'm just not able to sometimes.
Right.
You know, but it's not like I make a conscious decision and say, gee, I think I'll just live the rest of my time in my bed. And, you know, no, because it's a mental thing. We don't want to be in the bed. We want to be out living our life, but our body is failing us.
You know, in the winter, do I go outside and walk? No. Why? Because my balance is so bad. I'll be on the ground and won't be able to get back up, and I'll be injured again. Then what's going to happen?
I don't know if I told y'all I have the life alert thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay, let me get it.
I'm told I need one.
I have Gizmo.
I'm told I need one. Along when I'm supposed to walk with a cane, but I refuse to.
Okay.
When my grandma was in her 80s, they wanted her to have one too, and she did. She fought it, but
look how huge this thing is.
I do.
I'm sorry. Look how huge it is. Okay. I'm sorry. It's one of the ones that if you drop it, it will go off because if you fell, you know, you might not be able to push that big old button right there.
Right.
So it's, you know, automatic. But I forget to put it on me even when I go outside, like to take my garbage. I just make sure I have my phone because I can call 911 myself.
Right.
But this is, if I push this, they'll send the ambulance. I have to have a hidey key outside for them to tell the ambulance so they can get into my house so they don't break the door down.
You know, just walking from our hotel room.
I'm not wearing this thing. I don't care. I'll fall 100 times before I wear this doggone thing.
To the beach, the pain, and I was just saying, the pain in my hips and knees were so horrid, you know. I had a great time. I'd go back and do it all over again. It was great for me to be in the heat.
But you know what, Heidi, you weren't running marathons.
No.
You weren't swimming from island to island or something
No.
like that. You didn't go
No.
like what is it they do behind the boat? You didn't go water skiing.
Oh God, no.
Or something like that. I mean, yes, you went to a tropical island and you still had to take things easy.
Yes.
It's not like you could have, that's what people don't understand. They don't realize there are different qualities of life and different limitations that people have.
I had to choose, and this is no lie. I had to choose daytime, nighttime. What do I want to be able to do? Do I want to spend the day out at the pool, or do I want to go out and drink at night? You can't dance. So I chose to be outside during the day.
Yeah.
And the one day we had dinner reservations every single night at 6:30 at different restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
I chose one day. I left the pool early to go and rest so I could actually go out to dinner with my husband and friends for Ron's birthday, which was, I think, Wednesday. We celebrated it at the steak joint. We all got dressed up in dresses and everything, and we went to the steak restaurant, and I literally, seriously, I got the chills. I was sitting in there, and you know how you get the chills in restaurants, and the pain just started exasperating through my whole body. And as soon as I got done eating, I had to leave early and go back to the restaurant, change my clothes, put on like a light sweatshirt and some leggings. I met them back down at the bar, had 2 drinks, and went back to my room.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I have to choose one or the other. I could not be out at the pool all day with everybody, then go out to dinner with them.
No.
It was too much.
Yep. People just don't realize, and they can be so cruel. Just
And
because.
I know, you know what's going to happen? They're going to say Heidi was too fucked up. She couldn't even go out to dinner with her husband and friends. You watch.
Well,
Let them say what they want.
we need to quit watching it when they do.
Oh,
those
I don't
things.
watch them anyway. I don't care.
If they got 0 views, they might quit. I don't know.
I don't care because
Oh,
I know the truth. I know the truth.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back.
It doesn't make a difference. Did you have a great time?
Oh my God, yes.
No, that's all that matters.
We're going back next year somewhere. We're
Okay,
gonna do it. We're gonna do it every year. The 10 of us. We're going somewhere.
Good. Somebody's got to walk in your shoes to understand. What you can handle, somebody else can't, and what they can handle, you can't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's different.
And there's one person in particular who constantly says, well, I have fibromyalgia, I have kids, and I do this and I do that and I do this, and she can't do it. You know what? You may not have it like I have it.
Or she might have a higher tolerance, or she has no choice because she has the kids and she don't have a choice.
My kids are grown.
Mm-hmm.
I raised my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I did have it, I raised my kids.
Yeah. So you didn't have a choice back then.
Nope. I have a choice now. If I want to lay in my fucking bed all day and watch TV, I'm going to. Mm-hmm. If I want to go out with the girls and have a good time, or my husband, I'm going to.
Mm.
It's my choice because it's my life.
And everybody has a different pain tolerance too. That doesn't make you weak either.
I do not have a good pain tolerance. I will tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to go see the doctor, making a doctor's appointment because my bad hip's been really bothering me again.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to get it checked out.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably just give me cortisone shots in the hips, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Or you
Nope.
can see about which helped me. All summer when I went for I was getting the migraine so bad, which I thought would be worse for me, but it wound up being good. And I had a uh, oh my God, what do you call them people? Where they put the little needles in you?
Oh, acupuncturist. Somebody
Yes.
actually.
And let me
Uh,
tell you something. I had a migraine every day for a month straight. So I called up an acupuncturist, and it just so happened the acupuncturist I got had an office. I called the office, and she said, "Oh, I closed down my office due to COVID." She said, "But I'm going to people's houses." She said, "I'm only charging $10 more." Well, my insurance don't pay for it, so I had to pay out of pocket. So that was even better yet. I saved gas. So what was $10 more, right? Driving all the way there, driving all the way home, having to get like on
Get
change,
ready. Yeah.
stuff,
Mhm.
getting all comfortable and then having to drive, getting all tense driving. Well,
Mhm.
let me tell you something. After she came for a month straight, uh, she first came twice in that 1 week, and then I had to come once a week for 4 weeks. I went almost 3 months without a migraine. Now they're coming back, but I can't afford her. She was $90 each time she came. I just can't afford her because now my
Ron's dad that was with us.
mm-hmm.
He had, I don't know what he's got something wrong with his back and hips and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. I'm not really sure what happened,
Mm-hmm.
but he was telling me about an acupuncturist that he goes to, but he's in Milwaukee, so and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not driving to. I'll try to find one here because I know my insurance covers it.
And let me tell you, it will help with your fibromyalgia because it helped me big time.
I hope
That
so.
day after they're done, when they're done, you don't have to lay in bed, but you just don't really do too much. And let me tell you something, you feel great. It's unbelievable.
I used to get massages,
Mm-mm.
and um,
I felt worse.
the lady who did them.
Uh-huh.
This is when I would go to Arizona by my mom. She'd pay for us to go get massages, and she would tell me she'd come to the house and do them. And
Yeah.
she goes, "Now go lay in bed and stay in bed for at least 6 hours."
Yeah.
And she says, "Don't try to do things. Don't. You need because the toxins release or whatever."
Yes. Yeah, the toxins release. Yeah.
And your lymphatic system drains too
Yes.
Mhm.
from the massage, and that takes time to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that either until I had a real deep tissue massage.
Oh
Yeah.
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 My rheumatologist told me don't do that, not with your diseases, because it will
Yeah.
only just trigger them off.
Yeah. I can't get massages anymore.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the acupuncturist, Heidi, that's something I think you'll benefit from, because it benefited not only just my migraines, but like my neck from where I'm always in pain, my shoulders,
My
especially
neck,
my hips. My hips are so bad.
my hips are
Oh
so
my
bad
God.
right now.
Yeah, they are really bad. And she helped me a lot. And, and I would only need her, I think at the time it was like once a month at that point, but I couldn't do it. I didn't have the extra money. And I wish I could have, because I probably wouldn't have the migraines as much. Because I've had like 6 migraines in the last week and a half.
Ugh.
Yeah.
My ex's wife likes to get massages, so usually when we go up there, she'll
I
get
know, love to love.
get me and my daughter both one. And the first one I had was an hour and a half, a deep tissue one. And the lady found a knot on either side of my neck that I didn't even know. She said I probably had it for 6 months or longer. Not that those muscles knotted up. And she worked probably an hour just on my neck. And, you know, they asked you beforehand, is there any particular area you want them to work, you know, more on or whatever? And I was like, no, really not. Man, when she hit the one spot in my neck, I about come off that table. It's like, oh, that is the spot. And then she worked on that side, and then she checked on the other side, and I had one in the same spot on the other side of my neck. So I like to get a good massage, but yeah, you have to, your body has to recover from a massage, which a lot of people don't think that.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
You know, and people don't realize, and I try to explain it, a soft hug is fine, but when somebody comes up to me and hugs me like hard,
or like slaps you on the back
on the butt,
yeah.
well, yeah, which my husband frequently forgets. And I said the only way I can explain it to somebody is if you had a really bad, those big ass purple multicolored bruises on your body, and someone hauls off and punches you on that bruise.
Yep.
That's what it feels like to be touched.
Yeah.
In certain areas, my thighs, my legs, my upper neck, my upper arms, my lower back. You cannot touch my lower back, or I will just fly. I will just go into it's so, my lower back is so bad. And it's just like, and I said, that's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
And people think it's funny.
It's not.
You know, it's not.
It's because you're not, like, if we had to wear a brace or we had to be in a wheelchair or we had something, you know, physically on the outside, then people would be a lot more sympathetic. But because you don't, you look perfectly fine, you know, and that's why they don't understand it. And then too, a lot of people don't even believe that fibromyalgia is a real thing. You know, I mean,
there's a
so
video
out. Have it. It has to be a real thing. But, you know, people are dumb and they think, oh yeah, nobody can hurt all over their entire body. Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah. They have a suit out now, and they had one of the morning shows, and it wasn't even for the pain. It was just a suit that they made somebody put on to try to walk in a person's shoes with autoimmune diseases. And it was like, somebody's like, oh, it's like walking like with cement.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. Everything is so heavy. And they couldn't move. They were stiff.
You know, and
they don't realize it.
You know, when you go through the testing and the medications, the years, it takes years for somebody to figure out. Well, for me, it took a couple years for them to figure out what medications will help me and what. I'm one of those people that my body rejects. I'm allergic to a lot of most medications. So that's one downfall I have.
You're not the only one.
And so, you know, I take what I take, and then certain people take it and call you a fucking drug addict because you take what you take.
Yeah.
Well, I don't take those medications 24/7, like every 4 hours, whatever. I take them twice a day because, you know, I don't want to be.
Let me ask you guys this. How many times have you thought you knew better than the doctor and said, oh, I don't really need to take this medication?
Several.
And was I've screwed myself up so many times by thinking I knew better, you know.
I refused to take one of the medications because it causes lymphoma. For like 6 months, I refused to take it. I was only getting worse.
Yeah.
And,
well, I refused to take gabapentin, so.
Yeah, but I have to take
it. I got extremely weak, overweight, and depressed to the point where, let's just say I was not myself.
You should have asked them to put you on the Lyrica and the gabapentin.
I tried Lyrica.
It didn't work?
Yeah, I couldn't. I take gabapentin, but I couldn't take Lyrica. But
Lyrica
I only take a low dose of gabapentin.
I'm allergic to something in it. I can't remember. There's so many of them. I mean, if you saw all the lists, the medications I have tried, Tramadol almost killed, or Trazodone or Tramadol, one of the two, I can't remember, almost killed me.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. They ask you, are you allergic to any medication? Well, I don't know. I haven't had the medication you're fixing to give me.
Sulfur, sulfur.
How do you know you're allergic or not allergic? You know?
If I take anything with sulfur in it, I go into automatic, what do you call it? Where they have to call the ambulance right away.
Like anaphylactic.
Anaphylactic shock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Glass house.
It was in.
Yeah.
I think there's just a lot of, and everybody reacts differently. Some people can take certain things and can't take other things and vice versa. But I don't know how many times the doctor said, okay, I'm not going to give you a prescription because I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to give you samples of it. Mm-hmm. And then you take the samples and then they say, oh, no, that didn't, we got to change it again or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, could you please just figure out what it is I need? Because all this, we're going to try this. We're going to try that.
Let's try this. Let's increase that. Let's do, my God.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have an autoimmune disease, you know how many medications you got to try before they find the right one.
Right.
And sometimes they're lucky and they hit it on the head.
Not
I tried 14 different ones.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a shame. Like I do they'll do like a complete blood workup type thing.
Yep.
And it'll come back, okay, I'm low in iron, I'm low in calcium, I'm low in vitamin D, I'm low in that, it's like, okay. Then you find out half these medications you take makes it so you don't absorb the vitamins.
Yeah.
So I take a multivitamin, it ain't doing me no good.
Right. I have to give myself a B12 shot every month.
I've been struggling here lately with the B12, trying to figure out what is going to work, and I may end up doing the shot too, because I've done the under the tongue, I've done the easy dissolve, I've done the pills, I've got some like jelly bean things now she thinks might work. And if that doesn't work, then I guess I'll have to do that. But my B12 will get so out of whack. And that B12 also mimics your nerve pain.
Yep.
Like if you go for nerve pain problems, they always check your B12, because if your B12 is low, that can make you look like you've got nerve damage. So B12 is important. Not just, people think it's for energy. No, it's not just for energy. There she is. Are we okay now? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Hey, Brenda.
Can you hear me? How you guys doing?
Yeah, we can hear you. I wasn't sure if you were waving to get my attention or waving saying I got to get down.
No.
Yes, love to love God. You nailed it right there. What most doctors don't, and this is how it almost killed me. The doctors don't tell you that Tramadol cannot be taken with several antidepressants and other medications. I found out by accident because my neighbor was on the same antidepressant that I was. And she said, how can you be taking Tramadol? You're not supposed to take it with that. I said, no one ever
pharmacy didn't pick it up?
Huh?
Your pharmacist didn't pick that up?
Nope.
Usually the pharmacist picks it up.
And I went and looked it up. It was red flagged with every single medication I was on.
Wow, because the pharmacist is usually the one that flags that.
I've had that happen with some of my stuff too. And then they're like, well, why didn't the pharmacist or the doctor catch it? Well, I don't know. You know?
Usually doctors are not as much as the pharmacist, because the pharmacist is usually the one that flags it.
We used to have a really good pharmacist, and I believe he used to watch my medications big time. And unfortunately,
Yes, Sasha, you're right. It is the pharmacist that flags it, because they're the ones that know what medicine.
Unfortunately, they shut down. That it was most of you never heard of Shopko, because it's a store that was up here, and it was a big chain up here, and they shut down, and now I'm at CVS, and well, I haven't changed anything in a long time, so.
Mhm.
Well, I live in a really small town, and they have their like little hometown pharmacy. Everybody told me, oh, they're so good. They'll deliver it to you and all this stuff. So when I first moved here, I started using them. They would give me the wrong medicine. They would be out of medicine, make me be out, miss day or two of medicine, things like that. So I ended up, there's a Walmart about 10 miles down the road, and I do my pharmacy there now. That's the next closest place. But it makes me wonder how many other people is this little hometown pharmacy messing up.
Yeah, because that's what they go to school for. They're the ones that know what medicines interact with what and everything else.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are supposed to red flag it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they were
Like
doing.
if you, for instance, like if you call up a pharmacist and say, I took, just say Advil,
like for poison control type thing.
Yeah, they're the ones that know medications.
Right.
Well, let's just say the doctor that prescribed it to me is also no longer practicing.
No.
I mean, because doctors do. They make mistakes like that because they don't know what medications go with medications. A lot of times.
Yeah, they should know, but they don't know.
But no, they should, but they don't. It's the pharmacy.
My
Not only
doctor
that, now the
now,
computer system brings it up.
my
Right.
doctor now will sit and look it up with me right there.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what they should
Yeah,
do.
that's what I'll ask my doctor too. Well, what about this or that?
Right.
And then she'll say, all right, let's check it out, And
Yeah.
I haven't had to change any medicine in quite a little while now. I only had to change one thing when I changed my insurance. And it was a drug she was giving me that had 2 medications in the drug. They'll pay for each medication separately, but not together. So she just had to switch that. So I had an extra pill to take, but at least I'm still getting the same amounts of the medicine that I was taking.
Right.
But it's crazy. You got to be your own best advocate when it comes to your medical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just got some bad news tonight.
Uh-oh.
My cousin from New Mexico, who's really my only closest relative left, other than my male cousin back home in Falmouth. She's had cancer, and it's been in her lung, and they had her on treatments, and she got COVID.
Oh no.
They stopped the chemo while she was on COVID. And they had to give her that I don't know, that bag of stuff that it's like all like a cocktail.
Yeah.
That's what they called it. They had to give her that, and she started to feel really good. And
Regeneron.
What is it?
Regeneron.
Yeah. Well, they gave her that, and she started to feel a lot better, and finally she, began to feel good. And she's been fighting with her kids for the past year since she's had this cancer. She's paying for 2 storage units, and because she went right into the hospital when they put her in. They found the cancer. She went from there. They wouldn't let her live alone, so she went and lived with one of her daughters. And so she had no way of getting these kids don't want to do anything today for their parents.
No.
I am beside myself as a
My
cousin.
kids do.
You know, I know mine too, and I don't understand. These are three daughters. They lost their father a year and a half ago to cancer, and they will have nothing. I mean, they let her stay there. They would buy, the first daughter would buy, they always ate out. So they would buy food out and they would bring home a meal for the mother. She went to live with the second daughter because she couldn't get along with the first daughter's husband. And she wasn't eating right. They weren't bringing her home dinners. So she started to buy and try to make her own meals. And now she's been on oxygen, oh my God, all this time, off and on, you know, when she feels like it, she takes it. The other day I told her, I hear you wheezing. I said, you got to cut back on your, I said, are you smoking again? And she said, yeah, I'm smoking again. And I said, what are you up to? She says, a pack and a half. Now she was at 2 when she first got diagnosed. So she went down a half a pack. And while she's on the oxygen, she takes the oxygen off. She goes outside and smokes, comes back in, puts the mask back on. Well, I just got a message. I was at my son's. My son had us over for dinner tonight, and they made what's called the Mississippi.
Pot roast
Yes,
with the peppers,
yes.
the chino peppers. Oh
yes.
yeah.
Oh my God,
Good
that
stuff,
was
good stuff.
delicious. I said, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know if I was going to like it when I saw it. She said, don't eat the peppers. Take, you know, because they split the meat up and everything, you know, and open it all up like a regular pot roast is done,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And they had the mashed potatoes, and she had done some corn on the cob, and um, that was it. The roast, the mashed potatoes, the corn on the cob. Then they had the game night after, and we played some, I can't even think of the name of it. And I got home to a message from her daughter telling me that she got up this morning. I talked to her 2 days ago, and she was very, very frustrated and upset and angry. So, yeah, I cut the phone call short because she's not going to tell me what's going on, you know, what she's feeling or if she's in pain. She knows I'm going to call her daughters and I'm going to tell them, get your mother to a hospital, you know. But so she didn't tell me what was going on. And I guess this morning she woke up puking and vomiting and with a major headache. She's got a cyst on the back of her brain,
Oh, geez.
which has caused a brain bleed. Okay. They med fled her from the small town that she's in. I can't remember where that is now. I'm trying to think. To Albuquerque, where they could do surgery. But I'm thinking if it's already bleeding, how I've got so many thoughts going through my mind, remembering family members that have had hemorrhagic or whatever they call it, you know, cysts or whatever that are in the brain. And the outcome is not very good. Usually they end up losing speech or they end up losing. There's just so many things connected to that area. And it's up against the right ventricle of the brain. So I'm not sure if she fell. And she's not going to say if she did because she's so angry, you know. And they don't know when the surgery is and they don't know when it's going to happen. And I am just like, oh my God, you know. And I mean, their relationship between the mother and the daughters have been stressed since the very beginning, you know. I guess growing up, they didn't think she has a lot of broken English because she was born in Portugal, you know. So she has an accent. Even though she's been here for years, she still has that accent. On top of that, she's deaf in both ears. So understanding and hearing things, She can hear me because we all know I speak loud. When I'm on the phone with her, she can hear me, but she can't hear her doctors or her nurses, or she refuses to.
She's
I
been
don't know
living
which
by
it is.
herself again? She's living by
She,
herself again.
she was living with her second daughter, and as far as I knew, she had a bedroom, and because the son had moved out and moved to wherever the father's at, that was her youngest. So they had a 2-bedroom mobile home. So she was moving. She wanted to be by herself. She was gun ho on getting her own place. And I kept asking, I'm like, Louisa, please do not go by yourself unless you go into assisted living. You are not strong enough. You are not coherent enough. You would leave things burn. I don't trust her mindset at this point, because she just jumps. I think she's got some form of depression in there with all this and everything else. She's never been diagnosed
They
with
could have
any of
been
it.
fighting over her smoking with the oxygen on and off. You
Oh,
know,
they'll fight with her over that. But they fight with her over everything, and she fights with them over nothing. It'll be nothing. It'll be nothing to do with her. Something, she'll misplace something and put something somewhere where she doesn't want to lose it, put it that way.
Mhm.
And she blames everybody in the house for stealing it. And her first daughter finally got really fed up with what was going on. And the husband was making, I don't want to say sexual advantages, but he put his arms around her. And when he did, he grabbed her boobs. And they're in their 30s.
What the hell?
Yeah,
Exactly.
but I mean, was he really doing it or was it in her head?
I don't know. He just smiled at her when he did it. So I don't know. And she said, I told him to take his hands off me right now. I'm not here for that. I'm here to recover, is what she was saying. But it's just weird the way the way I hear things and then the way the kids say things. It's entirely different. It's like they blame her, she blames them, you know, and I'm in the middle. She'll call me fighting because she's telling me things that are going on with her kids, and she's mad at me because I can't do anything. I'm in Texas.
I
What can
mean,
I do?
if they were that bad, they wouldn't be. I'm not sticking up for them, but I mean, if they were
Right.
that bad, the kids wouldn't have let her move in. You know what I mean? If they were
I
such bad
told her
kids.
that. I said, Louisa, you got to realize, number one, if they didn't love you, you would not be there. They could have
Mhm.
easily put you into a home
Yep.
and let somebody else take care of you very easily. So they do love you.
I could tell you what, if I was with my daughter and and it was on oxygen and taking it off and going outside, my daughter would be like, "You're going in home." I mean,
Right,
and you
right.
had lung cancer. You know what I'm saying? That would be
Well,
only right.
her second daughter smokes. So her second daughter allows it. She knows what it's like to be without a cigarette. I even mentioned the vape, the
Mm.
nicotine free vape. Just the gel, just the stuff without any chemicals added into it, a natural organic vape without any nicotine.
Well, having this thing on her brain could make her think that these people are doing something that they're not, because it does affect the brain. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. It's
it could
weird.
have
It's
been,
very
yeah,
strange.
it could have been affecting her thinking that they're doing this or saying that or whatever.
She was very upset. She was always upset because they wouldn't go get her stuff. Her stuff was in Albuquerque and she was in Alamogordo. And it's about 2 hours. That's the name of the town she's in. 2 hours away. And all they would have to do was rent the truck. She would pay for it, but she needed people to help her put the stuff on the truck because she couldn't lift it.
What did she need? Furniture and stuff?
all her stuff was in boxes, in totes, in whatever. They cleaned out her apartment for her because she was in the hospital.
I
So
mean, think
nobody.
about it. She's living in a bedroom. Where is she going to put all this stuff?
Well, what she wanted to do was bring it from, because she was paying for 2 storages. My cousin from up north came down to help her move. Was supposed to be both storage units because she's got 2 in Albuquerque. Why they put it in 2, I don't know. They could have all put it in 1, from what she says. And they put it into 2 units, which is 500 each unit.
Oh
They're
my
the same.
gosh.
They're the same size. All right. She wanted to bring them from there to Alamogordo, so she bought one in Alamogordo, the same size, for $275 a month, which is a lot less. Her money is going, basically any money she has. She's got SSI from her husband's, SSDI from her husband's being in the service, and he got on SSI when he was, whatever that benefit that is that they could give her from him. So he gets almost a little bit more than Mike gets. Okay. She got it all. It was all given to her. And she was working beforehand. And I kept telling her, Louisa, you've got to think of your health. Do you wanna just have to stop working, and then by the time that happens, no, we don't know how long the cyst was there, and I don't know. They did brain scans, from what I've heard. She just woke up with this headache and was vomiting. Now, I don't know if it's an aneurysm or if it's a cyst. The daughter said a cyst. Now, an aneurysm is different than a cyst, because a cyst can be taken out, but an aneurysm, there's not much they can do at that point, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't caught soon enough to have it removed, so before it started to bleed. But and I don't know if she fell and didn't tell anybody and went backwards and passed out, maybe, I don't know, because they've got her on the chemo, but she only goes once a month. And I'm like, what the heck do they have her on? That's once a month.
Is she taking pills in between?
No, I asked her that.
Is it Keytruda?
No, it's a regular drip. It's not a pill.
Yeah, a friend of mine has lung cancer, and she goes once a month for Keytruda.
And it's a drip.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping that's what she was on, because that's the one that they say, helps them prolong life.
Prolongs your life.
Right. But when she went back after the COVID, the cancer had already spread to her liver. She was out for 2 months. She had to get that that document that says you are free of COVID before they'll let you go back into the cancer treatment. And it took them 2 months to get that paper, just two months just for that paperwork, for her to get back on chemo, And I'm beside myself. I don't know, they're gonna, life flight her from one to another. And the one that's calling me or talking to me is the one that she dislikes and hates the most. She hates her oldest daughter with a passion. They do not get along. They're like night and day. They're like, the way she doesn't feel like she didn't want her. She never felt that way, but her daughter changed and started becoming like trying to be like a mother to her instead of, you know, being the daughter that she should have been. She wanted to be the mother, you know, and trying to control. She got very upset when the parents got divorced. Being the oldest, she blamed herself. Being the oldest daughter, you know, even though they weren't at home when it happened, they were already grown, you know. And so, you know, I don't even know
Hi,
if I'm getting the right
Purple.
info. What was that?
I said hi to Purple.
Oh, hi,
It sounds to
Purple.
me like she makes all the decisions and now she needs the help and she still wants it her way.
She's a hoarder. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, well,
I heard from the youngest daughter. She said, Aunt Brenda, you don't realize my mother is an excessive hoarder. She says everything in her house is in boxes and it's all over the place and it's not in a certain area. And I know that's a form of mental illness because I've
Mhm.
watched the hoarding shows.
Yeah.
Um, I'm just
Gotta be
beside
probably
myself.
tough to live with. And then with all
It
this going
probably
on,
is. I
and
would
that's
think
maybe
so.
she might have said, I want it in this storage place, and now I want it in this store. You know, it sounds like she can be
Well,
tough.
because it was so expensive, because she didn't choose the first place. They chose it, the movers, the apartment chose it for her. The apartment said, I want you. When they went in there, saw the condition, took everything out.
Oh, well, because she's a hoarder. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So,
That
and I
explains
am
it.
like, oh my, and she was never, I mean, when her kids were little, you could eat off her floors. They were
Mhm.
so clean, you know? I mean, I don't know what changed. She's gone from like night to day or day to
Mhm.
night, personality wise, you know?
Mhm.
And I don't know what I can do. I'm so
Mhm.
far away. What can I do? You know, I don't have the money to go out there.
No.
You know, I mean, God, you know, I mean, and she's my only living, and my other cousins, I'm not in touch with. They're blood cousins. She was adopted. Her uncle, her father, married my aunt. She was
Mhm.
11 years old, being brought up in a convent because her father beat his wife so bad that, and she was pregnant
Yeah.
and she lost the baby. Well, over in that country, it was considered okay. You could beat your wife and you don't go to jail in
Mhm.
Portugal. It's not like that, you know. It's different now, but back then we did it here in America and people got away with it, you know. It
Mhm.
wasn't a law back then, you know. So there was nothing she could have done to protect herself except maybe leave with her daughter,
Mhm.
which is probably what she should have done, but she didn't. And he was mad because she got pregnant again. So he wanted her to get rid of that baby. And that's the only thing I can think of, you know. And I just don't know. I'm so beside myself, you know, and I'm like, oh my, I know she's got nobody there that, your kids are your kids. I don't care what goes on in their life or in your life or how they turn out, what they become. You still gotta love your kids. They're your kids, you know?
Mhm.
And I tried to talk to her about it. I've tried to explain things to her, and her kids get so snotty and they get upset. You know, if I say anything, I'm in the wrong. I'm the cousin. I don't know what's going on. Well, I'm the only one keeping in touch with her from the family.
Yeah.
Nobody else talks to her, because all she does is fight with them,
Yeah.
and it's breaking my heart,
How old
because
is she?
she's she's 8 years older than me. I'm 64, so 72, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
And she worked up until she got sick.
Mhm.
Well, up until COVID when they closed. She used to work at the casino. in the kitchen.
Mhm.
And she worked up until then,
Yeah.
and it's just sad, I mean, you hear of a brain bleed, and I'm thinking of purple, and I'm thinking of a brain bleed. I'm like, okay, did she fall and not realize that that bump was a cyst?
Mhm.
Did she not know? You know,
Mhm. I don't know.
I don't know. Did it pop? I mean, I don't know. These
Mhm.
are all questions that I'm not getting answers to, and I don't know. I'm beside myself. I really don't know. I don't know what to do next with it. And I've tried so hard to find ways to get her help,
Mhm.
and what she didn't want to go on. She wanted to be on her own. She said, "Brenda, I want to live by myself. I don't want to live with my kids." And she was pushing that and pushing that. And I kept telling her, "Louisa, you can't clean your little bedroom where you're at and keep it clean without hoarding."
Mhm.
She says, "What's that?" I said, "Hoarding, when you go out and buy and buy and buy." And I understand it's part of depression.
Mhm.
I understand that it's part of it's another I can't think of what they call it when they add it on to it, um as far as the psychological part goes. But it gets worse as time goes on. There are
Mhm.
people that have had their houses done, completely re-renovated, all new furniture. Within
Mhm.
a year they go back in and it's all a mess again.
Yeah.
It's a very hard, and I don't know if her divorce I don't know if her divorce has caused it, I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
getting another text. I don't know if that's from her or not, and I don't know. I'm just like, I just came home to it. I took one on my phone, and she leaves me this long message, and I'm like, oh my God, you know. And so I started asking her questions, and she was still awake. I tried calling her because I don't have her phone number, because she
Mhm.
knows I'll tell her off, because she went to her mother's house with her daughter. Her daughter's, I don't know, 10 or 11. And she used to have her mother babysit her. And then all of a sudden, everything stopped. She wouldn't allow her to babysit. She
Mhm.
was jealous because the daughter was closer to the grandmother than she was to her.
Mhm.
So she was getting jealous of that. You know, I want to stay with Vavor. I want to stay with Vavor. Means I want to stay with grandma.
Mhm.
And she just stopped having her babysit. And that broke Louisa's heart, because she loves her grandkids. And she called me the other day and said she was going to be a great grandmother. Her oldest grandson and his girlfriend are pregnant. And she was very happy about that. But her mood was just like, I don't know. I can't even put my finger on what got her so mad. Like one time she called me up yelling at me, telling me I was this and I was that and I was a fucking bitch, yada yada yada, and hung up the phone. I'm like, what the hell did I do?
No.
I'm like, what the hell did I do? I just looked at
Mhm.
my phone and said, okay, well, I'm not calling her back today. I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know what does it. I don't know.
Mhm.
And 2 days ago, she was on that edge because she was talking about her son-in-law, and then she said, "Well, why did you bring up?" She said something about her first when she stayed with her first daughter, and how Jen would not help her mother move because the husband said no. And so I said, Louisa, I said, that is her husband. You are her mother, yes. You are her mother, yes, but her loyalty still lies with her husband. I said, and you've got to understand, you're putting her in the middle of the two of you, you know? I said, can you imagine the way you're making her feel, you know? And I don't know. It's so sad, you know, what the world's come to, and parents and kids, and, you know, I don't know. I'm afraid to find out what she's going to say to me next, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I really am. You know, she didn't make it in the med flight, or because that takes a lot off the it's a lot of pressure, you know,
Yeah.
to go on an airplane and go up, you know.
They go by helicopter?
They go by helicopter, yeah.
I should get there. 10:40. Is it Lisa? No.
I can't tell. I had Lisa on Messenger.
You get 2 notifications.
Huh?
Boy, my eyes are fucked up tonight.
Why?
I don't know. I just can't see.
Probably painting so much.
Yeah. Someone's got to do it.
Don't
What are you
forget to
thinking
send
of?
me pictures, Heidi.
All right.
I want to be able to put you on there Saturday night with the other two I got.
You should get going on Saturday.
I don't know. Well, now it's not coming through. It says 2. Wait a minute. It's something there, but I don't think it's from her. No.
My eyes are burning from crying so much.
No.
And I'm getting a headache now. But I just took some.
That's how I get.
I know. It's just like,
Are you guys getting headaches from?
no, I was crying earlier. And when I cry, it gets always
Oh, I know.
headache.
You know, when I cry, I end up getting coughing. My bird is so talkative tonight. It's because I wasn't home all night.
I think Love to Love God asked you how Michael was doing and how Tico was doing.
Tico's doing great. If you can hear him in the background, he's just having a grand old conversation over there, making all kinds of noise. He's doing good. Today I heard him. I said, Tico's a pretty boy, and I heard him say it really softly. Tico's a pretty boy.
Oh,
Real quietly, he said it.
oh,
You know, and I said, oh, he's starting to mimic.
That was Echo crying.
Yeah, Michael said, why were you crying, Echo?
I just had a really bad day today. Thinking about my dad. I don't know why. It does that to me every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's like I don't let myself feel those feelings very often, and then when I do, it's like I can't control it.
Yeah.
And all day I was emotional and just felt bad, and I don't know. I couldn't put my finger on it. And then I came on live and we got to talking, and it was like it hit me exactly what it was, you know.
Right.
But I'm better
on
now.
a birthday or a birth.
No, that's what I said. It's not around his birthday or his death anniversary or anything.
Yeah.
But yesterday I went on somebody else's panel, and they had someone on there that had just lost their mother. And so I was talking to them, trying to comfort them. And I think it just kind of made me then afterwards start thinking about, loss and my dad.
Right.
Then
right,
I don't think I didn't acknowledge it last night. I just
right. I
went to
understand
bed.
that.
Then I woke up today, and then I was just like all day something was not right. And then all of a sudden, that it hit me that that's what it was. I was just missing my dad. So
And that's
Hi,
understandable.
Bling. Good night, Bling.
good night, Bling.
Good night,
I
Bling.
didn't get to see you,
Good
man. I
night,
didn't
PJ
get a chance
Wish.
to talk to you. Is ever going to bed? Good night.
But I'm always so positive and always trying to help everybody else that
You
sometimes
do, you know.
I don't recognize it in myself when I
Right.
need
I
it.
know. I know.
Ah, God, you and I are way too much alike. Holy cow.
Yeah, Heidi's a lot like that. She holds a lot in.
I
But
do.
then when
But it's like, I mean, I knew something was wrong. I just couldn't figure out what it was. But I knew something was not right,
Yeah. Was Purple on today?
This
Is she
morning.
alive?
Okay, always loyal. Have a good day tomorrow. I hope you get everything you want for your office. I hope I sleep peacefully tonight too. I probably will now that I know what's wrong.
Yeah, now that you're crying, yeah.
Yeah.
You've let out a lot of stress.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing,
Yeah.
releasing that, and I try
Yeah.
not to cry because when I cry, of course, with my eye, I
Yeah.
don't want to get that irritated. And I know when I cry, I cry and cry and cry. And
Yeah, I had a hard time stopping once
Yeah.
even though I was starting to feel better, I couldn't make myself stop. And I
yeah,
do
the big
ugly
alligator
cry.
tears. Yeah.
So I
yeah.
had to turn the camera off because I was like, I can't let y'all see me doing this ugly cry. But everybody was so kind and so
Oh,
nice.
yeah, they
and
are.
just,
They are. They
let
are. They'll be right
me
there.
have my feelings. So it was
Well,
good.
you're entitled to them, I mean, we all are, and that's what makes it, a great room when you can talk about things and
So I came.
everybody's there, everybody's listening, the love is there, the understanding is there, the compassion, and we all need compassion in this world,
Yes, we do.
and a lot of people don't like giving it anymore. It's like it's
Yep. And then I came up here and made her laugh.
Yeah,
well, that's
she
good.
made me laugh. And that's what she said. I'm coming up here to make you laugh. And I was like, I doubt anything's going to make me laugh. And she actually did make me laugh.
And then the funny thing, then my son texted me, I'm coming to see you Friday. I'm like, oh, after this conversation, you're texting me?
Now, we had been talking about, when people are cremated, what do you do with their ashes? And how I told my daughter, I don't want to be buried. I want her to make jewelry out of my ashes for her.
Right,
and
I've heard that before. Right.
So Heidi says she's going to be made into 2 diamonds and give them to her sons and make them use them as their engagement rings. She said, can you imagine my son saying, I really want to marry you, but this is my mother.
Yeah, but what happens if they get divorced and that sons of bitches keep the ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Well, you really think those girls are gonna want to keep a ring that her future mother-in-law is made out of? They be throwing those bitches right there.
I put my husband's ashes in a niche. It's like the niche is like a mausoleum, but it's very small. It's just made for ashes.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, their girlfriends would probably say, "You get lost. I'm keeping your mom. She was good to me."
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But I mean, the idea of having the ashes in something that you can keep or jewelry you can wear is a great idea. But it was just an odd take the way Heidi did it about
Well,
the
I know my
mother-in-law
sister
being
said it.
in the diamond ring.
I had to make you laugh.
Oh, but you did. You definitely made me laugh.
That's just me. I don't like people
That is so sad.
No, she doesn't like sadness. She doesn't like to see people cry.
Then
No.
Carrie's the
I
same
start
way,
crying. I'll start crying then.
Yeah, whenever, oh, I'm telling you, whenever Heidi would get on, when she had her channel, whenever she would cry, I'd be on my computer crying along with her
Yep.
on my phone. She always it's just something. To me, it
We
was like
have this weird thing.
dawn. Yeah, it's I can't stand to see Heidi cry. It just bothers me, and I don't know why. I never asked why. It was just part of the bond that we made when when she was on her channel and I was there, and I would tell it, Heidi.
It's that empath thing we got.
Yeah, that empath. That's what it is. I'm telling you. And I don't like it. I'm getting to the point now where, I'm picking up things from people that I don't even know. I'm walking into a room and I'm picking up all these feelings from people that I'm not even connected to, and it drags.
Well, that's how you know it's a real gift.
Right. And that's when I try to turn it off, and it's hard. It's hard to turn it off because the pull wants me to go and talk to them and help them. And I don't know, you don't even know if it's going to be accepted in today's world. You don't know how people are going to feel, you know? And I've had people come up to me in public and say, "Can I talk to you about something?" I'll be, yeah, sure. And I carry on a conversation. They tell me the whole life story.
No, they just know you're Dr. Ruth, and you can give them some instructions how to give
That's
how to give a blowjob. Who you freaking kidding?
No,
hell
I don't
no.
know those people,
And all about them mud flaps because you watched all them porns. Get the hell out of here. Who you kidding? You got a sign written all across your forehead. Expert on giving blowjobs.
I don't see no mud flaps up there yet. Blowjobs maybe, but not mud flaps.
Oh,
But I mean, it's just people tell me you just have that the typical mom face that somebody can go to and talk to.
Yeah, my daughter tells me not to talk to strangers.
Oh, my kids just tell me that all the time. I say, you know what? I don't talk to them. They come to me.
Yeah. One of my best friends was one of my neighbors at my old apartments, and I met her down at the swimming pool. And when I told my daughter said, "Didn't I tell you not to be talking to people that you didn't know?" And I said one sentence to the woman, and we sat there for 4 hours and told our life stories, And now she's like my daughter's adopted grandmother and great grandmother to the baby, But if I hadn't said that one sentence, we would have never, I had a conversation. But my daughter's all the time like that. Mama, you attract the stray people. Don't do that. Don't talk to nobody. And I'm like, I can't help myself. Sometimes I just have something to say,
Yeah, sometimes somebody they need to hear something, and God uses people to intervene.
Yeah,
you've
we
done
don't
that to me,
realize it.
Brenda.
Huh?
You've done that to me.
Yeah.
She just
People
called
always
me
say to me, "I've lived here all these years and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't even know that about them." How the fuck did you find out by just going out and smoking a cigarette?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's great in some levels, but it's very hard to stop it when it gets to that point where it gets to be too much. Like now I'm seeing the dead animals of people that follow them. I'll be in stores and I'll see, and it's only like an outline. It's very see-through, and I can see them following around the store. I saw a man following a woman around in Walmart. And I'm like, how can I go up and tell somebody that?
No.
You can't. You just can't do that. I mean, they're not going to accept it. Some may be open to it, but you can't, And I
Um,
just pray for the soul.
But see, if someone, I'm the type of person that if someone came up to me and told me that, I'd be like, really? Who?
Yeah.
I'd be
right.
like, can you talk to them? Can you ask them who they
Right.
are, why they're
Exactly who
following
they
me?
are,
and
right.
Yeah. Savannah and Love to Love God, let's face it, nobody wants either one, really. I mean, we don't really want to be cremated or buried, but we will not be, it will be our physical body only.
Right. Right.
All
Our
of us,
spiritual
our
gone.
soul and our mind will already be gone.
I
So
don't
it
want to
won't
be
matter.
buried. I don't want to be put in the ground.
No,
I
me
know
neither.
one doesn't want to be cremated and the other one doesn't want to be buried. So just agree to go your own ways on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
No, I want to be cremated but put in the niche. I don't want to be in the grave. I don't want to be washed away in case of anything. So I'll be safely in the niche.
Yeah.
I don't want to be.
But I don't want to
thrown
be
out.
sprinkled anywhere.
Nope.
A
I'm going
lot
to be
of
made
people
into
like to be
diamonds for my
sprinkled.
son.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
My sister wants to do the diamond thing. She
Yeah,
wants to make,
I don't know if my daughter will do the make it into diamonds or if she will just get the little, containers that you can put on like a necklace or whatever. But
Yeah.
she's definitely going to do something like that. And then my ex's wife said, and Allison, I'll save some of his ashes.
It's not really a diamond. It's not really a diamond.
No, it's a created stone. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she said, I'll give you some of your dad's ashes and you can mix your dad's ashes and your mom's ashes together. And I was like, ooh, I don't want his ashes mixed with mine,
That would have to be a hell to the no for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
me
she
too,
was like,
me
but
too.
if you want to have your mom and dad in the same place, she said, I'll get two necklaces. I'll have two, one for mom and one
Right,
for mom.
right.
She said, I'm not
You
doing that
can
to
have
my
them
mama
from
and
the
mixing them,
small- You can have them from as small as a little
Yeah.
tiny.
But
Yeah.
you're not really
Like a
there once
crystal.
again. You're really
No,
not there.
I know, but it's
No.
just the idea,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
want
your
have a
ashes
hard
can
time
go
with it.
into a container and make a tree. Yes. Mhm.
Yes.
Yes, I've heard that too. That's
Mhm.
a new one that's coming out.
Mhm.
And they've had really good luck with that one. It's
Yep.
a certain place where they go. And I even saw this one where this guy, when he died, he wanted to be buried the way the old Indians or he was part Indian. And the way that they did it was they washed the body, they blessed the body, and it's just on the top level of the dirt. There's a small level that goes over the top. And I've never seen, I always heard they put them on those things and then they'd set them out and set them on fire. That's the way the Indians used to do it. And it may depend on
Oh,
the tribe,
yeah. Mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
heard that
Carol said she's going to have her ashes planted as a tree. And she just said, so my son can come and sit with me in the shade.
That's a great idea.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
cool.
cool.
I do like that idea.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
What happens if the tree dies, though? Or
don't
it gets
know.
struck by lightning and falls? Like, that's what I'd be afraid of.
Yeah.
Or some jackass comes and cuts it down.
Well, I don't know if they have a special place for that or if there's
No, I think you plant it yourself.
you can
Yeah,
do it in your own property.
I know somebody who every time they have a baby comes into their family or somebody
Yeah.
gets married and adds a spouse or somebody passes, they plant a tree for.
I'm sorry, Carol. That's the shit I think of. I'm morbid. That's what I think of. It's like,
Girl hadn't thought about all that yet, Karen.
I would have a tree and then some asshole would come and fucking cut me down.
Carol,
I'm like,
Carol,
no, that's my mom. Don't do it.
Carol, you know
No,
that's
my
how
family
she
would be
thinks.
like, okay, cut her down. Use it,
Oh, God.
use it for firewood.
Oh no.
No, they can't do that.
Then you would be cremated in the end, Carol.
Oh, okay, all over
You're in the
again.
firewood and they
Fucking
burn the firewood.
cremated all fucking over again. No, that would be my luck. I'm telling you.
Oh,
I
my
think
God.
they would have to put a plaque on it or something.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
must
really?
happen.
Then they really fucking come and cut me down.
Hell, I'd come cut you down. Just
Oh,
kidding.
thanks.
I'm kidding.
I
They'd be
won't
like,
let her
that's
do
where
that
that
to you,
fucking
Karen.
bitch is.
I'm gonna go find Karen and cut her ass down.
Let me fucking burn her in hell again.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Oh my
I think
God.
we should
comes to
buy
me,
an
yeah.
island. Okay, let's do this. Let's buy an island, and all of us that are close on here, all our ashes will be buried, made into a tree or whatever on this island, and then only our families can come there.
Will it be Epstein's Island?
Fuck that.
Only Ho would think of it because it's sexually
Hey,
related.
it could be Johnny Depp's private island.
There
Yeah,
we
I'll
go.
go to Johnny
There we
Depp.
go.
Yeah, I'd go to his island.
Yeah, I would.
Well, you know
I
what? I
would
would love to
now.
meet him. I would love to meet him. Not be like, oh my God, it's Johnny Depp. But just to have just to meet him, like just to chill.
Yeah.
Because people always want to meet actors and they're like falling all over themselves. And
No.
I just like to meet him and just chill.
Who?
You know what I mean?
I enjoyed watching the trial though, because
Yeah.
I knew some of the things, the parts
Yeah.
he had played, but I didn't really know him like as a person. And I kind of feel like I know a little bit about him from watching the trial.
Do you read Carol? I'm sorry. Carol.
Carol says, I don't look at
Why
the
would
negative side of it.
We wouldn't cut you
Sorry,
down,
that's
Karen.
just
You'd be
me.
saying, what the
Cut you
fuck
down,
do you
Karen.
think you're fucking doing?
That's true. That is
I
true.
would. I'd be like, listen, you little motherfuckers.
If y'all talk to
You
Amy,
know?
if y'all see Amy before I do, please tell her that I wasn't trying to be mean about her saying the F word so many times, but she really needs to get some few more words in her vocabulary.
Oh, I use the F
Why?
word all the time too, though. That's
Well, but she left saying I need a swear jar, and I didn't mean to make her feel bad about it. It was just like she was like every other word was a swear word, and I think it depends on the conversation that you're having.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
that is appropriate, and sometimes it's not. You know.
the
And
last night. All I could think of was last night she fell asleep. This is how I think. When she fell asleep with the phone in her hands. Now,
On corn dogs, right?
yes,
Yeah.
and a lot of men sleep naked, right?
Yeah.
A lot of husbands, and all I can picture was her husband coming out of the bedroom, grabbing the phone, thinking it's off,
Mm.
to say, "Come on, come to bed."
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm like, could you drop her? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's why I'm like, could you drop
I
her?
don't. And she said her husband doesn't want to come on YouTube, and that would
And
not
he
be
don't
the way
like
to
you
come
to-
on
and then that
YouTube.
happening
Right,
and him
right.
flipping the hell out going.
Yeah.
I was on YouTube,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So it's not like she was sitting at her computer with her head down sleeping.
Yeah.
You know, I could see because she dropped the phone and I could see him walking over.
I could see the ceiling. Wasn't it a ceiling
Yes.
fan?
Yes, and him picking
Yeah.
it up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And who knows how he sleeps? We don't know.
Yeah. No.
So that's why I'm like, could you drop her, please? She's sleeping.
And Corn Dog wanted to let her stay like that.
I know. And I'm like,
A
And
lot
I
of
was
people
like,
do.
I don't think this is a good idea. Yeah.
No.
So that's why I'm like, could you drop her?
Yeah.
Because you never know. Like, say he comes out and realizes, you know, she's on the couch and he
Yeah.
comes and picks up the phone. It fell and you see him. I mean, nobody knows how anybody sleeps.
No.
Right.
And
right,
besides
right.
that, it would definitely have been right there on Corn Dog's Live. And
Yeah.
you know that would have got clipped.
Yes.
You know, so,
God, yeah.
And then he'd be like, I was on there, you know how I feel, blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
You know, him say to her, come on, let's go into bed. You know, you're sitting up sleeping, whatever. And I just thought,
Yeah.
nah, that's
So
not a
you
good
were
idea.
looking out for her, Karen.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
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 Well, a lot of times, you know, people have fallen asleep and we've said, you know, we try to wake them up or we tell
Yeah,
you
if
know,
they have
whatever.
just the avatar on and they fall asleep, all right, fine. You
That's
want to keep them
different.
up there.
Yeah.
I just
And
thought,
if
Well,
they're
I
not
snore.
snoring.
I snore really bad. So if y'all ever hear me snoring,
Yeah.
just, you know.
yeah, I just thought, nah.
Purple likes to hear me snore.
So I just think if
Yeah,
you're
she
on
does,
camera,
she does.
just drop them.
Yeah.
You know.
But like I said, I wasn't.
And that
trying to
guy,
get
I don't know what he
her-
said. I mean, I think I know what he said. And I was like, really? Did he just say that to myself?
That R word.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That.
Yeah.
And I cut off after that because I was like, okay,
He dropped them.
This is not my cup of tea.
Yeah, no, he
Yeah,
dropped
he dropped them, but I was like, mm-mm.
Oh, guess who was on there, Brenda?
Who?
Minnie Manson.
No way.
Yeah, and I said,
Oh my
good night,
God.
everybody. And I text Iris and I said to Iris, oh, you have no idea what you're in for.
Oh yeah.
You
Minnie
have-
Manson.
Holy
You don't know
fucking
that
wow.
Oh, did you see our conversation after that last night?
And I just said to myself, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful night, because you said that was nothing.
Minnie Manson was the guy that came into. Where were we,
Buddies. And
buddy?
then we watched his videos with him going down his pants.
No. We
It was
were
Buddies. Buddy kicked him off.
Yeah, Carol, that's
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
That's right.
I'm old.
We were in
I'm
Tony.
from the time of no public displays of affection and no disrespecting your elders and all
I
that
like-
kind of stuff. So
I
it's
like
hard for me.
Corning Rain Dogs, but when he came on, I went, and he goes, I'm going to sing. I went, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful night. And I text Iris, you're in for some treat.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was
guy
something.
And his belly. And
Heidi,
his,
you
oh
have no
my
idea
God.
what he did. Buddy was like, what in the F is this? And he threw him off.
Oh, it was
I can
crazy.
guarantee you, he will never be a special guest on my show.
No,
for sure.
no, don't let
Oh,
him
what
be.
he didn't do in these videos that me and Brenda went and checked him out. We were
Oh,
like,
We checked a
God.
couple out last night, and I'm like, all I had to see was one.
oh my God.
He's a trip.
Trip
He's very
is
theatrical. That's what I call him.
He
Theatrical.
can't even sing.
No,
No.
he can't.
but the motions and his hands and the things he did, I was like,
Oh, but the way that
and the microphone
and grabs his thing and
and his hands are going down. I'm like, what in the blue blazing is he
I'm
doing?
like, I'm out of here, Karen. And I was laughing so hard. I'm
And
like, I
Bu-
cannot
and Buddy at first
believe
was like, am I really watching this? He
it.
goes-
The things that
Buddy was
people do.
speechless. Buddy actually
Yeah.
was speechless. Mhm. He was speechless for the first time in his life.
Heidi,
But
Dino
he
wants
did.
to know, did you have nightmares last night?
No.
Oh my God. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe you brought him on here. And I'm just like, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Love yous. Because I couldn't. I just thought, oh no,
Well,
hell no.
Corn Dog says he's his friend, but I gotta go to the ladies' room.
And
I'll
I
be
can't,
right
I don't know how the two of them fit.
Well, but he has a lot. Corn Dog has a lot of Hollywood type.
Unique friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
We'll just say
Hollywood.
that.
I don't know. I don't know. That to me is
Yeah.
not Hollywood.
Well, maybe off Hollywood, like they say off Broadway. It's like,
I don't know.
maybe the trashy side of Hollywood. I don't know.
I don't know. But all I just thought is, oh God, are these girls gonna hang in there? And I said to Iris, I said,
Watch
please
him.
enjoy the show.
The devil, Corn Dog, or this
He
mini-
worships the
mini
devil, and
person?
that's no fun for him one day.
One day, yeah.
I don't know.
Corn
then
Dog
all of
or
a
the
sudden I
other
hear my
guy?
phone going,
The other
ding,
guy.
ding, ding,
Oh,
ding,
the other
ding,
guy.
ding.
Okay.
And I looked at there and I'm like,
Dog's
oh,
Jewish.
yeah,
I was gonna say I thought Corn Dog was Jewish.
yeah. Isn't he part in Catholic too?
Both, yeah, that's what he says.
Yeah, I think one in.
Yeah, I think he has one parent that's one and one.
Yeah,
parent
exactly.
that's the other.
But I was dying, and then all of a sudden my phone's going to ding, to ding, to ding, and I'm like, oh, guess they saw it.
I don't remember what the hell I said last night.
You were like,
Oh.
everybody was like, what the hell did I just watch?
What? I'm like, what in the actual hell was that?
I don't even know what he did.
I only turned on because he was going to do the tarot readings, and I like to watch those. So I was like, okay. And then it was getting weirder and weirder by the minute. And I was like, nah, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Can't hang with that. I'm sorry.
No.
The thing with Corn Dog is he only stays on for about an hour or so.
Right.
You know, so
But yeah.
and then we're all in Discord laughing at this guy last night. And Corn Dog puts up, I'm going on Zoom to do karaoke if anybody wants to join. Well, hell fucking no, there. You got that guy coming in there.
Oh God. Yeah. You never heard me and Brenda talk about Minnie Manson?
Oh, Minnie Manson.
Oh, my God.
That was awful.
Yeah, awful.
That gave me nightmares.
What I said last night.
I remember dreaming of that man in my dream, but he wasn't in the sexual
No.
atmosphere. It was like, I don't know if it was in a store. I can't remember if it, because I don't remember a lot of the dreams.
Yeah,
But
because
they
Randy
were
Corn
like-
Dogs came up and said to Buddy, I'd like to introduce you to my friend that sings in karaoke or in nightclubs or whatever. And he came up and I'm staring.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he went off and the things he was doing, I went, I'll never forget, really loud. I was like, what the fuck is this? And Buddy was completely speechless.
He was. I mean, but it's
His mouth was just hanging open.
well, the guy's not. I mean, it wouldn't have been bad if the guy was in shape, number one, and he was doing whatever.
If he was singing and dressed up like that, you could have overlooked it. But it was what he was doing while he was singing.
Yes. Yes. He's very flamboyant. I'll put it
Yes,
that
and
way.
then I decided, me and Brenda decided, or was it Buddy that looked up his, he looked up his page. And we were looking at his videos and we were like, they were too X-rated.
No. And he enjoys it, and I mean, I'm not telling anybody what they should do.
Oh,
and
yes,
shouldn't do
Dixie
in their
Normus,
life.
you're right. He sang happy birthday to Buddy and he stood up and had no pants on. That's right. That's right. That's right. He had no pants on.
Oh my God, Dixie. You would remember it.
Yes, that's right. He had no pants on. That's right. That's right. That's when I was like, what the fuck is this?
So Dixie Normus, you've been in the background lurking.
Yes, he had no
Lurking.
pants.
And when you heard that, you had to come out.
He had underwear. He had underwear on. But oh my God, it was bad.
Okay, what about the guy on Purples that night that was talking about the map from the girl that went missing in the woods?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Kylie, whatever her name was. And he had on those peach flesh colored pants.
Yeah,
and he got up to go get his drink.
Yeah.
And we all
And
thought
we all thought he had no pants on.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh no, he's got no pants on.
Yeah, he had peach colored pants on. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. He sang happy birthday to Buddy and he stood up.
Yeah.
And he had a shirt on, so it looked like he had no underwear on. And then he picks up his shirt and Buddy's like, no. But he had underwear on. He had whitey tighties on.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, what a night that's what it was. I forgot about that. My buddy told me better go put pants on.
Better go do something, mister.
Yeah.
Standing there naked on poor Buddy. Buddy must have. Oh my God.
He was speechless because he had
I
a
bet
long
he
dress
was.
shirt on. And it looked like he had no pants.
Oh, okay, Dixie Normus, we believe you. You just got here. You just happened to come at the right time of the conversation.
Right.
Oh,
Because
goodness.
everybody was screaming, shut him down, he has no pants on.
Okay, but look what I figured out. Let me see if I know where it's at now. Okay, because you know how Purple will put up her on solo. Okay, watch this. Oh no, wait, that's not it.
Uh-huh.
Here,
Who
I
you
made
putting
this,
on
so now
solo?
I can just click that.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Oh,
We're
I
all
love that
gone.
picture.
We're all
That's a
gone.
pretty. Look at those ocean. Oh my God, I miss that ocean.
Yes, I do.
That's also my picture in the background. But see, with all of us up here, you can't
Yeah,
see.
Heidi
yeah.
just had that. She was so lucky. she
Yeah,
just had that.
lucky
I came
little
home
thing.
from white sand to white snow.
Oh, I
I
know. We got
know.
a snowstorm last night.
But see,
Yeah.
What did you
next
get?
time I have somebody that I don't know or I can't see good enough or whatever, I'm just
Put
gonna
something up.
click
Yeah.
that, and then I'll look at them better. Because
Yeah.
I know that kid was gonna do something. Because his first thing he says is, "I have a hard time getting a girlfriend."
I know. I
And
know.
we were like, "This is not the channel for you."
Who said that?
This
This
boy.
kid the other night.
He's a
Oh,
young,
oh.
he was
He-
a young
he was-
guy.
Yeah, he was, maybe 18. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
oh.
All I could see was like his chin
Yeah.
and his
Yeah.
mouth, like
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
and I
yeah.
didn't recognize the name,
says-
but
I have a hard time getting a girlfriend. And Purple's like, all of us are like, okay.
Sasha had
you
been
know?
up there singing.
Oh, that kid.
And we-
Okay.
and we
Purple.
had no, it wasn't on my channel the other Saturday
Oh.
night. And we had some other people that had come in that we didn't know in the chat. So I wasn't really like afraid that that's what it was, but I should have looked before I put him on.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he got on, he says, "I have trouble getting a girlfriend." And then we were all like, me and Brenda were both like, "This ain't the channel. This ain't the channel for you." And then I'm like, "How do I?" And then I tried to knock them down, and you have to block them.
Yeah.
To get them out, and I didn't know that, and so I'm over here like I got him off the panel, but I couldn't get him out of the studio, and then
Yeah,
finally
that
I
was
figured out I
crazy.
had to block him.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
He's on to a few channels though.
It was it was funny though, but I said no, I got it fixed now. Next time I'll just slide over to that, then I'll look, and then I can always click that first. So
Yeah. I forgot where Minnie Manson's page was. I used to have him. I don't know where it went. But oh my God, he was funny. Oh,
Face,
God.
the red heart shape.
that's what it does with those new emojis.
What?
It says it types out the word. Purple put the heart with the two hands around it, the big red heart,
Uh,
but it types in the
What
chat,
night-
it'll say
What night,
face red heart shape.
what night did Purple go on this week?
What?
When the other night when Purple was on and the one guy got up there and he was in a white shirt and he was kind of leaning back.
oh, from the Love the Country.
And the first thing that came to my head was that dude looks like he's about to whack himself off. And I'm like, I was just
Yeah.
about to. I
Yeah.
think Purple dropped him.
Yeah, she did.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
the guy with
he
the
looks
accent.
like he's
Yeah,
about to
yeah.
whack himself off. And I'm like, oh, fuck, here we
No,
go.
wasn't that on Jenna's?
Yes, Jenna's. Yes,
Oh,
it was
Jenna's.
Jenna's.
Jenna's? Oh my god.
Yeah, he was from another country and he kept looking up at
Oh,
somebody.
Jenna would have died if he had done that. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
She would have laughed her ass completely off. She
Yeah.
cracks me up when she gets going on things, you know?
Yeah, she does. But yeah, he kept looking up at somebody like he was looking at somebody.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like, oh, Lord, here we go.
Some people get weird kicks out of weird things, you know? You
Yeah.
gotta wonder what the world, the aspect of the world,
Yeah.
the whole, not just our world, but I mean everybody, the whole nation, you know? What?
But
what
let's
do
face it, men look at sex totally different than women do.
well, they think of sex more than women do.
Well, but they're more. It's more like an
A
to be
visual.
an you know, when you put on a show like you're an exhibit,
Right,
but
right.
it's, I can't think of how you say the word, but yeah, like
Well, when guys
You don't
look
see too
at
many
somebody-
women getting up there and flashing their.
No, what it is when
You know?
guys are visual. So if guys see something that they like, they do something. With women, we're not looking for, well, some women maybe, but we're looking for more intimacy, romance, togetherness, understanding, compassion, all those things. Where guys, it's all visual. Everything
Yeah.
is visual. Whether it be a heavy woman or a small woman, whatever their taste is, it's all visual.
Visual, yeah. Love to love God. We can't have gifted memberships. I can't have any memberships yet.
Yeah,
She's
they
got
sure
a-
are, Cray, Dixie.
Where are you at?
No, I only have 210 subscribers.
You have to have 1,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I'll ever get there, so I'm not worried about that.
Don't be surprised. You're going in some good groups.
But she said that way we would know who was lurking, because we give the lurkers all free memberships. Guys need to keep it in their pants. That's right,
They
Purple.
sure do, Purple. I'm with you 100% on that.
I don't get why guys get off on that shit. I really
They
don't.
think they got something that nobody else has.
Well,
Or they're just really proud of it.
And they're always proud of it. They're
come
always
on,
proud of it.
ladies. Have any of us who have been in every chat we've been in that's been porn bombed, have you ever said, "Oh, that's a really cool, nice looking, beautiful penis"?
No, they're always.
I said the guy was cute, that one guy.
Oh yeah, the butthole guy though, but we didn't even see his penis. We only saw his
face
butthole.
was way in the back, and
Yeah.
he's looking around the side. And I said, "Why is he doing? This guy's a cutie. What's he doing this for?" You know, I mean,
I'm sorry,
come on.
penises are just not pretty.
But it was so funny, Brenda, because everybody's like, details. Anybody get details? And Brenda's like, he had dark hair. He was
Yeah.
young.
Yes, he was good
Oh,
looking.
that's all about him.
I understand men a little bit more, but
That was funny.
I understand
Oh,
women
gosh.
more than I understand men, because women connect on a soul level and we connect deeply, where guys are afraid to connect
Yeah.
deeply.
Not my husband.
Guys are afraid to commit deeply. That's why there's so many women today that turn
Dino.
to men.
Nope, I want to burn my eyes out.
That
every
turn to
time.
women. What are you burning your eyes out for?
Dino, I
Because
love
Dino
you.
don't want to be looking at no peckers.
No,
She's
What's
not into
cute?
peckers.
She's not into peckers.
no, I didn't say.
Yeah, but
it
I
was
don't think
cute. I
vaginas
said
are
he
pretty
was
either.
cute.
I'm sorry.
He was a cute guy. He was young and he had a good-looking face, and I don't know what. his
Yeah, past
problem
master.
was.
You had a good
You know?
time on panel. You didn't have a problem with that.
But I mean, the penis wasn't cute. The a-hole wasn't cute. But the face, he was young. He was maybe in his early 20s.
Not
like,
the
what
There
guy.
was
young
nothing
good
cute
looking
about
guy
him,
like
Brenda.
that
The guy with the big
Brenda,
red.
Brenda,
No,
get over yourself. There was nothing nice about him.
I'm sorry.
He
Are
was a
you
nice
talking about the
looking
guy with
kid.
the
He
big red
looked
butthole?
very, very sweet, though, didn't he, Brenda?
His face
Be a
looked young.
sweetheart.
Okay,
Somebody
I'm
would
sorry
just-
for saying this, but for
Something
fuck's
was
sake,
wrong with that
Brenda,
kid.
shut it up. The guy was not cute.
He was
Brenda,
cute.
that's when you needed your eyesight fixed. So you didn't
No.
Get real,
He
Brenda.
was cute.
That's when Brenda could only
You
see
remember
with one eye.
Yeah. And it definitely wasn't her eyes on her
True.
face. It was she was
That's
looking through her
true.
asshole.
No, she was looking through her third eye on her
I
forehead.
had my
Yeah.
third eye going.
Yeah.
But his face was cute.
No,
The
it
The
wasn't.
rest of them,
I couldn't see
tell.
his face with that big
I
red
didn't
hole.
see anything else 'cause his legs were up. a-hole was right there.
That a-hole was enough to blind her.
Beyond.
I'm over here going like this, like I don't want to see it.
I was
Wait
going
a
like
minute,
this.
wait a minute. Dixie Normus goes, somebody else thought he was cute too, Brenda. Dixie Normus, you need your eyesight checked too.
She didn't say it was her. Could have been somebody else.
She's applying
was
to
it?
herself.
Was
Go
that
ahead and tell us who it was, Dixie. Who was it?
Past
We
master?
got-
You're
we got
welcome on
you
anybody's
too?
panel
Yeah.
anytime. You're a very nice looking man, and you keep your pecker in your pants.
Right.
And how do we know that, Heidi?
Yeah, I'll tell you
I was
what
going
the
to say, how do
problem
we
is.
know he's so nice looking, Heidi?
Yeah, we never seen Past Master's face.
Yes, he
No,
did.
he said he showed
Yeah.
it in Discord.
Oh,
Yeah, we
well, I never
did.
seen his face.
I didn't
Yeah,
see it
he
either.
did a picture of him and his son. Oh, he was on cam.
I seen his son,
His
yes, but not
purples.
him.
And then
Oh, I've
somebody
seen him
said
too. He's a nice-looking guy.
that he could cook in just an apron.
Yes.
And
we
then I
told
said,
him.
oh, pull that off. And they were like, yeah, he definitely is good looking enough to cook just in an apron. So,
Oh my
okay, Purple's seen him.
Dixie Normus, wait, she goes, I didn't. I mean the folks that liked his rectum. Oh my God.
I don't know about his rectum. It looked kind of red to
Purple,
me.
you saw Past Master. Could he pull off cooking or in just
No,
an
she said,
apron?
I haven't seen him.
No, it said I had seen him.
Oh, I have seen him. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
she
right.
has.
Okay.
He was
I
on
need to
there.
go back to reading class.
You got to get your glasses on.
I have my
No.
glasses on, Alice.
Oh, okay. I tell you, the things that we go through makes that room such what it is, you know?
Oh,
When the
God.
things happen out of the blue.
Oh, she said, yep.
Yeah, he could wear it.
He sounds
He
like
could.
he could. His
He
voice
could.
sounds like
Yeah, he has a nice
He
voice. Yeah.
could do the
Yeah.
apron roll.
Okay, Brenda.
and he
I
didn't
told
shy
him.
away. He didn't shy away from our questions either.
No,
No.
he didn't.
You know, he pretty
didn't.
well answered everything we asked him. So
Yep. He was very
No, I just
pleasant.
remember seeing his son. Maybe because I was looking at his son, I didn't look at him.
Yeah, he was sitting there holding his son on the camera. He
Mhm.
had the camera and he was holding his son.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
oh, he said on Discord and briefly on Purple's panel,
Yeah.
I got a pic or two circulating.
Oh my God. Circulating.
Or is it, well,
Circulating or
Is
Brenda's
circulating?
trying, Brenda wants to see you in an apron, so obviously she's got the hots for you.
Who does?
Brenda wants to see him in apron, so
I
she
said,
must.
no, they
She
asked-
wants to
they
go in the
said,
bushes with
Well,
you, Master.
We
I
can
think-
appreciate a good specimen, can we
Of
not,
course you
Brenda?
can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
We may be,
Curiosity is
some of
all
us
it
may be
is.
married, but we're not fucking dead.
yeah.
Rick,
I may be old, but
Right.
I'm not dead either, so I
I
wouldn't
ain't
mind.
far from dead.
Yeah.
Now, Lord, please forgive me if anything happens to me. You know what happens.
Ah, Past Master.
I'm sorry, Pastor.
He's gonna be like, I'm gonna quit going in there. Those old women are bad.
Where?
In here, in my
Where?
chat.
We're not
The
bad.
younger women aren't near as bad as we are.
That's because we're experienced, lady. That's right. We know where it is. We know how it works. We know what to do with it.
What is Mike thinking right now?
Mike is just sitting there.
That's what, you know what? My daughter went the night that I had Rick Ball come on as a guest.
Yeah.
My daughter said, because I had told her, you know, he's a really nice guy and everything.
Yeah.
And
Without
I know she was like, who is that? Who is talking? Mike is talking.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that they,
Mike is talking.
due to the fact that they abuse the employees.
You gotta say it loud enough so people can hear you now. You're in the background.
There's a Chick-fil-A restaurant in Pennsylvania that has banned 16 and under
Teenagers.
teenagers
Yeah, to eat.
from
Yeah.
going into their restaurant because they get out of control.
How out of control?
They
Yeah,
swear,
they do.
vulgar, they make fun of the employees, they trash the place.
You know why?
Royersford or something like that.
Yes.
Do you know why? Do you know why they do that to Chick-fil-A?
They can order takeout, but they can't stay
Just
at the
like
restaurant.
just like they won't hire any gay person. Do you know if a person goes in there and fills out an application and says they're gay?
Who? Not
the people
Chick-fil-A.
at Chick-fil-A,
No,
Chick-fil-A,
that's untrue. That's untrue.
That's what they say all on the north. They won't hire gay people. They tell
No.
them if they're gay, don't
There's a
even come
place in
in.
Pennsylvania that in Chick-fil-A's will not let anybody under the age of 16 come in and eat by themselves because they're out of control.
They're out of control.
Right,
Absolutely.
but I'm talking about the ones over here. All
Oh,
right, the ones in the up down here in the south, they won't let the managers will not hire somebody if they're gay.
well, that's
That's
stupid.
half of the problem with the shit that they get in return. Because
I've never
if a
heard that.
17 or 18-year-old goes in for a job and he's gay, what's the big deal? He's gonna work.
No, I never heard of that.
Up here, that's the way it is.
Mhm.
It
The only-
started when they
The only
first
thing
started
I
opening.
can think of is that the owners of Chick-fil-A are very religious. That's why they're not open
They are
on
very
Sundays.
religious.
Yeah.
They are very I don't know if it's 7-day Advent or if it's the other one. Oh God, I gotta tell you, ladies, I listened to this one guy not 2 days ago who was talking about. I gotta go into this religion part just for a little bit, and I'll get out of it quick. I don't want anybody to comment. They were talking about Revelation, okay, the coming back of Christ, all right? No matter what religion you're in, it's got nothing to do with that, okay? They say that numerologists have figured out that they know who the Antichrist is. Can you tell me who you think it is? Who they think it is?
I don't know.
Think of all the presidents we've had for a while.
I know who you're gonna say, but I'm not gonna say it. Trump.
No,
Really?
no,
Biden?
not even in that country.
Oh, for fuck's sake, forget
Oh,
it.
I thought you said president.
Oh, a president or whatever the king.
King
He's a king.
Jong-un.
No, it's
No.
King Edward.
Oh, King Edward.
Who's still
The
alive?
one that just took over for his mother who died.
Oh, no, not Edward. William.
William. No, William's the son. It's Edward.
No, it's
No.
not Edward.
Charles.
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 Okay, that's who it is.
Okay.
That's who they
Okay.
say it is.
Dino
They
just
say-
said they were against homosexuality, but that was years ago. It may have changed by now. That I believe is true.
Who said that?
Dino.
Oh, it may have been. Some of them may have changed, but the ones here in Texas still hold true that they will not hire them if they think they're gay.
Okay, why do people think it's King Charles?
All right, they go back. I found out after that they go back and do this on every new king, new president, new whoever that comes into office. It's got to do with the Greek alphabet. It's got to do with the Roman alphabet, how they put it together, and how it equals 666.
I still think Oprah's the Antichrist.
Oprah, she's a
I'm just
female.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
It
I'm
was
like,
all-
I thought you were being honest. I'm like, really?
No, I don't. No, I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in an antichrist? I think we have a lot of antichrists in this world. If we think of all the people that have done some crazy shit as far as shooting up schools, as far as the occult, as far as the alien Scientology. I think we have a lot of different types of evil in this world that are already there, you know. But they were trying to say that he was going to be the one that was going to bring out, they talk about the red dragon. Now, when I hear a red dragon, I think of China. All right, that's who comes to my mind. When I read
Oh,
Revelation,
I love God.
I think of China, all right, because everything there is red.
I need it.
Now, they say that he is the one that has the statue of the red dragon, and he's been called the red dragon by the UN for many, many years. And they gave him a statue. It's about this big, and the wings are spread open, wide open, and it's the red dragon with the crown on top. So they consider him to be the Antichrist. And they thought it for years. This is going back to
Isn't
when
he
he
a
was
redhead
young.
too?
Huh?
Isn't he a redhead too?
I don't know. He may be. I don't know. No,
Who?
I don't think his hair is red. I know the sun's hair
Prince
is
Charles?
red. Yeah.
No,
No, it's a dark, maybe it's an auburn.
no,
It's
he's
brown.
not. No, yes.
But I found that so strange how they came up with, when everybody blamed it. Everybody,
His family has red. I forgot who has red hair in the family, but he doesn't.
William.
Right.
William.
No, Harry.
Yeah, Harry.
Harry does, but I
has
forgot where Harry got the red hair from. But it
Yeah, I
wasn't.
don't
That's right,
know.
Harry.
Yeah, Harry has it, but is it the sister? I think has red hair, but
Does
it
she?
wasn't. Yeah, one of them does. I can't think of who had the red hair, but it wasn't Prince Charles.
It could have been the other sister because there's one that's a blonde. I don't know about the other one. She might be a redhead. But he was, I mean, he was very nerdy when he was young, you know, and did a lot of crazy things. Now, Philip, on the other hand, was
Actually, it wait a minute, pictures.
what?
Lawrence and Charles's brother, the Duke of York.
Philip.
Mhm.
Is that Philip or the other one?
I don't know. It just said
Philip was the dad.
It was Charles's brother, the Duke of York, the one who was married to Sarah Ferguson.
Okay, all right.
Had the red hair.
Had the red hair. So it came in the family line then.
Yeah.
They considered him the red dragon, and I don't.
And Princess Beatrice. Mm-hmm.
My dad had red hair too.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was very strange. Now, these were theologists, these were archaeologists, these were numenology, or however they pronounce it. It was all those type of people, you know, and what they thought and how they came to this conclusion. And I'm just sitting there listening, and I'm like, this guy he's not even crowned yet. He's not even crowned yet. He doesn't get crowned, I think, till next month. I think. Or maybe it's May.
Already crowned,
No, he's not. He has not received the coronation yet.
Prince Eugene. That's what his name is.
Eugene.
Oh, read what Love to Love God just said. It also it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand of the forehead. Revelations 13:16.
That's right. And now, see, that's starting now. They want to start doing it on the hand.
Oh, wow. Actually, Queen Elizabeth had red hair. She wore a lot of wigs.
Did she really?
It just said it here. Queen Elizabeth's red hair was no accident. For most of her life, Elizabeth wore wigs, so she might have chosen hair of any color she liked.
Right.
Yeah, so she had red hair. I thought so, but I wanted to look it up before I said that.
so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark. That
Right.
is the
So
name of the beast or the number of the name. Revelation 13:17.
this is what they're getting it from.
This
And this
calls
is
for the wisdom. Let him who
right.
understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666. Revelation
Right.
13:18.
And this
Wow.
is how they come to that. This is how they come to that, you know, that it's him by by his name, name, his whole birth name. And I thought it was going to be somebody here in the States because they consider us to be the new Babylon, as they say. The United States is considered the new Babylon.
I just hope I'm dead when the world goes to shit really bad.
I
Excuse
hope it
me.
never happens because you know
Excuse me.
we still have a
When the
chance.
earth goes, when the world goes bad, it is already heading.
No,
I
I'm
was gonna
talking
say
world.
it's already started.
Yeah.
I hope that we can find. You know how they always say we have a way to change we have a way to change some of the outcomes that may end up hindering us in the end days. If we can all get together as humans, which I know seems so far-fetched, and just love each other and just be kind, be generous, be giving, a lot of this won't happen because God will see the change in people. I mean, the Antichrist is already here on earth. He already is here. And he can
I
be
believe that.
going through a number of people, you know?
I've always said I think Earth is actually hell.
No, I don't think earth is hell. I mean, I think we do have hell on earth
We have to
in a
prove
lot of
ourselves to get to heaven.
situations
Yeah.
because we are being we are being molded. That's the way it was said to me. We are always being molded as human beings to become better than what we were yesterday, to become better than what we were 10 seconds ago. You know what I'm saying? We're always trying to better ourselves, and that's why we go through so much as people, as humans, you know. I mean, because of what everything that happened before us, you know. I mean, I can't, just like they say, what would people say? Like I said, well, whatever happened to the real Bible? The first Bible that was ever written. The
Can I
very
ask you a
first.
question?
Sure.
Do you believe there's only one religion and what religion it might be?
No, I don't believe there's only one religion.
I believe it's the Jewish religion.
I believe
The
all
rest are man-made.
religions. I believe, well, that's it. Now, listen, if that's the case, then we're all in trouble. Because they don't believe in Jesus, all right? Now, I don't care if Jesus was a prophet. It's not going to change my.
I mean, I'm Catholic, but I'm just saying I really believe that the
Right.
Jewish religion was the original
It
religion,
was one of the original, and that too
and the
was
rest were
changed along the
man-made.
way.
Hmm.
Many of them were changed. They didn't want those other scrolls to come out.
I think
That
it's the
showed,
true religion is the Jewish religion.
well, the first Bible, and I heard this from a medium who was talking about the first Bible. His father or his uncle was a priest in a Catholic church, and he said they had a copy of what the first Bible had said. It was very old. It was very, you know, they couldn't hardly turn the pages on it. They were afraid things were going to fall apart. But all the things that are in there, all the things that we know now were all added by people, by humans, by leaders, by David, by whoever. Rome was all involved in all that because they were all into other religions. They were all into ISIS and all that stuff. So to control the people that were Christians, they wanted to set fear in the people. They wanted to give us fear of what we consider our savior. Okay, so the only way they could do that was to come up with the 10 Commandments, was to come up with all these rules and settings that were not in that first Bible. It was never said that homosexuals should be in the laws of the laws of God. It says that that God said that homosexuals should be put on an island and have their blood drained. I don't believe God said that because God says he makes no mistakes. Okay, number one, that's the first thing. He makes no mistakes. So if he makes these people with these emotions, feelings, love, understanding, then he doesn't make a mistake. And they feel they're born that way. They've done the blood.
Oh, I agree with you, but why is all these religions that were so against all these other things? I'm not saying I am. See, this is where it gets hairy with religion.
Right.
But the Catholics would always say that they would not get married. Now all of a sudden, you can't say that they're going with the times. According to the Bible, it was against the rule. Now all of a sudden, they say, okay, you can get married. Well, if they were following the Bible and it was against that, blah, 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 now the Catholic Church is embracing it. They keep changing the rules. They keep changing the rules.
They do. The popes are the ones. The Pope is the one that changes.
I know what he does. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
if you want to go by what they stand for, they
stand
for.
Not have that authority.
The Jewish religion doesn't change their rules. The Catholic religion keeps changing the rules.
But the Jehovah's
I'm not saying that they shouldn't get married. I'm not against gays or anything like that.
Neither.
What I'm trying to say is the Catholic religion constantly is changing the rules.
Yeah, they always are. And
yes,
every religion is. Every time that a new I don't want to say,
and I'm not saying that they shouldn't get married or anything like that, but they were so against it. Now it's like, okay, we'll change the rules.
But yeah, in the Catholic Church, and I was born and raised Catholic.
Yeah.
If you get divorced, you cannot get remarried in the Catholic Church unless you have an
annulment.
But I did.
And I think that's a crock of shit.
Exactly.
Now see, I got married Catholic the first time,
and I got married again in the Catholic Church. And you know what? I didn't get an annulment. If you pay them so much, you can. It's a crock of shit. They keep making up the rules as they go along.
And this is the
Jewish religion holds to their standards.
Dino, don't leave, Dino.
No, Dino, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I get that they should get married. I'm just saying if they don't hold to their standards of what they said that they should believe in. See, I knew that would get misconstrued because that's not what I'm saying. I believe the people should get married and stuff. They're the only ones that always want to change the rules, but then they say, but we stand for. Well, whatever. Just like they said, you can't get married again unless you get an annulment, but you pay them $500 and they go, oh, okay, we'll marry you.
I'm just going to say this. I think YouTube is hell. And if we make it out of YouTube alive, we all go to heaven.
Yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying. It's all about money.
That's all what it comes down to in the Catholic and money. It's all about fear. Control,
and that's what I wanted to explain to Dino. It's about money with the Catholic religion. I'm sorry.
I left the Catholic Church because I felt I wasn't getting enough.
Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Dino, I hope you're still here and listening because that's exactly what it is.
Right. Mm-hmm. See, I didn't feel as though they saying confession to them. Going into a box and saying confession to me is not, I can go on my hands and knees in my room and become closer with Jesus in my room by myself than I can in any church. Why do I need to go to a priest who's going to tell me to do 10 Hail Marys, 5 Our Fathers?
But that's the Old Testament. In the New
Right.
Testament, we can talk directly
Exactly.
to God to have our sins forgiven because Jesus died for us.
Exactly. But a
But
lot of people
The Catholic
still
Church
go
hasn't.
right.
They and I don't know my religion that well, but a lot of religions are not teaching the New Testament
No, they're not. They're not.
after Jesus came. They only
don't believe
teach
it
the Old
existed.
Testament. Right. They don't believe he was
They don't
God's
believe in
son.
it.
They don't believe he died for our
No.
sins, and they don't believe that we can go to heaven because we believe those things.
Right.
So it depends on whether or not you believe the New Testament or not. I was personally raised Lutheran. Lutheran is an
Right.
offshoot of Catholic.
Right.
Yes, it is. I've been
Lutherans,
my best
they
friend was
say,
Lutheran.
okay, we don't want to do all the formality and all the, nonsense and what have you. We just want to take the parts of the Catholic religion that we like, and we're going to make a new religion. And that's what they
Right.
did. And that's
exactly what they
the
did.
religion that my parents believed in when I was a baby. So I went all through, and we don't have confirmation like it's similar to what they do in the Catholic Church, but ours is that a child is not old enough to make a decision to be a member of the church until they go through confirmation classes, and then they're declaring to the adults of the church, I'm now an adult, I choose this for myself. Okay.
Right.
So Baptist doesn't have anything like that. I don't know what Jewish people do, but I know Catholic,
Jewish
they
don't believe in Jesus.
You can't take First Communion in the Catholic Church until you've had catechism classes.
Yep.
Right.
You do that when you're like 6, 7, 8 years old. That's not old enough to make an adult decision. At least in the Lutheran Church, you have to, be of age, so to speak.
Right. Right.
But my religion what I believe in is that there's one God.
Yep.
His son was Jesus, and he lived on this earth as a human, and he died for our sins. And that's all I need to know to go to heaven. Now, I don't know everything the Bible says, and I don't believe everything that man-made churches believe. I've been in churches that were like a freaking country club.
I've been in churches that were all Jesus fanatics.
They wanted your W-2 form. And if you made enough money, they would let you join their church because their church was basically a glorified country club.
Yep.
And it was all about the almighty dollar.
Yep.
I even had experiences with my daughter.
The biggest turn off for me as for the Catholic Church.
That the church, they wanted the children. They could care less about the parents unless you had money. Then they wanted you to become a member of their church.
Mhm.
All I'm going to say is I believe in God. I pray to God. And I don't believe that I have to go to any certain place to prove to anybody that I believe in God. It's between myself and the big guy upstairs.
Personal relationship.
Bottom line.
God has answered my prayers many times. And I didn't have to go into a church to do it.
Right. It's a personal relationship. It's not anybody else's concern. It's between you and him.
Yep.
And if people could get that through their head, they'd be better off.
Right, Purple?
You know?
Yep.
Well, and
we're all going to meet our maker one day.
Yep. And like where the Lutheran Church, they went since the Catholic Church does individual confession to a priest, the Lutheran went so far the other way that, we'll just all do it together, but we won't say what we did wrong. We'll just all say, forgive me for my sins.
You want to hear a funny story about confessions?
Sure.
So,
sorry, my birds.
When my oldest son was going through first communion,
Hey.
my ex-husband and I were sitting there and we had to go to confession. And we're looking at each other. He goes, "What are you going to confess?" I said, "I don't know. What are you going to confess?" He goes, "I don't know." I said, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I've been divorced, blah, 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 blah." And my husband goes, "Yeah, that sounds good."
Yeah.
So he goes first. And then I go and I say what I said. And the priest looked at me and he goes, "The guy that was in here right before you said almost the same exact thing." I said, "Yeah, well, that would be my ex-husband." He goes, "Are you serious?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "You and your ex-husband are here together with your son for
What?
first communion." Blah, blah, blah. I said, "Yeah, we're like good friends." And he says, "I have to tell you, in all my years of doing this, you two are the epitome of what we need back in society."
Mm-hmm.
And he laughed. He goes, "That is just so funny." I said, "Well, we kind of planned what we were saying out." And the priest started laughing. He goes, "Well, I figured that one out, but I just was weirded that and the priest was just funny as shit. Purple. Tonight my sister farted so
Yeah, I was
loud
reading that.
the damn thing go all over.
Oh, lovely.
Did you win anything, Purple? And now my two sons are old enough to make their own decisions.
Yeah, my kids make their own decisions. I don't. My son said, my son was saying we were talking the other night, and I said, well, I asked him, I said, what do you think about Gia? Now, Gia is a religion that has been brought up recently.
I never heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of
Love
it.
to love
And-
God. Thank you. That's one of my biggest issues also with the Catholic Church. And do you know that it states in the Bible, I don't know where, because don't quote me. I mean, I've been told it is somewhere in the Bible that, or in the Catholic Church, whatever, that there, you know how they say you should not get divorced and stuff.
Mhm.
It does say that there in the Bible there is room for divorce,
Mhm.
and I fell under that category,
Right, as did I.
and I still could not get remarried in the Catholic Church.
Right. Well, they let us get remarried. I mean, we got remarried, and
Oh, fuck,
I mean,
that hurt.
I married my but I had to go to another church and when I had my son, because my son's father died, when I went to my church, I had my first communion, confirmation, and went to all my life, would not baptize my son.
Mm.
They refused to baptize my son.
You're right.
Okay.
I
Because
couldn't
his
get my
father
sons
was not
baptized either until we took classes and everything else and joined a church.
right. Now what happened was his grandparents was part of St. Patrick's, which is an Irish Catholic church in the center of town. And when they found out what St. Anthony's had done, which was a Portuguese Roman Catholic church, they went over there and they did the baptism. Now, I don't know why I went all my life to that church. I should have been able to have my child baptized there.
Mm-hmm.
But they would not. I was baptized there. They would not do it. They blamed him as the sin.
Yeah.
That's what.
Because
That's
you
what
weren't
they were-
married before you got
Right.
pregnant.
Right.
And in their eyes, therefore, that was committing a sin.
Exactly. And it does state in the Bible that usually what happens is it's the brother or another, I think it's supposed to be the brother of the husband that's supposed to take over and help the widow
Hmm.
in the church. I think it's what's in the Catholic Bible.
Hmm.
Okay. And they're not to be looked down upon because they're a widow. They should not be shamed, you know,
And
but
that's
they
why some
are.
of them ended up with more than one wife.
Right,
Because it was
exactly.
okay to take your brother's wife. Something happened to your brother. It was okay to take your brother's
Right.
wife
That
as
all
your
went
wife.
into the Mormon.
Yeah.
That's how the Mormons started
Yeah.
out, you know. And
Yep.
it's just so crazy. I mean, but they've got this one now. It's called Gia. They call it Gia. I listened to it the other day, just for a little while. They had a video on. I listened to a lot of documentaries, and they
You pay
believe,
the money, Dixie Normus, because that's what I had to do. They make a nice donation to the church, and we'll overlook it.
yeah, see, that's not right.
My
Well,
parents,
that's what they
my
did. They
mom, my
paid
mom paid.
$500.
Yep, my mom and stepdad paid $500, and they had to do this huge shit, fill out all this paperwork
Mm-hmm.
that was very personal. They asked very personal and
Yeah,
embarrassing questions.
questions and yeah, yeah,
Then they got her annulment, and her and my stepdad got remarried in the Catholic Church, and I refused to do that.
yeah. They wanted my husband to go.
No, I'm talking about to
To,
get christened. Yep, to get
oh, to
christened.
get christened.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll pay.
trying to
Give us
think
a
what.
nice donation, and then I found out I had a $500 donation to get someone christened. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, that's all
And
stuff that should be.
we'll overlook it.
Yeah,
So
it
we
should
didn't
be
have to do
free.
that. We had to, because we lived in Florida when Noah was born,
Well, see, I wasn't going to church all the time like I
and
should.
neither were we. So, in order for us to have him baptized, we had to join a
What
church
is your
in
issue?
Wisconsin.
Well, that's what was
What's
And
happening
the
I
here.
don't,
issue?
or, and you know what?
Oh,
I don't,
God.
Dixie
we don't-
Normus, I think if there's no brother, then the father has to take on the wife.
Yeah. See,
Somebody in that family is going to take care of that woman.
Yeah, I wasn't going
love
to
to love
church.
God. You got
and
that
didn't-
right. Catholic churches are e-beggars.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah,
going to
they
church and didn't
are
belong to
very.
a church. So
It's
in order to
very
get
occult-like.
christened,
The
so
church
it was
that
like,
we went,
well, you
the church,
know,
the
you
church
don't
we
belong
went
to
to
the
in
church
Florida.
no more. So since you don't belong to the church no more, we're not going to christen. So it was a
Well-
family member that said, well, you know, you have to do this. Well, you know, you have to present a nice donation and we'll.
No, see, we had to join a Catholic church in Florida,
Mm-hmm,
and then the church that my ex-husband's parents belonged to
mm-hmm.
would allow us to have him baptized through their church.
Yep.
But the church we belonged to in Florida, they expected every family that belonged to this church to donate
Yep.
$500 for the new gymnasium.
Oh, yeah.
Here you're looking at two 24, 20, 28, 30-year-olds who are just trying to make it in life,
Right.
and their first child coming. The guy in front of me is wearing freaking Rolexes, and you want me to give the church $500? I turned around and looked at my husband at the time, and I said, the dude with the Rolex can donate our $500.
Exactly.
This was 33
Exactly.
years ago. $500 was a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was. It was. It was, you know.
Uh-huh.
Not like it is today, you know. I mean, but it's just all of it, you know.
Savannah, that's like I am. I mean, I was raised Lutheran, and if I could find a Lutheran church that I thought was doing the right thing,
What
I
is-
would go to that church. But
I'm going to look at what $500 is equal to today, 33
Echo.
years ago.
We have a really, really nice church here. It's non-denominational, and it is a beautiful church. It is really, anybody can go to it.
Mhm.
and they like their Christmases and everything they put on are just absolutely gorgeous. And it's not with it's without all the pressures of
Of money.
money and of a specific, you have to follow these rules, blah blah, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And when my grandfather died, my step grandpa, they were very wealthy. They gave the church, the church I had my first marriage in, St. John's down the street, over $1 million
Hmm.
to help build the new school
It's your
over there.
Facebook.
I'm like, seriously? They get, and they have a plaque on the wall.
I mean, I feel like if you have the money and you can do it, do it.
Well,
But
yeah,
if-
but
You have to take care of your own family first, you
right.
know. And I don't think anybody should feel pressured. And I mean, I do believe the Bible says we should give 10%, but I also don't think it says it has to go to one specific church. I think
Right. It
do
can
a
be
lot
given in
to
many
help.
ways.
That's right. You can do a lot to help a lot of people with that money. It doesn't have to necessarily all go to one church.
Yep.
And I don't carry around a notebook and write down every time I do something to help somebody out
Right.
to show to the church, oh, well, here's my,
Right.
what I
right,
didn't give
right,
you is because I helped this neighbor out with groceries this week, or I
right.
did this, or I did that. You know,
When
Or
I think God
made
says you
dinners
see a
and I
need
put the
and
gas.
you try to help.
when
I don't know how many
Troy
times
and-
I made dinners for people that did not have anything to eat
when
and
Troy
took
and
them
Sarah
over food, you know?
asked us, sorry, Brenda, that's what I just said, Purple. When Troy and Sarah asked us to be godparents of their son, I'm not sure if it was a Catholic or Lutheran church. I want to say it was a Catholic church. Mike and I had to join a Catholic church again just to be able to be godparents.
Godparents, yeah.
To that. So
yeah.
we joined the church down here, and this is 9 years ago. We've never even stepped foot in the church.
Right.
Well,
No, it's hard to, Savannah. That's what it comes down to. It's hard to agree with the rules, the man-made rules of the church. I
Right.
mean, if
And
it's
I
not, and not once in a Catholic church was I ever told, take out your Bible and look for this scripture. Not once did we read our
That's right.
Bible
Love to love
in
God.
church. Not once, you know.
and I also think a lot of people, you know, they don't understand that God didn't intend on there being all these different churches,
No.
all these different denominations of churches, and all these
That's
different
why he
religions.
warns us. He warns us.
That's right.
He
And
warns us in the Bible
I would
about
much
it.
rather know I have a personal relationship with Jesus and with God on my own terms and how I believe it should be than to go to some church and have somebody try to convince
Hey,
me,
Hoppa.
you know, do it the way
It
they
would be
want to do it.
$1,500 today. $500.
Mm-mm. No,
What?
no.
The $500 back then would be like giving $1,500 today.
Yeah.
No, I know. My grandparents, step grandparents, gave the local hospitals lots of money. Also, they
Mhm.
gave a lot to like the churches, the hospitals, St. Vincent, St.
Charities.
Mary's.
Yeah. Yeah.
They into the community. They put a lot of money into the community.
Right.
And the high school I went to, I didn't know this until I went to my son's wrestling match at this school. And
Mhm.
it was we were at the high school and I saw a plaque on it was painted on the wall in the gymnasium, donated by Izzy and Carol, blah blah blah.
Right.
And I'm like, what in the hell? Because they built a new high school from the one that
Right.
Mike and I went to, and which is now the junior high school there. And I was like, I had no idea that they donated the money to Pulaski High School.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they did a lot for a lot of the schools and the churches and the hospitals and stuff like that.
And you know what else? There's a lot of in churches affairs with the
Oh, my
minister
Lord.
having affairs,
Oh, so many. So many.
embezzlement of the funds by the church treasurer. I
Mhm.
mean, there's all kinds of crime
It really
going
is.
on.
It really is.
Under the guise of a church.
More now than ever.
Churches
One of
The
used
last
to
20
tax
years,
break.
I'd say.
One
Well,
of
that's
my
20, 25 years.
stepdad's best friends is a Catholic priest. This guy is the coolest person you'll ever meet. He used to babysit us when we were little. Now, mind you, my stepdad is 8 years younger than my mom. He was 24 years old when he married my mom, who was a divorced woman with 4 kids.
Oh wow.
And yeah, 24.
Yeah,
And
that's young.
so Father Dane is his name. He was my stepdad's one of his best friends in high school, and he became a priest.
Fall on my back. Will you come look, please?
And this guy was so fun. He would babysit us for like a night or two if
On this
I
side.
had to go somewhere.
Like there's something crawling on
We,
my back.
we
like
actually
something
tied him
pushing.
up to a chair once. Us kids. When he was
No?
babysitting, we tied him up to a chair.
Oh, I keep feeling something.
Relax, fellas.
He would sit and drink with us when we got older. And he had a girlfriend on the side.
Oh Lord.
Well, a lot of them do. A lot of them do.
Oh, yeah. But he was one of the greatest priests that he still is. He's retired now, that Green Bay has ever had. And
so they have tried for so many years, sorry, Heidi, to make it so that the father or the priest could get married so that a lot of this rigmarole with the priests in there, with the young boys and the young girls, but it wouldn't make a difference. I mean, they won't let it happen because they're supposed to live the life of Jesus.
I
Well,
think they should allow the priest to get married. Bottom line.
I
I
do. I
didn't-
agree.
I didn't know, and my husband's sister's a nun. I did not know that you can be married and divorced and become a nun.
Yeah, you can be.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
He takes care of you. Well, it says for the divorced woman, he can be your husband. He can provide for you as your husband. He will be there as your husband.
But I didn't know, like, I was married and you get divorced and then you become a nun.
Yep.
How is that possible? You're supposed to be pure.
Because you remarry God.
You're supposed to be pure.
Yes, I understand that. But the thing is that in the old days, they would, when it was put together, they thought for sure there wasn't enough men to take care of these women when the women first started becoming nuns. Okay, so you think that if they didn't become,
Well, you were always married to God as a nun.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So
That's what she's saying. So that a man didn't have to take care of that woman, the church, as God would take care of that woman. So
exactly.
that's why they let her become a nun, so that somebody else didn't, like the brother, didn't have to take care of her.
Right.
It wasn't
They
because
marry
it
God.
wasn't a question of if she was married prior or not, but if she
Right.
was then therefore a widow,
Right.
she could still become a nun.
a widow, a widow. Yeah,
Yeah.
not a divorced person.
No, I'm not sure about that. That's a
Yeah, well,
technicality.
that's what it
Yeah,
is.
I've
People
heard it.
get
I've heard
divorced
it
and then
too. I've
decide to
heard it
become a
too. Yeah.
nun.
Dixie, I don't think you could become a nun.
And I was
Yeah, they
just
do. They
shocked
do,
when my
Savannah.
sister-in-law told me. May not the nunnery has changed so much. It really has.
Yeah.
It really has. I
I
mean,
don't
she's
think
been
I
there
could
now
be a nun.
30 something years. I mean, but they get placed. It's not a matter of where you live, Savannah, because when you join, they place you. You
Yeah.
can be here in Philadelphia, and then
Right.
the next year they put you in Texas, and then you might stay there for a few years, and then you're going to Connecticut. So it's not
And
a
you
matter
don't
of
have to
where
say
you
so
live.
either.
Yeah, it's not a
No,
matter
you
of where
can't.
you
Right.
live. They
Mm.
place you. You go from place to place to place.
Right.
So it's not a matter of where you live. It's one big community.
And then too, the nuns have their own sisterhood with the
Yes.
other nuns, and
Yes.
the
It's not a matter of where you live. It's a community, and they place you where you want. And you
Dixie,
it
they
used to
wouldn't
be you
accept
were able
that.
to visit them once a year. Now they can come home for their mother and father to take care of them. That's their mission for that, they get it from oh my god. Why am I'm lost for words. Who their high authority is. I can't even think for a second.
the Pope.
No, not the Pope. No. In the nunnery.
The Mother Superior.
Mother Superior.
Yes.
They got to go to the Mother Superior and ask them, like my mom is very sick. She's, whatever. And that would be their mission for that year, to go home to take care of their mother or their father.
My
That's it.
step
Nobody else.
my step grandpa, his parents, when they started having kids, they started naming them to what first letter of the alphabet all the way down. And my
Daddy.
grandpa's name was Isidore, and I think he was the last one, maybe one after him. But they had 2 or 3 of his sisters became nuns.
Mm-hmm.
I found that really weird.
Yeah. Savannah, yeah, they do. They're allowed to drink and they're allowed to smoke, but not in public. Mm-hmm. And they go on retreats.
What about the sex part, Karen?
Well, that I don't know of.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah,
They all do. I mean, not
because I
all,
saw
but
I saw the one number when I went to my mother-in-law's house, and my sister-in-law, her friend, sister Susan was outside, and I'm like, I didn't. I'm like, you smoke? She's like, yeah, we're allowed to smoke. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe you're smoking. And she's like, shut up, be quiet.
yeah, Father Dayton used to drink with us all the time, play poker with
Oh,
us.
my minister growing up, he
human.
drank a lot.
Yeah, they're human.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard them say asshole. They don't say the
Yeah.
yeah, they don't say the foo-foo word, but yeah, I've heard them say asshole and stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're just like us.
But they don't want to lose their status,
Yeah.
And
I don't think they
that's-
take that vow to give up smoking and stuff. I don't think they do, because I've seen a lot of nuns smoke. They're just not allowed to smoke like in public.
You know,
Not
there
like
was a group of
they drink
nuns.
wine and all that.
There's a group of nuns, and I don't know what state they're from. I saw the documentary a few years ago. They actually grow weed and smoke it. The nuns, not the priests, the nuns. And they have their own seminary.
Yep.
It was built for them, and they grow weed and they smoke it. They do whatever. They use it for butter. They add it in their meals. And it's allowed. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't know.
You know, it was just an interesting topic to me, you know, and I'm like, I don't want to get everybody upset over it, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're supposed to give up all that, but they don't. The nuns of today do not. Yes, and having sex, yes, they do. I think that's why the nuns were originally given the vow to be the sexual partner for the priest. And the
I didn't
priest,
forget Harper.
Yeah, the only thing they have
Thank
to
you
give up
for
is
posting
inheriting.
it, but
They
I didn't
can't own
forget.
anything. That's the only thing nuns have to give up is owning anything. They can't have anything in their name. That's the only
right,
thing I know of. They can't own a house. They can't own a car in their name. They can have a car given to them, but not in their name.
right,
Because I know that his sister had a car that was bought for her, but it was in the brother's name, and she was able to have it
right,
at
right,
the place. She has a cell phone, but it's in the sister's name. She can't
right,
have an inheritance. You know, they only have they only have $50 in money a month for their toiletries, but we could give her money on a credit card if she wants anything extra.
right,
You
right.
know, but they're not allowed to own everything else. But that's the only thing that they're not allowed to have is any inheritance or property rights. That's the only thing they're not allowed to have. You know.
Yeah.
So,
It's just kind of nuts.
but
You
they're
know?
allowed to smoke. They're allowed to have, they can't be alcoholics, but they're allowed to have a drink or wine if they go on retreats. They're allowed to go
Right.
away if they want, if the family pays for them to go away.
Stop. What are you after? Stop. There's nothing there.
She's been in there 30, 35 years now. And like
I
they
give
say,
them
like
credit
say
when
like
they
10
do
of them join a year, maybe 2 will last. Sometimes
Right.
only 1. Because they realize that's not the fit for them,
I just, to me, it's really weird. Growing up, it never crossed my mind to want to be
I
either a
think it's a
nun.
calling. I think it's a calling, really.
Yeah, it definitely is
Yeah.
a calling.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
like
you
being
have
a
to be
priest
called
is a
pretty
calling.
damn hard. I'm sorry.
Well,
Oh yeah.
you give up your family, you give up everything.
give up
because you're only
everything.
allowed to
give
go
up
home
your
once a
life.
year.
Yep.
Once a year. But years ago, I know my sister-in-law said when she joined, the family was only allowed to go out to see her once a year, and it was only the mother and father. Now
Right.
they allow you to go home once a year for a weekend.
But
Right.
and see, things have changed a lot because my ex-husband had 2 aunts that were nuns also, and one of them, I'm not sure any of you guys are familiar with Cabrini Greens in the Illinois, Chicago area.
Mhm.
It was a what do you call it? Housing project that was really bad.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really bad. And that one of the nuns, Sister Mary, incredible woman, she went in to Cabrini Green and took as many little children as she could and would help these children out. She would even bring some of them up to Green Bay with her, and bring them over to my in-laws' house for dinners and stuff like that. And we'd give like clothes and stuff to her for the kids there and stuff like that when our kids would outgrow their clothes. So I mean,
There are some that are very, very good in that,
she did a lot with her life.
it's their calling, they give up. And they just like some people say, Mother Teresa wasn't so innocent and that she wasn't. I would never take that away from her. That woman gave so much up until the day she died, working in those foreign hospitals, and people with tuberculosis when that was wild, and AIDS when that was wild. And I mean, she really, really gave up her heart as best as she could as a woman, and they tried to say that she wasn't really a nun and that she was fake and did all this. I've never found any proof on it. I don't go looking because I don't want to think bad of her. I thought she was supposed to be a great person, and I don't want that image taken away, because I thought when she spoke that she spoke very, very kindly, very honestly about even the priests. She didn't have any qualms telling the priests, what they were doing wrong and why they were doing it wrong, and spoke her mind. And I don't think they liked that too much. I really don't. I don't think they liked her calling them out on things that were not of God, you know. They are supposed to be married to God. Right.
They don't even have to wear their habits anymore,
No, a lot of the places they getting less and less with it,
Well, they change it that they don't have to. But they have a certain type, each place has a certain dress code.
Right.
They have to wear a long skirt with a blouse with a certain color.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a uniform type thing now.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that big habit that they wore. And well, I would have been so hot in one of them things. Oh my word.
Mm-hmm.
My calling was, I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we all have a calling?
I think we all have a job. It's not really a job. We all have whatever we were put on this earth to do. Now, whether that be helping the poor, whether that be, I don't know, helping kids, helping the elderly. I mean, people you feel it in your heart when you know you're doing something right. I mean, there's been times I've been walking in the stores, come out when I see a guy sitting there, and I get my heartstrings pulled.
Oh, I know.
And I go and I'll give them $40 or $50, and I'll walk away.
I get in trouble for that.
Michael gets furious. Well, how much did you give him? 40? How much? What are you, crazy? I said, you tell God I'm crazy. Because that's what he told me to tell him. That's what he told me to. I listen to what God tells me. If God tells me to give it, I give it. Because it's going to come back. It's a blessing to somebody when you give to somebody, but I do it, and if I feel it. I had like $6 bills one day, and there's this man that walks like the center part of both sides of the small highway out here. I always see him out there. And one day I said, I sat there, I'm counting my ones, and I had like 5 or 6 in ones. And we tried to get him that day, and I missed him. He was on the other side of the road, so the money stayed in my purse. So the next time he came by, I tried to get him, and he would be on the other side. So I told Michael, you make sure you give this to him. And, I want him to know that I'm praying for him, and Michael did. Michael said he finally got him one day. And he said, my wife wants you to have this, whatever. And he was very grateful. $5 or $6, maybe bought him a cup of coffee and maybe a donut, maybe a croissant. I don't know. But at least he'd have something in his belly.
There was a homeless guy when we lived in Florida. Michael, my ex, and I, they're both named Mike. So, we used to always see this homeless man walking down the street, and his shoes were just tattered and torn, and he had it looked like maybe his big toe had been broken at one point, and it was sticking out the top. And we went back home, and my ex-husband had some old tennis shoes, that were in good condition, and we went back and gave them to him, and he was just ecstatic.
Oh, I can imagine.
Somebody would do that. And
there was a homeless guy, and I done picked a scab on my arm and I'm bleeding. Okay.
I do that all the time.
But there was a homeless guy that was living by a McDonald's, like in the parking lot. And it was around Christmas time, and I had cooked a big Christmas dinner and all. And we packed up blankets and pillow and, like toiletries and whatever, I had, and any kind of snacks or anything like that. And I took him a big old plate of food. He like just started crying right there on the spot.
Oh, yeah.
He said that he didn't choose to be homeless. It wasn't something that he did that caused it to happen, and that he feels invisible, and that the holidays are really hard on him and all that. And he said he just can't believe that somebody would, do that for him. And I said, how could I not do it? I mean, once I knew that, that was the situation, boy. And then when I worked at Walmart, we had a kid that worked there that was living in his car.
Oh.
And his mom had passed away, and they must have been renting where they lived. Anyway, he ended up getting kicked out. So he was living in his car. And a couple of us that worked overnight, we would make sure that he ate and, things like that. And then he got a better paying job and ended up getting a place, but he didn't have anything. He didn't have dishes. He didn't have towels. He didn't have anything. And so we all pitched in and bought him all kinds of stuff, for his apartment. But he was a really good kid. He just had a bad lot, dealt him. So, but that's the kind of thing. I'm not real big about giving to a church, because I feel like there are people who do that. I'm more about helping people that I either know personally or are in my community, that I see that there's a need there.
Yeah.
Right. Whenever God puts it on my hat, I don't think twice.
Remember that when I was in Nashville and I sat down and was talking
I gotta get
to
a tissue for this
homeless woman, and I talked to her for like, I think an hour. We just talked,
Right.
And she bummed like 2 cigarettes off me, and I had more at the hotel room, so I just said, "Here, take my pack." She said, "Oh, no, I can't do that. I can't do that." I said, "Yes, you can." I said, "I have more. Don't worry."
Right.
And so I gave them to her, and then I gave her $20. And she wasn't on drugs. She told me, how she got there, and it had something to do with disability, and She was on disability and it ended, and for some weird reason, but she was supposed to be getting it back and stuff like that. So I had even given her my phone number to call me and let me know how she was doing, but I don't think she's no.
She probably had no money to call you.
Yeah. Love to love God. I remember the bum from Hopies.
He came on. Was he on? Didn't he come on Purple Sun?
Yes,
I know he
did.
was on
one of the
Buddies
game
at
nights.
one time.
He was on. He came into Purples on game night.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah, that's right. He did.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
when I
used to
worked
feel
at
bad for
Walmart,
him.
I mean, there would be people that broke down, and because Walmart will let you sleep in their parking lot, like if you're in an RV
Right.
Yep.
Right.
I've done
or
that.
a truck driver or in a car. It's
I've
this
done
is
that.
what most of them used to be before COVID. They were open 24 hours, and it's a
Right.
pretty well lit parking lot.
Yeah.
And so, me working the night shift, I would have people, they would come in to ask if they could park out there, and I would tell them, sure, and we're open all night. So if you need the bathroom or a snack or whatever, don't hesitate, just come on in. And there would be all kinds of people that, you'd see them sitting there, and it would be like you would just know something was wrong. They weren't just killing time in the store, and I don't know
No.
how many families that, their car had broke down on their trip, and they got the car fixed, but now they didn't have gas to get home and stuff like that. And the people I worked with were always so good. All we had to do was just, walk through the store, and all of us making, Walmart wages. We didn't have money either, but everybody would give up, a couple of dollars here or there, and we'd get enough so they could get them a tank of gas and get home or whatever. But I actually had people write to the company, thanking us for whatever, we were able to do to help people out. So
It's sad
And
because
it
a lot of
does
them,
matter.
they just hit a bad road,
yeah.
and sometimes
Yeah,
you
they hit
you
a bad
spiral.
spot in life, and
Yeah.
they just need a little help up. I mean, if I could tell you all the people I've had live in my house, people I don't know from Adam that my kids would bring home, and their parents didn't care, you know. I've had my sister-in-law live with me. I've had, my sister's friends that came down to the Cape to work for the summer, couldn't find anywhere to go. Here's a
I
blanket.
did
I
it
have a
once,
couch.
Brenda,
I've
and
got
I got
food.
screwed so bad.
See, I was lucky.
When
The
I
only
was in
one I can
Allied,
say,
when
Uh-huh.
with the stroke, I had this girl. She told me the story. I felt so bad for her. Found that she had this little dog. She stole from me. She destroyed with this little puppy. Well, it was a dog, wasn't a puppy. Pissed all over my Berber carpet. I had to rip it. Oh, she over $3,000 in damage, and then wound
Wow.
up taking stuff.
Sounds like my sister.
Yeah, I was
Oh, I
blessed.
mean,
I
Oh
was
my
so
God.
blessed.
Yep.
I
Yep.
was so
Cool.
blessed.
And then
God.
she let. Then she let. I had to throw her out, and then Michael had the heart attack. Oh, it was. I mean, I had people stay with me, like friends and stuff, and I really felt bad for her because she kind of had
Right.
the same story of me growing up with her mother, and my heart went out to her because I'm thinking, okay, she has the same story as me, so I felt bad for her. Lo and behold, and it was my own fault because I should have did a background check. I hear a
Yeah.
knock at the door.
Right.
Michael was home from work, and there's still 2 state troopers
God, that
warrant
sounds
out
like
for
my
her
sister.
arrest. Warrant out for her arrest. She was a felon.
That's so sad. See, they
And
make it bad for others,
and I flipped my friggin' lid. And the best is they leave it up to me because they knew I worked for the courts, and they're like, "You can bring her in." I'm like, "I'm not fucking bringing her in. You're bringing her in." Oh, it was a nightmare.
Oh,
Was a
Karen.
nightmare.
Okay, Karen. You know my story about my sister.
Yeah, I know.
One
Mhm.
night is before we're getting ready to go on vacation or something like this,
Mhm.
and I had a bad breakout of acne.
Mhm.
So I put this pink acne shit all over my face, right?
Mhm.
These little dots. And I'm in my pajamas. And we get a knock on the door.
Mhm.
Or no, my son said, Caleb was living. Caleb goes, Mom, he was still in high school. He goes, someone's signing, flash, they're putting a flashlight in my bedroom window. And this is right after I kicked my sister out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, only people I know that really do that are the cops, you know? I said,
Yeah.
well, go answer the door. He goes, I'm not going out to answer the door. I said, yeah, pussy, go answer the door. You're a wrestler. Mike was on nights.
Yeah.
And so he goes and he opens the door and he comes running back to by my room. He goes, it's the cops, Mom. I'm like, oh, fuck. And I wasn't even thinking. My pajamas were pink. I
You
had
have
a
pink
pink
stuff all over your face.
face. Forgot about it. So I walk out. I'm talking to these damn cops, and they're looking at me. And they, I mean, they know what they knew me because of my sister, and
Mhm.
you know, it's a small little area here. And they're like, Heidi, you got something? I said, shut up. I know you came at a bad time.
Mhm.
And he goes, is she here? I said, no, I kicked her motherfucking ass out. And he goes, are you serious? You finally did? I said, yes, I did. You know
Mhm.
where we can find her? I said, yes, I do. And I said, here's her address. Go there and don't come back here looking for her anymore.
Mhm.
And he
Yeah.
goes, okay, Heidi, thanks.
Yeah. I wound up taking her down to the probation, and I told him, I said, how dare, I said, these idiots had me bring her in.
Wow.
They trusted me. I'm like, listen, I don't care who I worked for. Don't leave it up to me.
No,
Oh,
it's their job.
Michael flipped his lid.
I
He
bet
goes, I
he
thought
did.
you checked her out. I was like, no, I didn't.
Yeah, no,
He's like, you fucking moron. I was like, well, I believed her. And he's like, God damn it. And then when she was packing her stuff, I didn't take notice to little stupid things. I went downstairs to get the Xbox, it was older, to give to my granddaughter.
at least she
I'm
didn't have
like,
my pearl necklaces in
that
her
was
luggage.
gone. There was other things, slow things that I wasn't really looking for, but found gone.
Right.
And I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it got physical. That I had called
Dude,
cops.
my sister had okay. We when we went to pick her daughter up in Georgia, we went to New Orleans
Mm-hmm.
to see my friend,
Mm-hmm.
and I had bought a bunch of beignet boxes of beignet mix
Yeah.
and some coffee from New Orleans because they
Mm-hmm.
that what kind of coffee do they drink? It's like a I can't think of the name offhand. It's a different kind of coffee, and she had taken a box of my beignet mix and my coffee on top of my diamond earrings and my pearl necklace. And I mean,
Mm-mm.
I'm like, bitch, are you kidding me?
No, I had,
It's my pantry.
the wild turkey alcohol. They
Yeah,
had a series of, it looked like a turkey, one looked like a wild whatever. They were like $300 a piece.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, up on a high cabinet in my basement, and she took them. I didn't notice them because I wasn't paying attention because she lived downstairs. So she took them. I mean, oh, it was, yeah, we got into a physical altercation. I wound up punching her right in the face. And she was like screaming. I wound up calling the police, and they had to take her out of here. I changed the locks,
My
and
husband used to,
yeah, it was bad.
my husband
This was
used
in
to,
2018.
yeah, my husband used to race mountain bikes.
Yeah.
And you know those water packs that they carry on their backs that they can drink out of? I can't remember what they call them. It's like a camel. They call it a camel something or another.
Yeah.
She stole that from our house.
Mm-hmm.
And then she re-gifts it back to him. Like we would freaking notice.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, as soon as I found out she was a felon, that was it. She was out of the house, and she's like, "I have nowhere to go." I said, "I don't give a shit." And she was like, "I'm not leaving." Bah, bah, bah. No, you're leaving. And she's like, "You can't kick me out." And we got into a physical altercation, and I wound up punching her right in the face.
What do you mean you can't kick her out?
Because she was living here.
They try to make you use an eviction notice.
Oh,
Yeah. See what,
They do the work.
what
I said,
happens?
"No, you're a felon." I'm like, "You're getting out."
What
of
and
the
what
house.
happens is when my step grandparents passed away, nobody wanted they wanted to keep their house in the family,
Mhm.
and it was right down the street from where my parents lived, and so they converted their house into a 2-family house,
Mhm.
the upstairs and the downstairs.
Yeah.
And my parents lived upstairs, and my sister had lived downstairs at one point, but they kicked her out because she was stealing from them.
Yeah.
And then my niece moved in, and she had a drug problem, and her boyfriend was living there for a while when my parents were in. She was living downstairs, and she let her boyfriend move in, and they got into a domestic fight, and I had to call the cops and go over there,
Mhm.
and they wouldn't kick him out because his mail was coming to the house.
Yeah. Even though her mail was coming, I'm the owner of the home, and
Mhm.
there's no door to separate
Yep.
me from her, so she had to leave. Plus, she had a felony.
That's
So.
because there was no door.
Yep.
I bet. Because here there was a door.
Yeah. Yep. There's no door, so she had to leave, and it got into a physical altercation. Mm-hmm.
And then my niece is the one who got arrested. Oh fuck!
Yeah. So she had to leave, or she was getting arrested,
She got arrested because
and she had to get her
she
shit out.
kicked him. She kicked him first, which I didn't know,
Mm-hmm.
and she had
Mm-hmm.
drug paraphernalia on her.
Yeah.
So I had to
there's
take the
door
money.
separating.
She had the money on her. She gave it to me. I went and bailed her ass out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, sorry, you didn't tell me the whole story.
And all she had was her clothes here, so it was get your clothes and get going. I said to them, let her take her clothes now. Get her fucking clothes and get her the fuck out of my house. Mm-hmm. I said, "Oh, she's gonna find her clothes in the driveway." She's like, "I'll come back later." I said, "No, there is no later." I said, "Because your clothes will be in the fucking driveway, in the rain."
See, I
Like,
was
she hit me. She hit me. I said, "Yes, that's right. I punched you right in your fucking mouth." I said, "Now get out of my house."
I was very lucky.
The
I
webs
didn't
we
have.
weave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't put up with fucking people that have felonies in my home. Get out.
Oh no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you
I
at
don't
all.
blame
You
you.
know, I would have done the same thing.
But she slammed the
That's why
bedroom
I
door
said
on
I
my.
was
Yeah,
blessed.
because we came back home, and I told her that she had to get out. You know, I'll give her so many. You know, the month to find a place. She slammed the door and she said she's not. No, she slammed the bedroom door in my face, and I went to open it, and she slammed the door and she punched a hole in the door, and I said, "That's it, motherfucker. That's all you had to do to me." And I went in there, and she's like, "Don't get in my face," and she went to push me, and I popped her.
Mm-mm-mm.
She deserved
I
it.
said, "Now you get out now." She said, "You can't throw me out." I said, "Fucking watch me."
oh, she knew you couldn't throw her out. I mean, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know if somebody was.
She's like, "Oh, you can't throw me out." I said, "Fucking watch me." I said, "There's not 2 separate apartments here, motherfucker." I said, "You're done." I said, you better start getting your clothes, I said, because they're on their way.
And the thing is, I don't know. Well, I don't know about there, but here, I know if their mail is coming to the house,
Yeah, her mail was coming to the house, but there
You
was no two.
you
There
have
was
to go
no
through
separate ways, and I'm the owner of the home.
Yep, you have to go through the eviction process.
Not when there's a physical altercation. Plus, she had, she just came home from a warrant being arrested, and she was a felon.
Yeah,
There was
that's
a
a different
physical
story.
altercation.
That's a different situation.
Yeah, and I'm the owner of the home, and I live here. And I told him, I said, if she stays here, I'm gonna hurt her.
Yeah, and see, Alex, my niece, wasn't the owner of the home. My parents were.
Yeah, I
And we
live
were
here.
in Arizona at the time.
She has other places to go. I said, and she's on probation. So, so
Okay, ladies, it's 12:46.
Yeah,
I said, so she better get her ass out of here. And they made
Echo
sure she
looks
got her stuff
tired.
and fucking, and she never came back.
I know I'm hungry. I'm sitting here eating popcorn.
I was pissed. Because not only that, they saw what she destroyed in the house too, down there that I had to replace.
And it's 1:46 here.
So the state troopers didn't like it. So
Yeah, I just considered myself blessed because I
yeah,
didn't have
because she
any
says I'm going to
idea.
press charges against her for hitting me. I said, go right ahead, because I'm going to press charges for you destroying what you fucking destroyed here. I said, you already got a felony. I said, well, a couple of felonies she had. I said, and you're due back in court. So she never pressed charges, which I didn't care at the moment. You don't do what you did to me. Fuck damn right, I'm gonna pop you.
Yeah, I mean, no one's got the right, to come in and take control of a home, especially if it's not even something that they're renting. If they're
But
renting
the idea
a
is,
room,
and the idea was it was shame on me for not doing the background check like I was supposed to.
right.
I should have, did the background check, waited the 2 weeks for it all to come back, but shame on me. So it was really
See, my dad owns a duplex, and he always, when he has prospects to move in, he'll call me and says, "Can you do a background check on them?"
Yep.
And I just go over to Wisconsin Circuit Court, CCAB, because it's all public.
You don't do the whole background check where you wait for the 2 weeks to come back and all that?
I don't need to. All I need to do is go on to CCAB.
Well, she lived up here. She moved to Florida, and she came back. So I do.
I just go on to CCAP here, Wisconsin.
No, I gotta do. I do it through every state. I do the whole 2 weeks where it does everything.
No.
I don't know where she's been and where she wasn't, and she also had a warrant out for Florida.
So, and I just checked there. He's more interested in evictions,
Why?
drug
No, not
history, shit like that. And they're usually from here anyway, so it's all right there at their fingertips.
Yeah, a lot
But
of
only for that
now,
state, though. Yeah.
I know here a lot of places just do the state of Texas. They don't do outside the state, They look for your record here as far as renting, as far as your bills are paid, you haven't been evicted, you have no warrants, you have no, nothing against you. They've got no reason that they can't rent it to you, unless it's a reason of color and they get a lot of those where, they don't want to, rent to, to colored people or Indians or Mexicans. But then they have all down by the refineries where they have all these houses where they rent to the refinery workers. They'll rent the whole house. And 5 or 6 guys will come in and each will rent a room. And the house may be $3,000 and they each pay so much rent for that house all year, all the time that they're there. Because some of them are only there maybe 6 months, maybe 3, maybe 2. They're doing a job, they're gone. They re-rent the room. And that's the way they keep those houses going. And they're nice homes, and they got to be on call. That's half the problem with those places, But somebody like me, I couldn't afford $3,000 or $4,000 for a 1-bedroom house. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
But once they say refinery, one person only, that's what it is. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, but there's been nothing out there. I have been looking so hard. I keep every day I'm praying. Okay, Lord, today's going to be the day. I've got it in your hands. You lead me where you want me to go. And there's this one house that we saw today. We saw it going to my son's, and it's for rent. And my husband says, they cannot keep people in there. And I says, there's got to be a reason. Don't even call. There's got to be a reason if they can't keep it rented.
That's right.
I mean, something wrong with the house, something wrong with the water, something wrong with the electric. Just like this. And we didn't know. We didn't know till I would have never rented this because of that. Because I would have looked and I would have seen things and I would have said, no. I know what I'm looking for because I've rented for so many, and I've always had good rapport with my landlords. I've never had bad things come up. People say, "Well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that," and no, I never had that. So, um, I'm very picky where I go. I won't go where they have those overflow areas, like when they have a hurricane. Before the rivers overflow, they overflow these like little canals that go along the side of the roads. And once those overflow, they go onto the street. All right. And then it starts rising up. Hey, we went and look at one apartment that was, the guy wanted 603 for a 1-bedroom. He said, you got to pay for your own insurance. And I said, insurance for what? And then he opened up the sliding glass doors, and there's a canal sitting right there. I said, are you kidding me? I said, no way.
Flood insurance.
Yeah. I said, no way. I don't want it. It's not worth it to me to be
And
into a
flood
place
insurance is expensive.
expensive. Exactly. That's why the rent was so low. But this is what they do to the people that, this is what they call low income, and they, that's what they consider them. They're not, they're pieces of crap homes, and it's just a shame that the way they treat people in the state of Texas. It's all you hear is people live in rundown homes and drive expensive cars and big trucks, and they don't care what their houses look like. And it's a true fact. They will live in a shack and they'll drive the best truck in town. But their house is full of rats, full of roaches. They don't care. It's sad. It's very, very sad what Texas is like. And there's no place to protect the people, They tell you, oh, there's nothing we can do, and they tell us, like I told Michael, okay, we went and did our taxes. He got his taxes from H&R Block, right? So we went down and tried to do them. And now they say we make $40,000 a year. We can only claim 20. We can't claim the other 20. So why are we not considered low income?
You should be.
No, we're not. We're not. They say we make too much. We can't get into Section 8. We can't get into 707. We can't get into any of the apartment complex that are considered low, that are considered part of their programs. They say we make too much. And I'm like, really? Well, now I'm going to bring my tax form. I'm going to say, wait a minute now. You're telling me we make too much. We make $40,000 a year. 20 is from SSI. SSDI and SSA, and that's all they can use. They can't, or what he works. That's all they can use. They can't use the other one because our own government doesn't recognize it as an income. So how can you tell me I make too much?
Wow.
I can't wait to see how much my rent's going to go up when I renew my lease in May
Yeah, I hope it's
because
not
of that increase that we got.
Yeah.
I
See,
keep
they took
thinking
me
you're in
off.
the
They
same
took me
state
off
as I am for
SSI.
some reason, Echo.
Excuse me?
I keep thinking you're in the same state as I am for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm in Georgia.
I love Georgia.
Georgia.
You know, you would think that we would be considered, you know, some kind of low income base. We know what they told me? You can go to the ones that are allowed to make $50,000. You know where they are? San Antonio. You couldn't pay me to live in San Antonio. It's the worst crime rated town in the whole state of Texas. I won't go there, you know.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the restroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off to bed here.
Well, good
Michael's
night,
gotta
Brenda.
get up. All right, you have a good night, ladies. I love you.
Love
Good
you
night,
too.
Brenda. Love you
Have a
too.
good night.
Thank you. Good night.
This is crazy. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's 1:58 here, and I have to get up at 5:30.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, that's right. You babysit your granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what my daughter did?
What?
She cashed out to me $200 for gas.
That was nice.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect it.
Well, that was very nice. Yeah, because you go back and forth every day, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Twice a day.
she's been giving me gas money,
Mm-hmm.
but she got paid today. So I guess she just gave me that, like, I don't know, it'll probably last me a couple of months. But I didn't even realize it, and she didn't even mention it. And then I seen I had the little notification thing on there.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't send me $200.
That was very nice.
I
Very
thought
nice.
since she's got to help pay for that car or whatever. But I think her and my ex's wife might have made a different deal than I heard about. So
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm
So
not.
maybe she said give your mom money for gas instead of giving me the money or something.
Yeah,
Well, that was nice.
maybe. I don't know. But I did hear her say that she might give her some months that she didn't have to pay
Yeah.
pay her back or whatever. So I think they might be going to work that out where my daughter don't end up paying for that car,
Yeah.
which is fine.
That is fine. Well, you live on a very tight income, so.
Yeah.
Hey, Dre, how are you, honey? Are you off of work now? Yeah. Well, maybe you can buy something for yourself or do something for yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, but you know what? It's the way God works things out because I have to take the dog back to the vet Friday.
Hmm.
And her little thing is not healing right.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
probably going to end up having to pay another vet bill.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
So,
Yeah. It's going good. It's been peaceful. Hmm.
yeah, it's good now that I'm done crying.
Yeah, she was crying. It was over your dad, right? You were very upset
Yeah,
over your dad. Yeah.
yeah.
Is it his anniversary coming up or
No,
birthday or?
no.
Oh, wow. So it just out of nowhere it hit you.
Well, see, I went on somebody's channel last night, and
Yeah.
the lady had lost her mother,
Okay.
and I was talking to her, and I didn't even realize that it had stirred anything up in my mind.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then today, I just knew something wasn't right, and then I figured it out. But
Hmm. It happens.
that happens sometimes because I try not to let myself get upset.
Yeah.
Hi,
And
Dree.
Hmm.
sometimes I think you just have to let it out,
Yeah.
and it's
And I've been
easier.
too calm the last 2 days, and I was very emotional the last month, and but well, today's the first for me and
Yeah.
you because we're on the East Coast. So 6 more days will be a year. So I don't know.
Well, you got to get through it one way or another,
Oh, I don't have a choice.
you know. So whatever you feel you need to do will be the right thing.
Mhm. I wanted to go down into the cemetery, but it's so much snow here right now.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got ice and snow yesterday.
Yeah, we got the both, and I didn't get outside to clean it off because it's just too much. But I got to get out there. So,
I bet it's still 60 degrees out there here. Let me look.
yeah, I think Lori was saying last night. I haven't seen her in chat tonight. It was going to be 91, and I'm thinking, Lori, please, I would love
It's
91.
69.
Oh, lucky you.
And tomorrow is going to be a high of 82, a low of
Yeah,
65.
it's 25 degrees here right now.
See, I couldn't deal with that.
Well, I don't have a choice.
I mean, we had to get to below 32. I think once or twice this winter, and that's it. And that was just barely below.
Yeah, I get cold once it gets below 72. I start getting very cold. I mean, I get chilly. My hands start turning purple and white, like white. You know, and I'm not talking about like white, but I mean like no circulation. You can see that whiteness coming in. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
it'll be
90. Yeah, it's hot, but I can handle 90, 95 degrees better than I can handle 28 degrees.
Yeah, but see now it's gonna once it starts getting into the 80s and the 90s, it'll stay like that all the way until like September, October.
Yeah.
And then it'll still be like in the 50s, you know. It just doesn't drop that drastic here.
My body can handle it better than it does in the cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good in cold.
Cold, yeah. I mean, yeah, the humidity will bother me, but not as much as the cold does.
But you know, it's like everything is air conditioned.
Yeah.
Your car is air conditioned. Your house is air conditioned. Where you're going is air conditioned.
Yeah.
The worst part is going from your
my body
house.
can't handle it though. Like when I go from like the heat and like go into like air conditioner.
Yeah.
Like, my body just goes.
And you know what, Karen, is another weird side effect that never dawned on me about the Hashimoto's last summer. I couldn't handle being out in the extreme heat, humidity.
Really? See, she's never told me that did that to her. So I don't know. Yeah.
Between both of them.
I know it makes her very tired.
Your thyroid controls your body temperature.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she
So-
does. She gets very. She's always hot. She's
Yeah,
always hot.
but so if
Even in the
you're
winter, she's always like walking around in a t-shirt and shorts.
that's like if you have a car that the thermostat don't work,
Yeah,
your car's going to be overheating and stuff.
yeah. Well, she
Yeah.
don't have a thyroid anymore,
Mhm.
so she's
Yep.
always in a t-shirt, and I'm always freezing.
I'm always hot too, and I think that's from my thyroid.
But she's always in the sun in the summer. You know who I'm talking about, but it's
But
it's
see, when we were in the DR, it was 83, no humidity.
yeah.
So it was perfect.
Yeah, I bet that was perfect.
I know that the heat gets to her because like I said, she's always hot. I mean,
But when
even
it gets-
if she don't wear a coat, she's always wearing flip flops. It's
I
like
mean-
what the fuck?
When it gets up into the 90s and Wisconsin has humidity big time, I can't. Last year, I was just, but I didn't know. So,
But I deal with it better than I do the cold.
yes.
I can deal with it better. My body adjusts better than it does. But like now comes spring, when it starts like say it'll go to 70 degrees, and then all of a sudden at night it'll drop to like 40 degrees.
And humidity.
I can't. My body just goes into a total.
Yep.
I can't deal with it.
The dampness at
And
night.
the flares.
Ugh.
The flares are just
They're
out of
not.
control. And then sometimes I have to go on steroids for that because it's.
How do you all react with the steroids?
I can't.
I
take
used to be okay. I lived
Wow.
on them for 5 years. Never gained a pound. Never ate out of control. Because
I
that was the only
lost
thing
4
that helped
pounds
me.
on vacation.
Yeah. That it never affected me. After they finally found the right regimen for me, I went off them. I gained weight, and then periodically I do have to go on them when it gets so out of control. And now it does something to my sugar level because it can bring on sugar problems when I'm on them.
See,
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah,
I
steroids.
wound up going into the hospital.
It's always
steroids and
sugar.
I don't get along.
Crazy.
Yeah. Now I wound up in the hospital.
I'm in severe hot flashes the whole time I'm on them where I cannot deal with it. And I
Mhm.
become a raging bitch.
Yeah, I don't sleep.
Yeah, I don't sleep either. I'm like I took a upper or whatever. Like I'm so hyper, I can't sleep at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it wasn't hyper. It was actually really calm on them. It works the opposite with me.
Adrenals,
I would not
Brandy,
sleep. I'd only sleep 2 hours a night. For the 5 years I did that. And didn't gain a pound. As soon as I went off them, I gained weight. I was like, what the fuck? It was the total opposite. But then I would need them periodically. And all of a sudden I start shaking and sweating. And yeah, the hot flashes were terrible.
Mhm.
But the Viagra did that to me too when I was on it for my fingers ulcers. But so I was used to that. Long story short, and I wound up going to the hospital, and like my sugar level was down to 50. Then the one time it was up in the 160s. It was bouncing all over, and they said it was due to the steroids. And they couldn't control it. So then I stayed in the hospital each time I went on it because it was all over the place. I mean, literally, it was at 160 one time, and then they tested it again. Like 30 minutes later, it was down to 70. Then my body started shaking again. It was back up to like, I don't know, almost 200. It was so crazy what the steroids were doing to me. They never seen anything like it. Because it was high and it was low, high and low, like within a 30-minute span.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It always just shoots mine sky high.
Yeah, they say usually if it's high, it'll take a long time to go down, you know. But it was literally going from low to high, low to. They didn't know what to do for
And
me.
mine even like 2-3 weeks after I'm off of them,
Mhm.
it like comes down so slowly.
Yeah,
And it's like as they're getting out of your system and it starts coming down, but then it takes a while for it like to level out, like, okay, it's all out of your system. and then it'll finally.
So
That's
they,
why I don't like taking them.
yeah. So they'll now what they do is what doesn't if even though it's steroid, what they'll do is they'll try to just give me the Sadramedrol shot, which is a steroid shot,
Yeah,
but it doesn't do it as bad to me,
yeah,
which it helps with the flare, but it's not immediate.
yeah.
Whereas they would give me the Sadramedrol shot and then the high doses and then lower me down. So it's complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just they said it's from me being on them so many years. But that was the only thing that they can control it because I was to the point like I would be so swollen and cry in pain that I couldn't
Yep.
even walk.
Mm.
I literally couldn't even walk. I mean, my ankles were so swollen, it was like flaps over them.
Yep. Cankles.
Yep. And my ankles, I could wrap my own fingers around them. That's how tiny my ankles are.
Mm.
So
Heidi, I don't think Dre heard you, or maybe she stepped away.
Yeah, I don't know. Dre, how's Brandy doing?
yeah, I haven't seen Brandy on. That's true. How is she doing?
Oh, Purple hasn't been on at night either.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, I think Brandy did say though she was gonna kind of take a break. So
Yeah, but she would pop in and just say hi and she'd leave. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah. She wouldn't like stay in, but she would at least say hi, my love, or whatever, She is such a doll, Brandy.
I know, I love her.
She is so, for all the stuff that she goes through, calming, loving, caring. You still have your tree up? I still have mine up.
Yep.
Mhm. And there's no new updates, right? Well, I missed Monday. I missed yesterday's. So.
I don't think there was a.
Yeah,
Any-
there was.
There was a new update.
Well, no new updates.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
yeah, she still did Monkey Monday.
yeah, she did it, but
Purple never
like the
missed
police didn't say anything else or anything. They hadn't
Mhm.
told her anything else.
Mm-hmm.
What did they say? In the next like 2 weeks or so, the lady's supposed to go to have another hearing.
Yeah. Well, I saw today that here Taylor Shabusiness's attorney was allowed to withdraw from her case.
Well, that was a given.
Yeah.
She's a
Well, he's
psycho.
also the attorney for her dad too.
Oh, did you all hear about what they're trying to say in that Murdoch case?
I haven't been watching it.
I
What's
haven't
going
been
on with that?
following it.
Okay, they're saying that they were the two people that were shot with two different guns.
Mm.
So now they're trying to say, the defense is trying to say that it wasn't one shooter, it was two shooters.
Mm.
And I guess that's supposed to be enough reasonable doubt
Out, yeah.
that he couldn't have done it alone. So now where is this other person?
Yeah. That is
And
enough
so-
reasonable doubt.
Yeah. But he also
What?
owned both types of weapons.
Okay, so it just could be that
He could have had them both with him.
right.
But how you
Right.
going to shoot two people at the same time? Well, I guess you could if you could shoot out of, with both hands.
If
If
you're
well, one at
ambidextrous,
one
yeah.
person and one at the other person. And then again, they said the son, kind of gross, trigger warning. He was shot in a way that his brain was ejected from the skull.
I
So
don't know enough about the case to really comment, but I mean, if
Yeah, I
there's
don't-
reasonable doubt, you got to
mhm.
unfortunately acquit. I
Yep.
hate seeing that.
Doesn't mean he won't be charged. Just means
Oh,
he-
again, yes, I'm not saying that if they
it
did
might
go to
be that
retrial.
they're looking for another person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
Well,
don't know. I didn't watch the trial, so
I think
don't
it'll
know.
be. I think
But
they're
that's all
done.
it takes. That's all it takes is reasonable doubt.
They
Yeah.
just have to do the jury instructions and maybe the closing argument. So it'll be pretty soon.
Yeah.
And also tomorrow starts the trial for the West Boys. And
Oh, really?
And Purple's gonna stream AV Watchman.
The West Boys. Could you help me out with that again? With
The Oren and Orson,
Sincere
Wells,
and
West,
Wait,
Sincere,
you
and
both were talking, so I couldn't hear you.
oh,
What was it again?
Classic and Sincere West.
I'm
They
so
were adopted,
okay.
and it was in California. And the adoptive parents killed them.
Okay. Okay. So she's streaming that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I am getting sleepy.
Yeah.
My nighttime meds are kicking in.
I didn't even take mine. It's probably too late to even take them.
Mhm.
I won't get up if I take them.
Mhm.
I might
So
take some of them.
I'm going to say good night, my lovely ladies.
Yeah, I know it's.
It was a very great live.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah.
very enjoyable.
Mhm.
We certainly get on a lot of different topics over here.
That's okay though.
I know. I'm just saying it. Never know what we're going to talk about, and then we get on some.
Well, it got your mind off for everything, and Heidi.
Oh, it sure did.
I mean, I missed it, but it was nice,
Thank-
Heidi.
Thanks to Heidi's joke.
Yeah. That was good. Mhm. It was good. She was there for you.
Yeah, everybody was. They were so nice.
Mhm.
I just really didn't want to break down like that, but sometimes that's what you have to. Yeah,
yeah. And
even though you don't want to.
yeah, and everybody was there for you. That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
All right, ladies. Good night.
All right.
and
Good night.
Love
too.
you both.
Yes,
Love you too.
And
All
you
right.
got to get some sleep too. You got to get up for your granddaughter in 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down.
Yeah. Okay. You have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody in chat.
Okay. You too.
Okay. Good
All
night.
right. Good night, everybody in chat. Thanks for coming. Thanks for listening to me cry. Bye now.